This is Audible.
King, Las Vegas Bad Boys Book 2 by Frankie Love. Narrated by Joe Arden and Maxine Mitchell. Chapter 1. Landon. I don't live my life for anyone but me. Does that make me a dick? According to my family, sure. But family isn't everything. Right now, the thing I'm most interested in is finding a nice piece of ass to take back to my suite tonight. Is this something out of the ordinary? No. I like to fuck. No hiding that. And what I like more is a woman who's fearless in the bedroom. I don't want some girl I can train into dominating. I don't want to be called sir. I want to be called a motherfucking king. Besides, I'm not into that hardcore shit. I just like to spank an ass, use a blindfold, tie a girl up to the bedpost while I lick her pussy. And, looking around this wedding reception, I can't help but think there must be some girl here looking for a hookup that's less risky than swiping through Tinder. When they said their vows, I thought I'd just melt, Tess says, her tone reflecting absolute longing. I want what Ace and Emmy have so much it hurts. Tess, sitting next to me at the wedding party table, sighs into a lemon drop cocktail. She's the epitome of sappy bridesmaid. I smiled tightly at her desire to be partnered up. I held her arm as we walked down the aisle, and I swear I could see her heart pitter-patter through the strapless pink chiffon. Chin up, Tess, I say, offering her my best groomsman pep talk. Surely there's some chap here you fancy? I look around the room appraisingly, waiting to find myself a woman to bang. The wedding reception is small. Neither Emmy nor Ace have any family, but there are business associates and friends in attendance. Still, only 50 or so people have gathered here today, and Ace was adamant about no paparazzi. Jack appreciates it, and his on-and-off girlfriend, Grammy Award-winning pop star Ashley Fast, hangs on him with the same starry eyes Tess has. I don't want any woman like that tonight. Sure, a nice wedding always gets a girl's panties wet, but I'm an arsehole, and not interested in a woman looking for anything longer than one night. Some women get so damn clingy after a night with me, and I can't handle a girl like that. Ace and Emmy are on the dance floor, swaying to their first dance. I truly thought Ace would be above all this wedding bullshit, but Emmy has his nuts in a pretty tight grip. Not that I blame him. Emmy is an absolute gem of a girl. I understand why Ace fell so hard, so fast. Plus, I'm sure she's absolutely banging in the bedroom. I mean, with a rack like that, which I know not cool to talk about my friend's wife that way, but the truth is, what Ace has found isn't something I want. Not in the least. I've spent my life avoiding commitments and running from my posh, old-money childhood. Running from my father's estate and his wishes that I'd come home and work in the family business. But my stick-up-his-arse brother, Jeffrey, has always held that role. And I learned early on that I wanted nothing to do with him and his long-time girlfriend, Fiona. They're wound up so tight they give me a fucking ulcer just being around them. Everyone claps as Ace dips Emmy low at the end of the song. They're laughing, all smiles, and my shoulders tighten as I take another glance around the room. There are some women over at the bar holding up their phones, but they look tacky as hell taking selfies at a fucking reception. At this point, I'll consider one of the waitresses. They might be my best bet for tonight. The band, playing old jazz standards, opens up the dance floor and McQueen, who sits next to me, takes Tess's hand, like the gentleman he isn't, and leads her to the dance floor. Jack and Ashley follow them, and the lights dim as couples find their way. Landon, you need to ask someone to dance, bro, Ace says, coming up behind me. You kinda look like an ass sitting alone. I'm not alone, I say, looking across the table at Emmy's friend Claire, who's still sitting here. But she's nearly as bad as the selfie girls. She's been looking down at her phone in her lap all throughout the reception. Emmy takes a seat next to Claire, and I see a smile stretched tightly across Claire's face. Her eyes are brighter than they have been throughout the reception, but I can tell it isn't genuine. I know. Who the hell am I to judge her, right? I just appreciate she isn't starry-eyed like Tess and Ashley. Go dance with Claire, asshat, Ace tells me. She looks sad as fuck. You see that too? Yeah, Emmy says she's been off lately. Stressed out about money and shit. I feel bad for her in all honesty. Tried to give her a raise, but she said it was ridiculous to pay her twice as much as the other cocktail girls. That girl doesn't want handouts. So she isn't a gold digger? Hardly. She's a pull herself up by her bootstraps kind of girl. Okay, I'll dance with her. I just can't deal with a clinger right now. Then Claire's your girl. And fuck, looking around this reception, you don't have many other options. So you don't mind me leaving with Claire tonight? Shit, dude, Ace says, laughing. I said dance with her, not fuck her. Ace, hate to break it to you, man, but one dance with me, and she'll want me for more.
Claire. Don't get me wrong. I like happily ever afters, and this Ace and Emmy thing is a freaking Cinderella dream come true. I don't begrudge them their happiness. They went through so much crap to get here today. I want them to go off on their honeymoon in Tahiti riding a freaking unicorn. It's just not always sugar plum fairies in the real world, and I can't help but wonder, what happens next for them? Because I'm the freaking poster child for dashed dreams and grin and bear it crash courses in reality. But who wants to listen to my sob story right now? I sure as hell don't. Especially when this wedding is about my friend. And, okay, I call her my friend, but I am a pretty shitty one. I haven't been honest with Emmy. Like, at all. Not even a little. But she counts me as one of her closest friends. Heck, I'm a bridesmaid in her wedding, and eventually I will open up and tell her and Tess my not-so-little secret. I'm a private person, and as a rule, I don't mix work and my personal life. I didn't expect to take this job and meet these girls who see me as a sister. So, I will tell them. It just hasn't been the right time yet. The last few months have been the Ace and Emmy whirlwind, and then they planned this wedding in like 10 days, and the truth is, I do think they're a teeny bit insane. Like, maybe take the next year and be engaged and actually get to know one another. Like, maybe don't rush down the aisle before you live together for a month and learn about the terrible habits your partner has. Like, maybe spend a year figuring out if this guy is actually the person you want to make babies with. You know, all the things I should have done before I got pregnant. This afternoon, while we were at the spa getting our entire bodies waxed and shined and sprayed for the wedding, I kept checking my phone, and it was driving Tess and Emmy nuts. They kept asking who I was texting, and I should have just said it right then and there. But I didn't, because it felt weird to tell them after spending 3 months in their company when I hadn't dropped any hints. Now, it would just be awkward. So I made excuses. My mom doesn't know how to figure out her refinance loan, and she keeps texting asking what APR means. Which was true. I had been texting my mom, but not about a refinance. And sure, she is refinancing and doesn't know what an APR is, but that wasn't why she was texting right then. She was texting because Sophia was sick, and she wanted to know if I knew where the children's Tylenol was. They know I live with my mom in her condo and that I've lived in Vegas my whole life. What they don't know is who else lives with us. Emmy sits with me after her and Ace's first dance. I slide my phone into my clutch and then squeeze her hand. It's all been so perfect, Emmy. Thanks, Claire. I don't understand how there hasn't been one single catastrophe today. It's all been seamless. I can't help but think when they're able to throw thousands of dollars at everything they do, things do seem to happen without a hitch. I can't believe you're going to Tahiti, I say, picking up my flute of champagne. I catch Landon looking at me from across the table, and I turn back to Emmy without pausing on him. Or his chocolatey eyes, or his chiseled jawline. Ace's friends are not my type. I need regular. I want a guy who spends his weekends fly fishing or working in the garage on a car. Not these bad boys. I've had enough bad boys in my life. Well, I've had enough of one particular bad boy, and I will never fall for another one as long as I live. I can't believe you're not dancing, Claire, Emmy says. You've been so wound up lately. What do you mean? I ask. I'm chill. I'm smiling. I flash her a tight grin that's not at all sincere. Sorry. Things have been stressful. You know that. And my mom is trying to refinance her condo, and she keeps asking me how to make the internet work. Like, those are the actual words she used. Emmy smiles, and I do too. My mom's last text was actually a relief. Sophia's fever was gone, and after fighting it all day, she was asleep for the night. Excuse me, Landon says, standing next to me. I didn't even notice him get up from the table. Would you care to dance? Okay, I know I've said Ace's friends aren't my type, and they aren't. But Landon's English accent is actually pretty hot. As in, very hot. Like, the hottest. Oh, I say, caught off guard. Yeah, sure. I raise my eyebrows, setting down the champagne. He takes my hand, leading me to the dance floor, and I tell my shoulders to relax. Yes, that is something I actually have to command, because Emmy is absolutely right. I have been wound up lately. Or, more like, I've been wound up for 5 years straight. I'm a 24-year-old, single mom in Las Vegas. A cocktail waitress, trying to make life as stable as possible for my 5-year-old daughter, which isn't easy when I'm doing it all on my own. And there isn't a man in sight who's up for the task of helping me balance it all.
Chapter 2. Claire may be no nonsense, but she's also rather hot. Her platinum blonde hair and always-on bright red lipstick make her an absolute bombshell. So why have I never attempted to shag her before? Mostly because Ace told me if I so much as tried, he would murder me. And considering he grew up in the mob, I tend to believe him. And secondly, Claire isn't my typical conquest. She's, well, how do I put it? She's quite adult. I've been out with her and the crew numerous times, but she's never gotten drunk, never let any bloke get too close. Certainly never gone home with anyone. She always pays her own tab and doesn't chat about trivial things, like the celebrity sightings in the casino that get Tess and Emmy all bubbly. She is, like I've said, much more mature for her age than I've ever been. Than I am. Fuck. I'm 27 and a completely worthless arsehole compared to her. And yet, as I lead Claire to the dance floor, I can't help but wonder what it would be like to sleep with her. She isn't a stick-up-her-arse adult, mind you. She's clever, and funny, and gorgeous. She's just not frivolous, which is actually quite an appealing combination. She just seems a bit out of the league I usually play in, which isn't to say I can't have her. Ace is going to be off with Emmy, headed to a honeymoon in the South Pacific. He doesn't bloody well need to know about Claire and me having a little post-wedding rendezvous. So, Claire, how are you this evening? I ask, wrapping an arm around her waist. I've never been this close to her before, and as she places one hand on my shoulder and takes my hand in the other, I can't help but think that I like the way she fits against me. I'm rather tall and lean, whereas Claire is average height, and her body is quite slight. Narrow shoulders, not curvy or voluptuous. Rather, Claire is a classic beauty, save for her bright blonde hair. Still, even with her loud hair, she isn't gaudy and excessive. And besides her signature red lips, there's little makeup on her face. Her skin is naturally bronzed from plenty of time in the Vegas heat, and her eyes are bright, alive, a gorgeous green. And, being this close to her, I'm actually quite taken by the way she hums along with this old jazzy tune, the way her body seems to rest into mine as we glide over the dance floor. And she actually appears to know how to waltz. I haven't waltzed in years. Not since they forced us to learn at the boarding school Mum and Dad sent Jeffrey and me to. Yet we've unconsciously found a rhythm. Are we waltzing? I ask Claire, leaning close. My lips graze her ear as I speak, and a smile finds its way across my usually sharp and sarcastic face. Fuck. This woman smells amazing, too. Honeysuckle and vanilla. And I would inhale her if that weren't a very creepy thing to do in public. Claire lets out a sigh, and I swear she's just breathed me in too. I was obsessed with learning these stuffy dances when I was a girl. Forced my mother to get me lessons at a dance hall where a very old woman named Mrs. MacArthur taught me. No one else knows how to waltz. But you do, she says, crinkling her eyes in surprise as we continue to float across the room. I do. I know quite a lot of things, actually. What else do you know, Landon? Blackjack player extraordinaire and self-proclaimed asshole? Fucking bollocks. You already know all there is to know about me. I'm just a washed-up Englishman far from home. You're all talk, Landon, Claire says, smirking. Her lip curls in such a teasing way that I'm sure when she's in a bedroom, she knows exactly how to play. I heard you've taken the lead with the property investment that Ace was wrapped up with. That isn't something a washed-up Englishman would do. I suppose. I shouldn't be surprised Claire knows about the property. I'm sure Emmy tells her everything. But I don't even know what I'll do with that half-burned-down space. I'm sure someone as smart as you will figure it out. Claire squeezes my hand as the song comes to an end, and suddenly I don't want to let her go. I want to take off her dress, if I'm being honest. We stand on the dance floor, arms still holding one another, and the MC calls everyone to watch as Ace and Emmy cut their cake. I swallow, all of a sudden wanting Claire so badly. I want to see her glowing skin bare, her blonde tresses pulled down, my hands running over all of her. Fuck. My cock twitches in desire. Claire turns her head, and I follow her gaze. We watch as Ace and Emmy cut their cake, shoving it in one another's faces. It's sugary sweet, the entire thing. Do you want to go somewhere with me? I ask Claire. Is it somewhere less, I don't know, perfect? She looks around the ballroom filled with bouquets of red roses, Emmy's signature flower. There are piles of decadent food and glossy people and flawless ambiance. It's an awful lot to take. I see then that the reason Claire doesn't have eyes all starry like Tess and Ashley is because she's jaded, bruised. Not like Emmy, not because of a sordid past full of drugs and whatnot. No, Claire has had her heart broken and she can only take so much love at first sight nonsense. Good. She's even better to take to my sweet than I thought. She won't get clingy after tonight. She isn't even looking for forever, because she doesn't believe in it. I'm taking you to my room, and we're going to fuck ourselves silly. It won't be rose petals and love notes. It will be hot sex. Just one night. I can't do one night, she says, and for a moment I wonder if I've read her all wrong. But then she licks her lips, smiles. I can only do 1 hour.
I don't do hookups. Mostly because the guys who offer them are creeps at the casino. And Landon is a casino junkie and an absolute no-go as far as boyfriend material is concerned. To be honest, what I'm really looking for is father material. But I can't help but feel myself get hot at the idea of his hands on my skin, his body pressed tight to mine. Oh God, I've never been with anyone as sexy as Landon. Those regular schmoes I've been dating don't have ripped muscles and strong jawlines and absolutely panty-wetting accents. Beer bellies are kind of a guarantee. Landon does not have a beer belly. He has a rock-hard chest. At least from what I could tell as he led me around the dance floor. Well, Landon says, if you can only spare 1 singular hour, we'd best be getting on. We should wait until they're off, shouldn't we? Look, Landon says, pointing at the happy couple. They're ready for their wedding night to begin as much as we are. Watch. The MC directs everyone to wish the bride and groom a happy life as Emmy tosses her bouquet into the crowd. Tess dives for it. Bless her heart, of course she does. Then Ace sweeps his bride up in his arms and they're off, toward the helicopter on the top of the casino to the airport and Tahiti, and most likely ridiculously amazing beach sex. I'm not jealous. I'm just really, really horny all of a sudden. Standing so close to Landon is getting me all bothered. Reaching for a flute of champagne that a waiter carries on a tray, I take a swig of liquid courage. I need it. Before today's spa with Tess and Emmy, I hadn't been properly trimmed down there in, well, years. To say I'm a bit rusty in the sex department is an understatement. Sex with hotties is never on my priority list. That's usually taken up with kindergarten drop-off and bedtime stories. So, okay. The truth is, I haven't had sex with anyone since Sophia was born. 5 years ago. Sex is never on the agenda, and most of those guys I date don't get past second base. Because if it isn't going to be the real deal, I don't have time to waste. Let me grab my purse, and you can do with me whatever you like. I mean it. I need it. I don't even know if I know how to do it anymore, but for 1 hour I want to try and remember. Landon slides an arm across my back, smoothly guides me to our table where I grab my clutch, then expertly holds the door for me as we walk to the bank of elevators. I don't know how these hookups work, but from the looks of it, Landon is a player. A bad boy. Who knows exactly how they operate. If I'm going to have sex for the first time in an embarrassingly long time, I'm actually very glad it's with someone like him. Someone who's not a man I'd ever bring home, not a man I'd ever sleep with twice. Not a man I'd give more than 1 hour, one time.
Chapter 3. Are you nervous? I ask, tossing my suit coat on a chair in the corner. Claire bites her lip, seemingly very out of her element. We're standing in my suite. I've gotten myself a permanent space here, set up courtesy of Ace. Considering what I spend a month at the casino, the room rate is a joke. Being able to call myself a serious blackjack player, which is an oxymoron in and of itself, is a perk of being the son of a diamond tycoon. I haven't done this in a while. Done what? I ask, my brows furrowing as I pop the cork on a bottle of champagne. It's all she drank tonight, and the moment I let her in my room, it was clear she needs to loosen up some more. Pouring a glass, I hand it to her, and she looks up at me with those piercing green eyes. "It's been a while?" She shrugs, dropping her eyes to the floor. "Ah. This is quite shocking, actually. Claire is confident and drips sex appeal. She's classic and smart, and hell, her legs and those fishnets she wears around the casino each day. There's no way men aren't shagging her left and right." "I don't know why I told you that. That was stupid. I want to do this. With you. I need to do this. I never do anything for myself. And so, I shouldn't be weird about it. Or nervous. Right?" Rambling women usually give me a headache, but Claire's rambling reveals a softer side to her that I've never seen before. It's actually quite precious. "Claire, relax. It's me. I'm not a stranger, and this is just sex. At least for me it is. Is that a problem? You want this to be more?" "Oh, God, no," she says, so emphatically I actually start to laugh. My ego is impossible to bruise, but I do, however, appreciate her honesty. "This is for 1 hour. Only." "Got it. 1 hour," I say. "And if you're apprehensive about your, skills, I can take control of the situation." Claire swallows a bit of champagne and nods eagerly. "Yes, just, please, Landon, don't make me feel like an idiot." "Never." I take the flute from her hand and set it on the table. Then I wrap my arms around her and find the zipper of her dress. I slide it down, inch by inch, and feel my cock grow in desire as the dress gives way and falls to the floor. Claire takes a sharp, indrawn breath, suddenly naked, save for the strapless bra and tiny thong crossing her soft skin. "You are divine," I tell her. "Shut up." "You are. Now don't be coy with me." Her hands reach to the collar of my dress shirt, and she slowly eases off my tie. It falls between her fingers as she drops it to the floor. Button by button, she moves her fingers down my chest. I tug off the shirt once she's finished. "Now the trousers," I direct. A soft smile plays on her face. She tugs on my belt, whipping it from the loops. It hits the floor, and she quickly unbuttons my pants. I know she'll get wet when she sees what I have for her. My cock is thick and massive, the kind a girl like Claire, who hasn't been properly fucked in far too long, is going to love. My trousers fall to the floor, and my hard rod has sprung to life under my boxers. "This is really happening," Claire says, her voice full of soft surprise. "Do you want it to happen?" "Badly." I unclasp her bra, and her perfect tits fall out. They are full and round, with faded stretch marks on the sides, reminding me that Claire is a fucking woman. Her breasts are gorgeous, and her hard little nipples beg me to lean in, kiss her skin. She inhales as my lips reach her breast. Her flat stomach pulls in as she holds her breath. "It's okay, Claire. You're perfect." The tiniest hint of insecurity flashes over her body. Her hips pivot. Her head turns away for a moment. I cup my hands on her face reflexively, holding her still, not wanting her to look away. I want to fuck her, sure, but I also want her to know it's perfectly okay to enjoy it.
Tiny memories of the last time I had sex flash through my mind. Sophia's father's rough voice, bruises and tequila and shattered glass. A much younger me. A much stupider me. Nothing about that night was soft. Not like this. Not like now. Landon may be a player, but he isn't treating me like a piece of meat. I think I knew that, deep down, the moment he started leading me around the dance floor. He's an ass, for sure. He sleeps with a different woman every night. But he's also a decent man. He's trustworthy. Solid. He knows how to waltz. And right now, I have to admit, he is being a gentleman. That's something I never thought I'd say about Landon, yet with his hands on my body and his hot breath in my ear, I know it's the truth. Let yourself enjoy this, Claire, he says, kneeling before me, his hands on the sides of my panties, tugging down the fabric over my thighs, past my knees to my feet. I swallow, realizing this is really happening. The very thing I thought might never happen again is happening. I've been terrified of sleeping with someone again and getting pregnant on the first try, but it's obvious. Landon is the kind of bad boy who makes sure accidents don't happen. Landon's face presses against my flesh, where my thighs meet my opening, and soft kisses flutter over my sensitive skin. I groan, my eyes closing, and instantly wish I'd been silent. But Landon seems to respond to my voice. His mouth covers my mound, and his tender kisses become heated, and soon his hand slides between my thighs, inching my legs apart. His hand caresses my skin, grazing the lips of my entrance. "Over here," he says, standing and grabbing my ass, lifting me with what appears to be zero effort and laying me on the edge of the bed. He kneels on the floor, pulling my knees toward him, parting my legs as I try to catch up to what is happening. The bedspread is soft and luxuriant, the light dim, a soft glow cast about the room. Landon's face is covered in shadows that give him an even sexier, dark and handsome look. His edges are hard, but his hands are so soft. His head lowers between my legs, his mouth pressing into me. He licks my pussy up and down, fast, and then slips his tongue into me slowly. He holds my thighs in his arms as if he knows just how to maneuver my body into his face so that he can get in me with the perfect mounting pressure. My pussy drips. And I know I said it's been a long time since anyone has touched me like this there, but the truth is, I've never had a man kiss me this way. This is a melt on the bed, better than my vibrator, I'll never be the same again sort of kiss. There is no way I can believe it feels like this every time a girl has a man go down on her. They'd be grinning from the memory every moment of their lives. Landon uses his hands to touch my folds as he sucks my clit, and then I feel myself soaking his face as my pussy comes in pleasure. My hands find his hair. I run my fingers through his locks, biting my lip as I foolishly attempt to suppress a moan. There's no point. My legs quiver as he refuses to stop the penetration with his perfect mouth. He flicks my clit, sliding his tongue across my opening again, faster and with more pressure. The movement fills my core with desire. My legs shake. My back arches. I gasp his name. "Landon, this is so good." I cover my face with my hands, sweat on my chest, goosebumps trailing my skin. He just gave me an orgasm I've only read about. He stands, slips off his boxers, and crawls onto the bed, his eyes filled with hunger. When he straddles me, his stiff cock is more than impressive. Of course, his rod is hard and long. He wouldn't be a Vegas sex king if he had nothing to work with. I lick my lips, not even aware of the movement, but Landon is. His smile is cocky and smooth, and so gorgeous. "Scoot back," he tells me. On the pillows. I want you to be comfortable. I'm more than comfortable, I tell him, doing as he asks. My head falls onto a pile of feather-filled pillows, and I sink into the decadence. I can see that, he says, hovering over me, his chest all molded, ripped muscles. Complete strength. Will you come in me? I ask him, my voice a whisper. I have never had a longing like this before, but his cock makes me wet all over again as it presses against me. I want this, Landon. I do too, he says, leaning down, covering my mouth with a kiss, soft and sweet. My lips part and our tongues mingle. I taste myself on him, and it causes me to moan again. My legs wrap around him. His hands push back my hair softly, and we roll over so I'm on top of him. Our eyes meet. Time seems to pause. I'm breathing hard and heavy, anticipating what comes next. Him entering me with his thickness, his completely capable body melding against mine. I thought I'd want dirty sex, hard and fast, just to get my first time post-baby out of the way. I always thought if I hooked up with a guy, it would be against a wall, something rushed and off the cuff. But ever since I walked into this suite, it's felt tender. Every movement Landon makes feels sincere, and maybe it's just because he's that good of a player. Or maybe I just needed this time to be sweet and soft. And maybe the universe decided for once in my fucking life to give me what I needed. Landon reaches over to the nightstand for a condom, rips it open, and every inch of my skin drips with longing for him to be inside me. I've never felt a man touch me like Landon does now. His fingers run across my breasts, my stomach, before he moves to slide on the protection. He feels safe. He feels like the only kind of hookup I could really have. And as he unrolls the condom over his thick cock, my phone rings. The ringtone reserved for my mom, and she only ever calls if it is important. Oh shit, I say, climbing off him and his perfectly formed body. I want him so bad, but Sophia is my everything. I reach for the phone in my clutch. Hello? I say. So sorry. I hate to call. I know you're at the wedding, but Sophia's fever spiked again, sweetie. She's begging for you. Swallowing, I look at Landon, who watches me, confused. I'm sure women never stop that ride for a phone call. But I doubt most women he hooks up with are mothers. No, I'm glad you called. I'll leave now. Hanging up, I reach for my underclothes. Sorry, Landon, but He sits up, raises his hands for me to stop. No, he says. It's fine. I don't need an explanation. But I start. The truth is, though, I don't want to give him an explanation. How could I, when I haven't even explained my situation to Emmy and Tess? Okay, well, thanks for everything. I know my voice hitches, and for a bizarre second, I almost feel like I could cry. I pick up my clothes from the floor, embarrassment flooding my chest. And I hate that. I shouldn't be embarrassed that I let myself have this short escape with Landon, and I also shouldn't feel embarrassed that I need to go home to my daughter. If my life were different, if I were different, Landon and I would have made love all night, ordered room service, and drank fancy French-pressed coffee in the morning with buttery croissants. But that isn't my life. I'm not that girl. I'm a mom. And I need to get home to my daughter.
Chapter 4. When Claire leaves, I briefly consider calling for one of the escort services that Ace so conveniently has listed in a binder in each room of his hotel. My cock is fucking stiff like it's never been before. I haven't had this much wood without a woman nearby since I first got a hard-on as a 13-year-old boy. I don't call for an escort, but only because at that moment the only person I want to fuck is Claire. Which is ridiculous. I have no idea who called her to make her pack up and go, and I'm not a nosy son of a bitch on top of everything else. Besides, I knew before I ever brought Claire up here tonight that she and I play in different leagues, run in different crowds, find entirely different things desirable. Except, of course, we both seemed to be rather fond of my face between her tanned legs, sucking on her perfect pussy. But that is neither here nor there at this point. She said she could spare me an hour, and I ended up with less than that. The last thing I'd ever do is ask for a round 2 when she couldn't even stay for round 1. Earlier, my ego wasn't bruised, but right now it feels quite sore. I get up from the bed and take a long, cold shower, my mind filled with Claire's tits and her soft ass, and those soulful green eyes. And I choose to move on. I must. I have plenty of things to contemplate. Well, that's a slight exaggeration. I don't have anything else pressing for my attention per se. Tomorrow there's a blackjack tourney. I'll work out at the gym McQueen's convinced us all to join. Perhaps I'll look on the internet for possibilities for the business park. And I'm sure to ask a woman to dinner. Perhaps take her to a show. I'd say take her back here for a good old-fashioned fuck. But for the first time in my life, that doesn't have any sort of appeal. Which is concerning. As I wrap a towel around my waist, turn on ESPN, and flip through the menu for late-night room service, I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something. Missing some piece of the puzzle. Missing the point of all of this. Life. Ambition. Goals. The other thing I can't seem to shake is that in those minutes when Claire straddled me, when she looked into my eyes with devotion, seeming to offer me everything she had to give in that moment, I felt whole.
I get an Uber and arrive home within 30 minutes. Properly disheveled, but not at all properly screwed. And I'm disappointed in myself for giving in to Landon. I never give in to men at the casino. But at Emmy's wedding, for a moment, Landon seemed different. Which is dumb. Landon is like nearly everyone else, living in Vegas for money and sex and booze. But not me. I'm in Vegas for my daughter, to try and build a life for my little family. I turn the key in Mom's condo door and slip inside. I hear Sophia's small cry right away, and I feel like shit for staying out so late. Sweet Pea? I call to Sophia, walking into the room she and I share at the back of the 2-bedroom apartment. Hey, love, I say, looking down at my little girl. Mom gives me a sympathetic shrug. Sorry, I know you were having fun, Mom says, standing from where she was sitting on the edge of the bed Sophia and I share. But Sophia just wants you. I gave her some more Tylenol and a cool bath. I think right now the best cure is her mama. Thanks, Mom, I say, pulling Sophia into my arms. I missed you, Mama, she says, her little arms tight around my neck, her legs wrapped around my waist. In an instant, she is home. I'm here, and Gram took good care of you, didn't she? Of course she did. I feel Sophia's smile against my neck as she nuzzles closer. Thanks for everything. Mom shuts off the light to my room, and I kick off my heels, pulling the duvet over Sophia and me. We sink into our bed, with me still in my pink chiffon bridesmaid dress. Ace and Emmy's wedding, their life at the Spades Royale, and my time in Landon's suite all seem like a dream. It always seems like that when I go down to the Strip to work. All bright lights and glamour and glitz. I don't want or need a South Pacific honeymoon and the 14 jillion carat engagement ring on Emmy's finger. I don't need a diamond tycoon's son or a Grammy-nominated lover. I just want something more. And that makes me feel like a terrible mother and a terrible daughter. I like my life on the Strip, and I like my life in this apartment. I just don't know how to bring them together. I wonder if my life will always be here and there, disjointed, disconnected, detached. I wonder if my life will ever feel whole. Cradled in my arms, Sophia is able to drift into sleep, her fever already fading with the healing power of being in the arms of someone who makes everything feel safe. I close my eyes, wishing someone held me who could make me feel that way too. And, strangely, feeling like I had been held that way for a sliver of a moment when Landon hovered on top of me, looking in my eyes, seeing me in a way I didn't understand.
Chapter 5. It's been a solid 2 weeks since Ace's wedding, and I haven't seen Claire once. Not that I ever see her on the casino floor. Her shifts are usually daytime, and I'm usually still sleeping at that hour, which is probably for the best. An awkward post-almost rendezvous run-in isn't something I necessarily want to have. I know once Ace and Emmy get back in town, it will be inevitable. But what can I say? Avoiding confrontation is a fucking cornerstone of my goddamned existence. I've just pulled up to the gym when the phone rings. My father. Bloody fantastic. Hello, I say into the now parked car, Bluetooth activated. Landon, my boy, you sound exasperated. Surely you're pleased to hear from your father? Is everything all right? I ask, not really interested in the never-ending small-talk chatter my parents expertly engage in. Some English families are thrifty and sparse with conversation. My parents are not. I don't hold much against them, but their never-ending desire for me to join my brother Geoffrey as a productive member of English society, join in the cricket league in Hertfordshire, and stroll around in wellies with a bloody retriever fetching a ball before we break for a bit and shoot for sport, makes me a bit ill. My father's dream for me is a bit much. Especially when I spend my nights in clubs until 4 a.m., sleep till mid-afternoon, and don't even need to hire the strippers who dance for me. Let's just say our life visions thus far haven't quite intersected. Geoffrey and Fiona should be enough for my parents, but they aren't. Mum and Dad insist, constantly, on calling and asking me to join them in a wet weekend at home with them in England, sipping the nostalgic tea of my childhood. Well, listen, son, Geoffrey and I... Dad, did you really ring to tell me about your golden boy? No, Landon, I called to invite you to an important family summit this weekend. A summit? I have no idea what he is talking about. So we've graduated from annual family meetings to full-on summits, have we? Is this a ploy to get me to join the family business? Basically, yes. I don't answer because I have no fucking clue what I'm supposed to say. Landon, you there? I'm here. Listen, I need you here next week. I am retiring, and I need to pass the family business on to one of my boys. My chest tightens. Retirement? I'd always assumed it was in the faraway future for my father, although my mum has been prodding him to take a step back from his empire for years. But retire now, passing on the business. This I did not expect. You're passing it on to Geoffrey? Don't assume anything, Landon. I haven't made up my mind. You and Geoffrey have equal holdings in the company now, but I need one man's name on the paper. The president and CEO. Need one of my sons in charge. I'm not interested in passing on the king's diamond to some willy-nilly chap who's been working up the corporate ladder. No, I want one of my boys to take over what was once a small enterprise. But doesn't Jeffrey work for you now? Surely he's the front-runner. This seems like an unnecessary step, really. No, my father says sternly. I haven't given anything to Jeffrey. Sure, he has experience with this business, but I need my successor to really care about people, to care about each diamond, and whose hand will wear that wedding ring or that necklace, to know why each purchase is special, signifies love and commitment. This is the point where my father can drone on and on for days about diamonds representing something solid, unbreakable, representing love. How the king's diamond is more than a jewelry store, how it's an opportunity to be a part of the greatest moments of someone's life. He is still talking, and I try to concentrate, mostly hung up on the fact that he's considering me as his successor. Is he serious? You know how much I want you to succeed, he says. I want you to put some real heart into your life. Well, I need you to come home and show me what sort of man you are. I'm grateful that my father hasn't learned what FaceTime is, or he'd see my aggressive eye roll, notice the way my fingers grip the steering wheel. Is this a motherfucking joke? Do you know me at all, father? I snort. I do, Landon. At least I know what sort of boy you were, before this mess, before your stint in rehab, before you ran off with that dancer, before you landed in Vegas for the past several years drinking and gambling away my money. The call goes silent. My jaw clenches as I listen to his recounting of my early 20s. I don't need him reminding me of my past. But I don't think that's who you are anymore. Or at least, I believe in you, son. Now, I want you to come home and show me what sort of man you are. I don't want to fight with him. He isn't that macho-aggressive sort of man, the kind who bullies and pushes to get what he wants. My father is a good man, and he seems to see something in me. But I don't know why. Look, I'll think about it, but things are busy here. I don't know if leaving in a few days is going to work, I tell him. The last thing I want to do is show up in Hertfordshire and remind everyone what a fucking failure I am. In the gym, sweat runs down my back. McQueen's personal trainer Jojo has given me a run for my fucking money. Throwing the boxing gloves on a bench, I grab a towel. You're a beast, you know that, right? I ask her. That's what all the boys say? She teases. Her long red hair is wild and free, and from the body in her tight little shorts, I can tell she's strong. Fierce. I won't mess with a woman like her. McQueen, though, doesn't know what's good for him. So, you want to come to a poker game tonight? He asks her. Hey, I say, punching him in the shoulder. What the fuck? That's a men-only game. But Jojo is one of the guys, he says, shrugging. I see Jojo stiffen at the assessment, and I try to read the silent language going on between them. I can't tell who wants whom. Jojo is most certainly not one of the guys. And she's not. Her little tits are perky and her ass is tight. Fine, McQueen smiles coyly. We'll hit it a different night, Jojo. Maybe you can come over and teach me some new moves. We'll see about that, won't we? She says, laughing, waving us off toward the locker rooms. What the hell was that? I ask him as I open the locker where my things are stashed. The hell was what? Do you have a thing for Jojo? I ask. She's not your type at all. What the fuck do you know about my type? I know you usually go out with women you meet at your shows, not girls like Jojo. McQueen is a male dancer, and DDs aren't even on his radar. He likes big, plastic, and usually more than one at a time. I'm just teasing Jojo, and she knows it. All right, I shrug. We split up to get showered. After I change quickly, I sling my bag over my shoulder. McQueen comes over, ready to go, and tosses me a bottle of water. You hear from Ace today? I ask. The game's still on for tonight? Yeah, He and Emmy got home last night from Tahiti. Lucky bastard. We leave the gym and head to our cars in the parking lot. What? You want to go to Tahiti? You should fucking go, I tell him. Living in the moment is my motto. Nah, he's lucky he has Emmy. I don't know. Maybe I'm done being a fucking asshole in this town. Maybe it's time to find myself a woman. Like Jojo? I ask, grinning. No, not Jojo. She's too... confident? Maybe. McQueen admits, laughing. I don't know. What about you? You want to go to Tahiti with a woman? Actually, my father wants me to go to bloody England next week. Really, bro? I fill him in on my father's phone call, and I can see the wheels turning in McQueen's dumbass brain. So what are you gonna do? Pretend you're no longer a player? Fly home and convince them you deserve the billion-dollar empire? I don't think I can pull that off. I mean, what? I buy a three-piece suit and drop the F-bombs? I don't want to go home. It will only remind me of why I left. We get in our cars. We'll meet up later for Ace's monthly poker game. Fuck. I gotta get my head in the game. It's just, I'm not entirely sure what game that is.
Getting dinner and drinks with Emmy and Tess is the sort of indulgence I rarely give myself. I want to go, but mom guilt is a bitch. You sure, Mom? I just put Sophia to bed. It's a school night, and 7 o'clock means that girl is out for the count. Still, I feel bad leaving her here with my mom for something that isn't necessary. Claire, go, Mom says. Sophia is sleeping, and you're all tense. Have been for weeks. I'm just going to have some boxed wine and watch Bravo. Not missing much here. Mom opens the fridge and pours herself a glass of Pinot Grigio from the second shelf. It won't be late or expensive. Emmy says she has comp tickets for us at the hotel's new restaurant, Moxie, and then we'll have drinks in her penthouse after. She has wedding pictures to show us. Great, Mom says. And you look nice, except maybe. Maybe what? Maybe change your top. It's a little frumpy. And the shoes, too. Mom, seriously? I shake my head. I know my wardrobe isn't up to par with the women she watches on Real Housewives, but it isn't frumpy. I have on black boots, a black stretchy dress, and a jean jacket on top. Jean jackets are my lifesaver. They go with everything, and they sell them at Target. I just think denim is a little casual, is all. I smile tightly. Mom is so clueless about, well, everything. She has no grasp on the reality of me working paycheck to paycheck. How I can't shop for Roberto Cavalli stilettos and designer dresses for dinner out with my girlfriends. She's amazing with Sophia. Beyond amazing. Mom being able to take care of her so I can work means so much. I just wish... Well, I wish an awful lot. But specific wishes in regard to my mom... I guess when my dad died 10 years ago, Mom never considered looking for a job herself. She's lived off his life insurance all this time, but now it's nearly gone. And she's never had a legit job in her life. When I had Sophia, she let me move in. I've always worked, and she's always helped with my daughter. It was never on the table for me to stay home with my little girl and Mom to look for a job. And maybe that's fine. That's my lot. I made the choice to have her when I was so young, and now I have to suck it up and deal. I'm so appreciative of Mom watching Sophia so I can go to work and do things like go out tonight. But her commenting on my wardrobe when I'm working my ass off stings. I make my own choices on where my money goes. Sophia doesn't need to go to a private school. She doesn't need to take organic applesauce in her lunchbox. I don't need to take her to swimming lessons at the same pool her classmates go to, or whatever other unnecessary but actually very important thing in my I'm doing the best I can opinion. Sophia comes before me, and then I make sure Mom has what she needs. I get whatever is left. Tonight, it's a jean jacket and black boots from halfpriceshoes.com. Okay, well, I'm gonna go. Text if you need me. Otherwise, I'll be home by 10. Mom cocks an eyebrow my way and sits in her recliner, the remote in one hand, the white wine in the other. How about midnight, Cinderella? Mom says as I set up an Uber. Better yet, I'm giving you a hall pass. You never go out and really let yourself have a good time. Go. Play. I shake my head. How do you even know what a hall pass is? I'm pretty hip, Claire, she says, turning on her show. We'll see. Regardless, I'll be home before Sophia wakes up, okay? I grab my purse and kiss her cheek goodbye, feeling nothing like Cinderella. That's Emmy's role. She was the one swept off her feet by a Prince Charming. I don't think there are any kings left. Maybe lose the jean jacket? Tess suggests, frowning critically. The three of us have just been seated at a private table in the back of Moxie. What's wrong with this coat? I ask, looking at Emmy for confirmation. She grimaces. It's a little casual? Casual? Oh my gosh, where did my friends go? I ask, clicking my tongue. A few months ago, Emmy, you were hard up for any shifts you could get your hands on, and now you're the fashion police? How far you've come, girl. Turning to Tess, I said, and since when do you get off judging anyone's fashion sense? She's worse than Shoshana on girls. She has such a high top knot at the moment, I'm afraid it's going to topple off her pretty head. Whatever, Tess says, not taking offense. It's just, like, something a mom would wear. Not you, Claire. You're the hot one, the one with sex appeal. Her words hit me hard. I'm in mom clothes, probably because I'm a mom. I need to get some balls. Let's get drinks, and let me tell you about my honeymoon, Emmy declares. A waiter seems to appear from thin air, and we order. As soon as he leaves, Emmy leans in. Oh, and I have to tell you guys something. Promise not to tell? It's like she has gossip dripping from her mouth. Okay, so maybe it's not the time to reveal that I have a 5-year-old tucked in at home. Not that I care more about gossip than being transparent with my girlfriends. More like avoidance is my middle name. For a split second, I'm scared Emmy knows about Landon and me, and that is her gossip. But then I realize she wouldn't be telling me about my own hookup. I need the waiter to bring me back my Prosecco. Stat. So, I know this is crazy, but Ace and I didn't use protection once on the honeymoon. Wow, I say, reaching for the flute the waiter has just brought me. Taking a sip. Okay, taking a full-on chug, I can't hide my complete shock. You want to have a baby? So soon? Emmy looks wounded, and she lowers her eyes, tucking her hair behind her ears with her perfectly manicured finger. Well, gosh, I mean, I know it's soon, but Ace and I want a family. We have one another, but we want more. Well, it's your life. Do whatever you want. I mean, it's just, you're only 22, and you've been married for 2 weeks to a man you've known for 2 months. Sounds like a recipe for disaster if you ask me. I know my speech isn't exactly gentle. But gosh, what the hell are Emmy and Ace thinking? They have no clue what life is like with a baby. I did it solo, but even with a supportive partner, it can rock your world. I just don't understand why they'd want to shake the surface they're just starting to build. Claire! Tess's mouth hangs open. You okay? I'm fine. My mouth is set in a straight line, and I know I must look like a matronly bitch with a stick up my ass. I feel like one, too. Emmy has tears in the corners of her eyes. I know it's fast, Emmy says, reaching across the table and taking my hand, withholding the judgment I deserve. But after everything with Janie, Claire, life is short and precious. I don't want to miss something good, something beautiful because of what-ifs. I can't tell her that what-ifs are the very things that break us, that the what-ifs should be considered. Because when you don't consider them, you end up in a life you never wanted. In your mom's condo in Vegas, without a college degree, without a savings account, without anything besides your own bootstraps. I can't say that. I can't really say that to anyone, can I? How can I say that I love Sophia with all that I am and all that I will be, that I will fight to make her life story a fairy tale and a dream come true, but that I still wish I'd given myself space for a few more chapters of my own? How can I say that being a mom isn't enough, that I want more? I can't say that because it makes me sound like a monster, a shitty mom, a mom as bad as Sophia's father. I don't want to be that woman. I want to give Sophia everything. And looking at Emmy now, I know she wouldn't be able to understand my words without knowing so much more. Maybe if the night had started out differently, I'd be able to tell them the truth. But now the mood has already changed. You're right, I say, forcing a smile. You'll be an amazing mom, and Ace will be a badass dad, and you'll have money and opportunities, and we'll be a gorgeous family. Sorry for being a cynic. Well, Emmy says, smiling. It could be a while. You never know. Some people try for years. And some people try one time. One singular time. And their lives change forever. Oh my gosh! You would be so hot pregnant, Tess says. Although, if you have a baby before Claire and I even find men, I might be a little jealous of your life. You're already jealous, I say, laughing, elbowing her. The waiter comes back and we all order the special. When he leaves, Tess picks up where we left off. True, Tess groans. Your wedding was amazing. But seriously, not enough single men, right, Claire? I feel my cheeks redden at this, and I take another chug of the Prosecco. The waiter appears once again and refills my glass. You didn't meet anyone either? Emmy asks. Meet? No. I bite my lip, knowing that it's technically the truth, but wondering if maybe I owe them the actual truth. Bummer. I know Ace invited some single guys. Well, Tess smiles. You and Landon sure looked cute dancing together. Ha, right, cute. I swallow. I need to be real with them about something, and I'm not ready to talk about Sophia. But I can mention Landon. You did, though, Tess shrugs. Dancing so prim and proper. Well, okay, I'll give you some gossip of my own, I tell them. We're all ears, Emmy says, leaning in. Okay, so after the wedding, I start, ready to tell them everything. Tess looks down at her phone. Oh my gosh, I hate to interrupt, Claire, but you guys, I just got a text that Gwen Stefani is here. At the hotel. Gwen Stefani? Emmy's mouth drops open. Let me call Ace and see if he can, introduce us. She immediately grabs her phone and begins texting Ace. I get it. Gwen Stefani being here is a big deal, and I know Tess loves this sort of thing. She Instagrammed the hell out of being at the wedding with the Ashley Fast. Even I know a potential Gwen Stefani sighting tops that. I smile, lean back, and then take another sip of Prosecco, unsure if I just dodged a bullet or created a bigger divide. A divide I'll never be able to cross.
Chapter 6. Ace used to be all intense about anyone coming to his penthouse, but apparently getting wifed up changed all that. I'm in the elevator headed to the top floor of the Spades Royale for our monthly poker game when my phone buzzes. Checking it, I see Jeffrey texting. Great. Earlier it was my father and now him. Jeffrey, Dad said he called. You coming home for reals? Me, checking my schedule. Okay, that isn't true. 1, I have no fucking schedule. I'm my own man. And 2, no way in hell am I coming home to watch Jeffrey be crowned king of the Diamond Empire. Jeffrey, look, don't get Mum's hopes up. We both know you'll flake out. Don't put her through the disappointment. I know our father is going to give it to Jeffrey. He's the responsible son, the reliable son. The really fucking boring son. Jeffrey, don't be an ass. Everyone knows you're Mum and Dad's favorite. But when you let Mum down and don't show, it screws with my life. Me. Oh, I'm screwing plenty of things, but your life isn't one of them. I pocket my phone, every muscle in my body tensing from the exchange. Why do I let Jeffrey get under my skin so easily? Why do I care so much that I might disappoint our Mum? Again. Maybe because, as much as I think Jeffrey is a complete prick, he also has that little nagging thing everyone seems to want. Their parents' bloody approval. I've avoided that typical sentiment for years, but Dad's voice today on the phone, the tinge of sadness he expressed over the idea of me not coming through for him, proving my worth somehow, made me want something I don't think I've had for over a decade, possibly longer. Not that me showing up at the family estate in Hertfordshire is going to somehow vouch for some personal awakening, because I haven't had one. But Jeffrey just being handed the family business, as if he's entitled to it, rubs me the wrong way. The elevator door slides open and I walk into Ace's foyer. What's up, motherfucker? Ace calls from the kitchen. I walk in and McQueen fist bumps me, and Jack hands me a beer. What? No hot cocktail waitresses tonight? I ask, taking the drink. Fuck that, Ace says. The den is all set up for us. Emmy thinks if another hot waitress works the game tonight, one of you bastards might find a woman. I don't want any woman. Not for a long time, Jack says as we make our way into the dining room, where Ace's dealer, Carla, has set up the poker table. A waitress in fishnets is setting up the wet bar in the corner, but I'm not interested in her. She looks nothing like Claire. Which... fuck? Why am I even comparing them? What happened now with Ashley? McQueen asks warily. After the wedding, she got pissy again about me not proposing yet. She kneed me in the fucking balls. It was bad. And are you still together? I ask. Jack shrugs. I don't know what we are, but we're meeting in L.A. for brunch in a few days. She says that's what real couples do. Fuck that, I say, taking a swig of my IPA. My parents say the same fucking thing. Apparently my brother and his girlfriend are royalty because they go to the country club on Saturdays for Bloody Marys and golf. Meanwhile, we play hard. All night, McQueen says, laughing, as Carla deals us a hand. Not Ace, not anymore, Jack reminds us. How's the honeymoon, bro? While we play several hands, Ace fills us in on Tahiti, and I keep getting texts from my brother. He won't drop the whole thing about letting Mum know I'm not coming, and I'm sure his girlfriend Fiona is just feeding him the obnoxious texts. Dude, what the fuck is going on over there? Ace asks, as I pull my phone out once more. It's my brother. I explain the phone call with my father earlier, how he's willing to give his company to either Jeffrey or me in a week. Holy fuck, Jack says. He's just gonna give the king's diamond to one of you? Just like that? I sigh. Shit, I guess. My parents are old school, but the good kind. You know how some people actually have their priorities in check? That's my mum and dad. They don't care about fame or fortune. They want to wear their old sweaters and go on walks with their dogs and grow old together. Pretty fucking sweet, McQueen laughs. And you come from them? Right? I shake my head. Do you want to fight Jeffrey for it? Ace asks. Would you even want the company, if you could have it? Dad would never give it to me, although he says he wants me to show up and prove my worth. The truth is that I've got nothing on Jeffrey. He has Fiona, who's been working for the business for 5 years. Meanwhile, I've been fucking pussy and gambling your inheritance, Ace says, laughing. Exactly. There's no point in sugarcoating the truth. I've been playing hard for years. Can't make that up in a week. But would you want to? Jack asks. If you could. I look around the room at my friends. The fuckers who showed up and stayed put. The guys who, for some reason, decided that even if I was a complete bag of shit, they had my back. If I can't be honest with them, I can't be honest with anyone. If I could have it, I'd take it, I admit. Granted, I have no fucking clue what owning a company means, but part of me wants something to work for, fight for. It's why I'm still negotiating for this property in Vegas. Sure, life is good, but is it great? I don't think so. Fucking A, this got heavy, Jack says, laughing as he folds his hand. You gotta go for it, man, Ace says, taking the whiskey neat from the waitress. Shit, show them that you're what they want. I narrow my eyes, knowing this is not an easy task. So I just need to show my father I'm something besides a fuck-up. I need to show him I'm responsible and a fucking family man. Right. Easy. I take a drink of beer, suddenly tired of being reminded why I can't have what Jeffrey has. I've spent too long fighting it to try and get it back now. I don't want to feel like a fucking failure tonight. I want to feel like a king. Just then, Emmy, Tess, and Claire walk in the room. And seeing Claire is just what I need.
After Ace texts Emmy a quick reply, telling her that no, Gwen Stefani is not in the building, we are completely sidetracked from my near gush about Landon and me hooking up. Which might be for the best, seeing as there would have been a dozen questions that followed my big reveal, such as, why the hell did you leave before you screwed? I don't want to make up even more lies, so I decide it's best that the topic got dropped. We eat dinner and listen to Emmy tell us ridiculously fantastic details of her honeymoon. The sex on the beach and the candlelit dinners and the couples massages in their little cabana overlooking the South Pacific. It is utterly drool-worthy, and I fight off any feelings of, I wish that were me, by drinking the bottle of Prosecco. By myself. When we enter the penthouse post-dinner to look at Emmy's wedding pictures, I'm more than a little tipsy. Hey, boys, Emmy says, sashaying into the den like she owns the place. It takes me a moment to remember that she actually does. Ace didn't even ask her to sign a prenup, because they are totally and completely the real thing. Hey, babe, Ace says, pulling her to him. She falls into his lap effortlessly, and I look away, because all I can see when I look at them is bliss. That amount of perfection is a little hard to swallow. When I turn, though, my eyes fall on Landon. And shit, he looks amazing. His shirt sleeves are rolled up, revealing the tattoos on his forearms. He looks me up and down as if something is on his mind, because he tips his head ever so slightly, a slight grin on his face. When I left the condo tonight, sleeping with Landon was nowhere on my mind. But now it's all I want. I want to finish what we started. You boys almost done? Emmy asks.
Almost,
McQueen says, eyeing his piles of chips.
I've schooled this table. Too bad Jojo didn't come, after all, to see you win tonight.
Landon jokes. McQueen, you have a girl? Tess asks, eyes wide, always wanting to know the scoop. When did that happen?
No, I don't.
McQueen shoves Landon in the arm.
Don't start rumors. Tess is susceptible to believing anything she hears.
Be nice, Emmy says. I'm gonna show the girls the photos, and then we'll all have a drink, okay? She plants a kiss on Ace's mouth. The kind of kiss you can only get away with when you've just returned from your honeymoon. Sitting on her sofa, she opens her MacBook and scrolls through hundreds of gorgeous shots. She and Ace really do look like they belong on the cover of a magazine. When I tell her so, she replies, "Oh, actually, Vegas Weekly is featuring us next month." No shit. I shake my head. Look, Tess says. See, Claire? You and Landon did look cute dancing together. You really did, Emmy says. You know your moves. I was a bit obsessed with Pride and Prejudice as a tween. That's why I learned the waltz. I'm a dork, I know, I say, feeling lightheaded from the champagne. Lightheaded in a good way, in a way that makes me crane my neck to see if the guys are almost done with poker. I want to see Landon again. Another half hour passes, and the guys still haven't emerged from the den. Realizing my dreams of some hookup with the hottest guy I've ever seen naked aren't going to come true, I let the girls know I should probably head home. I have a hall pass from my mother, but no one to use it with. Stay here tonight, Emmy says. You too, Tess. No, I should get home. I shrug, knowing the only reason I'd stay out all night was if Landon and I had a chance to reconnect. Thanks, though. Why? You don't even work tomorrow. Sorry, girls. I'd rather sleep in my own bed. Is it nice, your bed? Tess asks. You know, I've never even been to your place. Isn't that weird? She scrunches her nose up and laughs. For a moment, fear fills my stomach. Are they going to ask to come over? I've dodged that bullet for months. I am being such a shitty friend, and in a moment of vulnerability, I realize something. If they asked right now, I'd let them inside. I need to be real with the people who have let me into their lives, and maybe showing them my apartment, where the My Little Ponies and the Barbie dolls are strewn about, would be the perfect way to reveal who I really am. But Tess and Emmy don't press me. Mostly because we all know this penthouse is a hell of a lot more fun to hang out in than any apartment off the strip. Ace and the guys walk into the room as I am standing to leave.
Let me call a car for you,
Ace offers thoughtfully.
Actually, I'll help you get home,
Landon offers.
I need to run too.
You sure? I ask. I mean, if you have somewhere you need to be. I squint my eyes, not believing him. Where does anyone need to be at 11 o'clock at night?
No, it's fine. I need to stop at the Where are you headed, bro?
Jack snorts.
The strip club?
I got her, Landon says to Emmy, ending the discussion. I don't argue. This is what I wanted the moment I walked into this penthouse tonight. Him and me. Alone. Looking at Landon, warmth spreads through me, remembering his hands on my skin and my mouth on his. It doesn't take much imagination for my panties to get wet. Leaning over to give Emmy and Tess hugs goodbye, I can't help but feel like I could have been a better person 1,000,000 times over tonight. Truthful and real and an actual friend. Instead, I'm sorta drunk and leaving with a man I let go down on me 2 weeks ago.
Chapter 7. Claire steps into the elevator with me, biting her lip in a way she doesn't seem to realize gets me hard just by watching. "Did you have a good night with Tess and Emmy?" I ask as the elevator falls to the ground floor. "Yeah, it was nice to get out." She looks down at the floor and I notice her scuffed boots in contrast with my leather ones, polished and shiny. The moment Claire walked into Ace's penthouse, I wanted her. I want to finish what we started. "Do you really want to go home?" I ask, stepping toward her. She smiles, licking her lips and looking back up at me. "Considering last time we were alone together we were naked? No, I don't want to go home." Well, that was a terrific night. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her close to me. My cock twitches in my trousers, and the need to take her to my room overwhelms me. "Terrific," she smirks. "That's all it was?" She presses her fingers to her temple. "I should never have drank so much champagne." "The night of the wedding?" I ask, remembering her constant glass of bubbly that evening. Perhaps she regretted parting her legs for me. I sure as hell don't regret it. I just want more. Something I probably don't deserve. But then I remember her insecurity back in my suite. How she hadn't slept with anyone in a long while. Maybe those feelings are rising up in her again. Claire sighs, and in doing so, it's as if she lets down her guard. "No, I mean tonight. I had almost a bottle with dinner, because I'm an idiot." I want to press her against the elevator wall and take her right here, right now. But Claire doesn't lean into my body. She keeps talking, nervously. Her words mesmerize me with their honesty. "I liked everything about the night of the wedding," she says. "I only wish it hadn't ended so soon." "You wanted more?" I ask, still holding her close, not letting her go, ready to press my mouth on hers. "More of me." Her red lips open as if she's about to admit something, but the elevator doors slide open, and we're deposited in the lobby of Spades. "Your room, then?" she asks. I press the elevator button again, and we fly back up to my floor. Grabbing her hand as the doors open, I lead us down the hall. I swipe my key to let us into my suite, not able to move fast enough. I want to push her inside and pull down her panties and finish what we'd started weeks ago. The moment we're in the room, she reaches for a bottle of water and drinks it nearly in one gulp. "Thirsty?" "Just can't afford to have a hangover. I rarely drink so much. It was a bad idea." "You seem sober enough now." She doesn't slur her words or seem to be overly emotional, both stereotypical tells of a woman nearly drunk. "I suppose I am. I had 4 glasses of champagne over the course of 4 hours, so I'm pretty good now." She lets out a deep breath before adjusting her jean jacket. I don't know much about Claire, but I can tell she could use some money. She serves drinks for a living, but her shifts are terrible ones, usually during the day, and anyone in Vegas knows the good tips are in the late hours, when there are plenty of drunken men. Working 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. is not a lucrative job opportunity. "Landon?" she asks, setting down the water and walking toward me. Can we finish what we started? She's caught me off guard, which is odd. That never happens with women. I've been so preoccupied with trying to understand who Claire is that I haven't noticed the look of desire in her eyes. The longing. Because right now, she whispers, right now, I need to feel more than I am. Oh, Claire, I'll make you feel more than enough. I pull her to me, and in one fell swoop my mouth is on hers. She tastes so sweet. She looks like a vixen, but each kiss on my lips is tender and soft and full of longing. The kisses of a woman who has never been properly loved or properly fucked. Her hands cap my face as she pours herself into me. Her tongue finds its way into my mouth, encircling mine as we deepen our connection. The heat rises as she grinds against my growing cock, and I run my hands across her back, pulling off her coat, tugging down the straps of her black dress and her black bra. I fill my hands with her perfect tits. They aren't massive and fake. Claire is 100% real, and it's refreshing and fucking hot to be with someone who seems not to be at odds with their own skin. Massaging her tits, I watch her perky little nipples grow hard. I pull one into my mouth and suck as she pulls her dress off. Oh, fuck, Claire. You're so sexy. I tell her as she undoes my belt and buttons. We tumble into the bed, and I'm on my back as she pushes my trousers down. Off. I pull off my shirt, wanting to feel her skin against my chest. You're so hard, she moans, taking my stiff cock in her hands as she presses her body on top of mine. Our bodies are hot, so close to one another. She holds my cock in her hand as our mouths collide again. We kiss hard as my hands push at her panties. I want to touch that soft pussy again. I want to see those pink lips part. Only this time I want my cock to spread them. I want to feel her tightness around me as she swirls those hips of hers above. She runs her fingers over my cock, massaging her clit with my base as she pushes us against one another. She bites my lip as I slap her little ass, and I love that she's getting wet as she touches me. I want to touch her. I push aside her panties and dip a finger into her juicy folds, wanting to loosen her a little before I plunge my massive rod into her. Her entrance is so soft and warm, and my fingers flick slowly, wanting her to enjoy every moment of this. Her pussy is so ready for my cock. My hand is sopping wet when I take my fingers out. She wrestles the panties off herself, and I appreciate her desire to be completely bare. It's exactly what I want too. A slow grin spreads across my face as I take in her naked body, every inch of her skin smooth and soft and ready to be devoured. Her hands run over my chest, her blonde hair falling in her eyes. I brush it away, wanting to see her green eyes and heart-shaped lips, wanting to memorize the slight upturn of her nose and the subtle dimple in her left cheek. You are so beautiful, Claire. I could look at you all night. Don't, she says. Don't say words that aren't true. You are quite the jaded woman, aren't you? Not into sentiment. I kiss her shoulders, her protruding collarbone that for some reason is fucking making me hard as a rock. Look, Landon, I'm not bitter, just a realist, and I don't need you to tell me I'm pretty to sleep with me. Right now I just need to be fucked. It's been way too long. Her mouth is on mine again, and I love that she isn't tiptoeing around what this is for her. This is about sex for her, and it can be about sex for me too. But damn, she really is gorgeous. I roll on a condom, and I see her eyes flash with fear for a moment. I watch as she quickly looks over to her purse on the floor. When no phone rings, when nothing threatens this moment, I hold her hips and help ease her onto my base. Landon, you're so fucking hot, she says, covering her face with her hands. No sweet words, remember? I tease, pulling her hands away from her face. Calling you fucking hot isn't romance, Landon, she says, resting her hands on my chest. That's where you're wrong. Even if it is just about sex, a man likes to be called fucking hot. She whimpers as she lowers herself onto me, seeming to pause before letting herself sit all the way down on top of me. That hurt? I ask. I'm moaning because your accent is so sexy, and I swear, without the accent I'd think you were just a regular American guy, most of whom do nothing for me. Lucky for you, the accent is hot as hell. I laugh. This woman has worked me over and she doesn't even try. Claire, it's time for you to enjoy yourself. Sit down on me, on my cock, nice and hard, I tell her. You know you want to. I do, she breathes in my ear, her tits heaving with each breath she takes, her arms wrapped around my neck. She eases down, and I grab her firm ass with my hands, my fingers grazing at her pussy, helping her down. Landon, it's too much. You're so big. You can fit me. Your pussy needs to know what a real cock is. I'm gonna fucking teach you. I want you to teach me, Landon. She moans as she sits herself down, groans escaping her mouth as her head falls back in pleasure. Oh, fuck, she pants. Oh, fuck me, Landon. A grin covers my face as her pussy starts to really love my cock. I thrust into her nice and slow, as we find a gentle rhythm so it doesn't hurt her. Her pussy's so tight I could swear she's a virgin. My cock fucking loves filling her up. Oh, yeah, baby, that's good, I tell her as sweet juice flows from her, soaking my base, my thighs. Oh, yeah, she says, her hands running through my hair, gripping me tightly as she comes again and again. Her orgasm floods us, and she moans loudly as my cum shoots out. I hold her soft hips in my hands as I thrust again, as I get off with her on top of me. She falls into my chest, both of us catching our breath. My cock is still hard as a rock, and I pull off the condom. She cups my balls in her hand, and she lies down next to me as she catches her breath. Her head rests on my chest, and my arms wrap around her. And for a moment, it feels like more than a hookup. More than a quickie.
I fall asleep, Landon's arms wrapped around me, and the next thing I know, I wake up with a start. Switching on the lamp, I try to get my bearings. Landon, I say, shaking him awake. A sheet is wrapped around us. Blackout curtains block out the lights of the Vegas Strip.
What, woman?
He asks, groaning, covering his face with his forearm. I see the clock on the bedside table and breathe a sigh of relief. It's 5 a.m. My internal clock is set for early rising. I'm always up 2 hours before Sophia to get ready for work, and I'm grateful that even on my day off, I'm up when I should be. Holy crap. I really used a hall pass. A smile breaks across my face, realizing that sleeping over with a man is something I haven't done in literally years. And it feels good. Like, hot damn good. Landon does not disappoint.
Why are you smiling?
He says, easing himself up.
It's not even morning yet. Are you headed out?
I probably should. I stand, grabbing the sheet as I move. I reach for my purse and see Mom never texted. Thank God. Nothing happened while I was out. My shoulders fall with the relief only a mother can know. Sophia is okay. I'm okay. I left her for the night and nothing happened. It's only the third time I've ever done this. The first few were last month, when Emmy had her world rocked, and Tess and I had stayed with her at her apartment. Those times, I never felt guilty, because I stayed out so I could support a friend. This time, I left Sophia for purely indulgent reasons. And maybe, just maybe, that is okay.
Well,
Landon says, sitting up now and reaching for the telephone.
when I have sleepovers, I feed my guests. You can't walk out of here without a proper breakfast.
I think I can.
No, it's not fit, Claire. You need coffee, toast, eggs.
Setting my purse down, I tell him to go ahead and order room service. Settling back into the bed, I wonder why I'm going along with this charade. Maybe the only reason is because it feels really nice to be taken care of. And maybe that's reason enough.
Chapter 8. While we wait for room service, we fuck again. This time it isn't tender or sweet. It's fast. Hard. I come with the speed that only happens when you wake up with a hard-on. Claire falls into the pile of pillows on the king-sized bed. Thank you for that. Her eyes rest on my still bulging cock. Any time, I say, meaning it. Although it is pretty fucking early in the morning. You always get up this time of day. I do. She doesn't expound on the early hour. Instead, she explains the hookup. It needed to happen, you know? You and I finishing what we started? Otherwise, I think I'd always have wondered about it. She admits. And this way, when I see you at work, it doesn't have to be awkward. There is literally nothing awkward about you, I tell her. The knock on the door has me pulling on a robe and letting in the breakfast cart. A few minutes later, she and I sit in bed with bacon and eggs. She uses a fork and knife and cuts each bite with the precision of an English lady. A napkin is across her bare thigh, and she literally raises a pinky as she sips her coffee. Watching her eat, I can't help but realize she really is the most laid-back woman I've ever been with. She isn't high maintenance. She isn't annoying. She's polite, has manners, and knows how to dance. An idea formulates in my mind, and the instant it does, I know it's the most ingenious idea I've ever had. I know exactly how I can show my parents that I've become a solid, reliable son. Obviously, they won't know I'm being dishonest. So, I say, spreading jam on my toast, do you have any plans next week? Just work, she says, smiling at me. Mostly. We could work around work. Hell, with what I was prepared to offer her, she might not need to work for quite a while. Do you have a passport? I ask, wondering how tricky my idea might be to play out. A what? A passport? A little blue book documenting your country of residence? I know what it is. I wasn't implying you didn't, I tell her, realizing this might be a tricky proposition. I don't want to offend her. I do have a passport, which is ridiculous. She waves her hands in the air as if somehow I would know why it's so insane for her to have identification to travel. How so? I've never used it. Really? I try not to sound surprised. I shouldn't be. I know it costs money to travel, and by the looks of things, Claire doesn't have loads of that. When I was little, I used to dream about traveling and going to the places I read about. So when I turned 18, the first thing I did was apply for a passport. I thought that as an adult I could do anything, go anywhere. What happened? I ask, shifting my body closer to hers on the bed. Life? Claire smiles sadly, as if wistful memories are all she has of her still unlived life. I want to wipe that look away. I want to make Claire happy, to see her smile a real smile. How old are you, Claire? I ask. 24? Well, I'm 27, and I sure as hell hope there's time left to travel, to use the bloody passport, to see those forgotten dreams. Look at you, she says, patting my knee, being all sweet to me. I mean it. I take her hand in mine and look in her emerald green eyes, straight on. Claire, what would you say if I offered you a 1-week job opportunity? I already have a job. Well, this job would be in England, at my family estate. If we succeed in our job, you'd be paid $250,000. She laughs, and then when she realizes I'm not joking, her eyes narrow in on me. And what is the job I'd be doing? You'd be my 1-week fiancé.
Chapter 9. Landon is completely serious. His brows are slightly raised, waiting for my answer. A fake fiancé? The first thing to flash through my mind is the reason why I should say no. I can't run off to England and leave Sophia. Still, $250,000 for a week's worth of work? Is there some weird catch to all of this? I ask, setting down the cup of coffee, realizing that I need to get a clear picture of this proposal, distraction-free. This is one of the biggest conversations of my life. It has the potential to change everything. Landon laughs, flips the hair from his eyes. His chin is covered in 5 o'clock shadow, and his jawline all the sexier because of it. There's no catch, he says. The job is fairly simple, and it should work as long as you don't have any dirty secrets. Because my brother will dig up any shit on you he can find, and that would ruin everything. My father needs to believe I'm living a blameless life. How dirty is too dirty? I swallow. Sophia isn't exactly dirt, but she isn't something I want anyone to know about. And she isn't everything I am hiding. You have something in your past I should know about. Nothing comes to mind. I tell him plainly, not wanting to say anything that could be a deal breaker. I want this job. Scratch that. Need this job. Good. Because when we convince them of our love, of our commitment, and most importantly, make them believe that I'm a more stand-up guy than my brother, the money is yours. But what if they catch us? I ask, not entirely sure I can play the part of a sophisticated bride-to-be. If they catch us, well, then, they'll be reminded of why they already think I am an arse. But if they don't? If we convince them we're the real thing, what's in it for you? If we pull this off, then my father will name me his successor. I'll be the owner of the King's Diamond. Shit. I shake my head. The stakes are high. I don't know if I have the credentials to pull this off, but the idea of that much money makes me want to try. The problems that I don't know how to solve. Mom running out of Dad's life insurance money. My job barely making me enough to cover my expenses. Knowing I'll never truly get ahead while living paycheck to paycheck, and knowing I'll never be able to give Sophia a life any bigger than the one she currently has, would all be fixed with this money. Hadn't I been saying for weeks, years, that I wanted more? Maybe this job is exactly the opportunity I need. You're the only woman I'd trust to do this, Landon says, taking my hand in his. You're smart, appear put together enough to be something more than a fling, and you're hot, which my parents would consider a prerequisite for any gal I'd consider marrying. So, basically I'm your perfect woman? I tease, sitting back against the pile of pillows, really considering this offer. I don't believe in perfect girls, Claire. I didn't know you were so jaded. Life has hardened me. You know, caused me to see the world as a pessimist. Landon smirks. What do you say? Pretend to be my fiancé?
If it fails, you've finally put that passport to good use. And if we succeed, you'll be $250,000 richer."
"And you don't feel bad about the scam?" I ask. I don't think I would want anyone to know what I'd be agreeing to.
Taking this company from Jeffrey would make me feel like the fucking King of England. He's a massive prick, Claire, and has completely convinced my parents otherwise.
"And when would we leave?"
"Tomorrow."
He runs his hand over his jaw, considering his words.
"Obviously, you'll need some decent clothing and luggage, but we can get all that sorted. I mean, the only hang-up will be if you have some dodgy past you're not telling me about. Are you up for the task?"
I don't want to pause too long on his words, give him any reason to doubt me. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. If I tell him that I have a daughter, among other things, he won't give me this job. Besides, no one is seriously going to look into my past, or even my present. That stuff only happens in the movies. I want this money. I need it. What I don't need is to dredge up an ugly past that would cost me this job, so I'll just have to win his brother over so he doesn't start looking into my past. I smile, realizing that I am finally catching a break. And even though this job is straight up deceitful, it's his relationship with his parents, not mine. All I need to do is smile and keep my mouth shut for one single week. And then I can give Sophia the life I always dreamed of for her. "So," I say, "looks like I'll need an engagement ring."
"Morning, sweet pea,"
I say, sitting on the edge of our bed, waking Sophia up from her slumber.
"Morning, Mama,"
she says, snuggling deeper into the blankets. I always hear these horror stories of children waking up at the crack of dawn, but that's never been my Sophia. She sleeps hard and long.
"You gotta get up and get ready for school."
I kiss her soft cheek.
"I brought you a special breakfast. It's in the kitchen, and you can have it once you're dressed and your teeth are brushed."
That gets her upright.
"Is it my favorite?"
she asks. "You'll have to wait and see." I raise my eyebrows, teasing her.
"Hustle, okay, so I can braid your hair."
Sophia is a mini-me. She doesn't take after her father. Not a lick. She has my narrow frame, corn-silk blonde hair, and bright green eyes. But she also has a hopefulness, a curiosity and wonder about her that I lost a long time ago.
"Okay, Mama."
She kisses me, and I wrap my arms around her, squeezing tight. I told Landon yes to the job when I left his suite, and I came up with a solid lie for my mom on my way back to the condo. The money isn't something I can walk away from. But I don't know if everyone else will understand. Lying to Landon's family isn't the hard part for me. Lying to Mom and Sophia is a little trickier. Also, I'll have to be apart from my little girl. The job will be over a week, when I factor in travel times, and we've never been apart for longer than one day. But this isn't about the lie right now. This is about our forever. When Sophia heads to the bathroom, I make my way into the kitchen where Mom is pouring us coffee. "No thanks," I tell her, sitting on a bar stool at the island. "I had enough this morning."
"You've been up for a while?"
she asks, adding cream to her mug. "You know me, I'm an early riser." I reach into my purse and pull out a to-go bag. "I brought donuts from the hotel."
"So, you stayed at Emmy's last night?"
Mom asks. I immediately feel heat on my cheeks. One thing about being blonde and fair-skinned is that my face constantly betrayed me.
"What aren't you saying, Claire?"
Mom asks, leaning on the island counter. "Mom,
Don't be awkward. Of course, I was with Emmy and Tess. Mom raises her hands in defeat. Okay, honey, I'll mind my own business. I take it the night was ho-hum then? No man asked you out and swept you off your feet? I don't believe in getting swept off my feet, for one, and two, Sophia is down the hall. I don't want her to get the wrong idea. I don't think you falling in love is the worst idea, Claire. Love? Nobody is talking about love, I scoff, remembering my exchange earlier with Landon, when he admitted he is a jaded pessimist. Knowing that I am, too. Okay, so you didn't fall in love. What did you girls do? Knowing Sophia would walk in the room any moment, but also wanting to tell Mom about the job, I talk a hyper speed. Okay, I tell her. Dinner was fine, but what happened next is a little crazy. While we were at the hotel, I was offered a 1-week trip to England. What? Mom asks, confused. I fill her in on who Landon is. Not the we had sex part, the friend of Ace's part. He needs to go home for work. His father owns the King's Diamond. Very fancy stuff, and he needs a +1 at the events. He asked if I wanted to go. Not like as his date, I clarify, but as his friend. I wave my hand in the air, hoping it sounds plausible. She tilts her head to the side, trying to absorb the information. It's just for 1 week, I explain. But he leaves tomorrow. And your boss is okay with you going? Ace is fine with it, I say, embellishing. What do you think? I think it seems a little too good to be true, but you've wanted to go there your whole life, Claire. Mom pats my hand, knowing that so much of my life didn't turn out how I hoped. Sophia will be fine with me. You deserve to have fun, to smile. I miss that. Just then, Sophia walks in, dressed for the day, with a hairbrush and hair tie in hand. Was I right? She asks, a bright smile crossing her dimpled cheek. Donuts? You betcha. I kiss the top of her head as I help her onto the stool beside me. She reaches in and finds her favorite pink frosting and sprinkled cake confection. She starts eating, licking her fingers with each bite. So, you'd be leaving tomorrow? Mom asks discreetly, turning to get Sophia a glass of orange juice. After she hands it to her, I pivot Sophia on the stool and start dividing her hair for a side-part fishtail braid. I've perfected the look, which is both adorable and functional. Sophia detests hair in her face when she plays at recess. Yeah, I'm not sure what time yet. Does leaving, I point to Sophia's head, make me an awful person? You're not an awful person, Mama, Sophia says with her mouth full of donut. No, your mama is a perfect person, and she deserves to be happy, to smile, and she gets to go on vacation with her friend. I breathe a huge sigh of relief at her words. My mom is able to make me leaving as undramatic as possible, and I appreciate it. I was about to make it this huge ordeal that neither of us would recover from. Mama doesn't have friends, Sophia says, laughing. She just has us. I finish the braid and pat the top of her head, trying not to let her words hit me too hard in the chest. Mom watches me, sadly, probably able to use X-ray vision to see the lump that seems to have formed in my throat, the tears insisting on springing to my eyes. She's mentioned plenty of times that I'm too protective, too private, that I need to bring my friends around and let them into my life. The thing is, if I let people in, they might hurt me. And I don't want that. I don't think I can even handle that, not after everything with Sophia's dad. So I keep people at arm's length.
That way no one can hurt Sophia or me. But it seems that if I'm going to do this job, Landon and I might end up getting a lot more personal than I'm used to. The paycheck would make it worth it, and still, I can get personal without telling him about my daughter. Well, I tell Sophia, I think I do have a new friend, and Graham is right. I'm going on a trip with him.
Good,
Sophia says, patting my arm.
Mrs. Nightingale says having friends helps us share and practice being nice and makes our lives better.
Sounds like your teacher is pretty smart, my mom says.
And it looks like your mom's trip will help her learn all sorts of things.
Looking at the clock on the microwave, I realize it's time to go. My mom hands me the already assembled school snack. I get the backpack. Sophia finds her windbreaker. All three of us head for the door. We are a unit, a family that works together seamlessly. My life wouldn't work without the two of them, and I think that us being here has kept my mom happy since my dad died. Sophia runs out the door, and I pause before following. You'll be okay for a week with Sophia? I ask. Honey, I think you need to remember what it means to have a friend. Landon isn't a friend. He just needs my help. Call it what you like, but he's offered you a trip to the place you've wanted to go your entire life. Remember those waltz lessons and those embroidered pillows you used to make? Our whole house was filled with them. Go play. Be happy. I help Sophia buckle up in her booster seat, and then I get in the car and leave the condo parking lot. Looking in the rearview mirror, I watch Sophia. Leaving her will be hard, but maybe Mom is right. Maybe it's time I learn how to live.
After Claire leaves the suite, I feel like the fucking king I know I can be. The king I want to be. No one in my family expects shit from me, but just this once I'm going to show up and prove them all wrong. I may be a cocky prick, but I'm not going down without a fight. Jeffrey thinks he can take this company because he plays the part of a fucking puppet to our father. Well, just wait until I show up and start fighting for something I never knew I wanted. The hardest part about this trip will be the distraction that Claire is. But thankfully, she doesn't seem as timid as she was last night. This morning, before the job opportunity flashed through my mind, we had amazing sex again. And I intend to have more of it. Hell, she is my fiancée after all. Of course, there will be no requirements on sex this week. She can do what she wants with her body. But now that she's tasted me, felt me, been filled by me, no way in hell will she deny me. After falling back asleep for several hours, because that woman woke me at an ungodly hour, I shower. Then I pull out my laptop, ready to book the tickets. Before I click purchase, I realize I should confirm with Claire that she is 100% in on this. Hello? She says on the third ring. Her voice seems distracted, but I don't ask questions. I may be taking her home as my bride-to-be, but we aren't exactly old chums. Asking about her emotional well-being seems a bit, I don't know, intimate. It's Landon. I wanted to be sure you were 100% committed before I bought the tickets. I don't want to presume. You don't want to presume that I'm the sort of girl who likes to cheat and lie to people's parents in an effort to make lots of money? Exactly. Well, don't worry about my moral code. I'm all in. I hear music playing that reminds me of an old Disney movie, and I swear a child is crying. Fantastic, I tell her. Is everything all right? It seems loud. No, it's fine, just busy, running errands. So when do we leave? She asks. I need to get my ducks in a row. I smile. Knowing phrases like ducks in a row is the exact reason I am taking her home, and not some flighty girl. Tomorrow, I say, checking my computer screen for the flight times. 10 in the morning. I'll send a car around. Just text me your address. Okay, so I'll just pack and... I don't actually know what I should pack. Is it like a jeans and sweater weekend or like... Actually, that's basically all I have. You know what? I tell her, grimacing at the thought of her at the Hertfordshire estate in those worn boots. Why don't you swing back round to the hotel and get a credit card from me to purchase some new items for your wardrobe? Less shabby chic and more, I don't know, Princess Kate. This is starting to feel like Pretty Woman or something. She half laughs, then whispers into the phone as if she doesn't want someone to overhear. Just to be clear, there was no sex involved in the job offer. Of course not. But you know, it isn't off the table. Just not included in the handling fees. Exactly, I tell her. Any sex had will not be a part of the job. It will be only for pleasure. I think you should maybe hold off on the sexpectations a bit. For me, this really is a job. Sex is not the priority. Getting your family to believe we are a couple is... What? You don't want to sleep with me again? I ask her, a bit surprised. Claire's hard to read. Sometimes she seems all in, and other times it's like her mind is somewhere else entirely. In all honesty, I'm not used to this reaction from a woman. Most women are dying to have my full attention. Fuck, shit, sorry, I have to go. I'll call you back, she says. The call ends and I stare at my phone confused. What the hell is going on with her? Then I shrug it off. Not my business. And go back to my computer screen to book the tickets.
Chapter 10. After kindergarten drop-off, I come home, do laundry, clean the condo, and sit online paying bills. The 3 hours zoom by, and the next thing I know, I'm picking Sophia up from her half-day. Standing outside the classroom with the other kinder moms, I can't help but notice how different we are. They hold to-go cups of coffee, and with their hair pulled back, they show off giant diamond earrings. I always notice details like this, but today I realize that if all goes perfectly with Landon's family, in a week, I could be like them. I could be wearing cute yoga pants, having just returned from a workout and coffee date. I could be stress-free and smiling, not looking frazzled, still unshowered and hungry like I am most days. Like I am right now. Hi, it's Claire, right? Asks a woman I've run into a few times at pickup. Yeah, that's right. And you're Jojo, Hardy's aunt, right? Jojo is super in shape and super gorgeous with flaming red hair. Yep, she says. I help my sister with him as much as I can. She's a solo parent, and I'm glad I can help. That's awesome. I'm a single mom, too. I blink, wondering why the hell I can tell this stranger the state of my family affairs, but not my best friends. Well, I don't know how often you can get out, but a group of my friends and I are going to a show at Spades Royale in a few nights. Would you like to come? I mean, it's the all-male review, but should be fun. I'm actually kinda into one of the guys in the show and want to check him out, which, I know, overshare much. Knowing firsthand how hot McQueen is, I have no doubt she's into one of the guys in the show with him. They're all gorgeous and ripped. Heck, the guy she has the hots for could very well be McQueen. Instead of asking about McQueen, I stick to the facts. I wish I could, but I'm going to be out of town next week. Oh, really? Work or pleasure? I bite my lip, knowing it's both, and knowing that the moment I agreed to Landon's job offer, my life became an episode of some Bravo TV show. Pleasure, mostly. Going to England, actually. Oh, wow. That's awesome, she says. Well, have a blast. Just then, the kindergarten class files out into the hallway. Nice seeing you, Jojo, I say, reaching for Sophia's hand the moment she steps out the door. I sweep her up, knowing I need to get home and start packing. Landon calls as I'm in the drive-thru at Panera getting Sophia a kid's mac and cheese while listening to the Frozen soundtrack for the 18 billionth time. Tomorrow at 10, he says, letting me know when the car will be there to pick me up. He also says I need to get his credit card to buy a new wardrobe. Great. I'll squeeze that in after I get Sophia down for a nap. My to-do list is unquestionably out of control. Besides quality time I need to squeeze in with my daughter, I apparently need to have a shopping spree. No way can I do it all. That's when Landon begins talking about the sex potential of the trip. I whisper-yell my sex boundaries with the volume cranked up so Sophia doesn't hear. Landon and I are on such completely different wavelengths at the moment. But obviously, I can't explain that. Not now. I just need to get to England. Just as I'm about to hang up with Landon, a car starts backing into me in the drive-thru. Fuck! I drop the phone, hang up, and start screaming for the person in front of me to stop their car. Thankfully, just before their bumper collides with my hood, the car stops rolling. That was way too close for comfort. And I hate it when I'm human and swear in front of my daughter. Mom fail number 35,867.
Mama, is my mac and cheese ready?
Sophia asks. Soon, sweet pea. Soon. I get our food and we eat as we drive. The chorus of Let It Go, non-ironically, blaring as I swing by the bank, pick up my uniform from the dry cleaners, then pull into the Jiffy Lube for a quick oil change. The last thing I want to do is leave my mom with the car when I'm out of the country, only to have it blow up on her. Which I know is dramatic, but everything feels dramatic at the moment. But honestly, the thing I'm most worried about at the moment is this whole thing blowing up in my own face.
Later, Claire calls me, calmly stating that, while she wishes she could swing by for a credit card and do some shopping, her responsibilities lie elsewhere. She asks if I would be so kind as to have a personal shopper pick up a wardrobe for her, considering I have gobs of cash. Of course, that's not a problem, I tell her. I just thought women like to shop, you know, try on shoes while sipping white wine. I have vague memories of my ex-girlfriend doing something similar. Perhaps, though, it isn't every woman's desire. Right, well, I'm not most women. I never said you were. God, woman, is everything okay? I can't have her getting cold feet before we've even left the bloody country. It's fine. I just almost got in an accident and it rattled me. Okay, well, I'm glad you're okay. It would have been tricky to explain my fiancé is in the hospital or some other mess. When she doesn't laugh, I get to the point. I'll see you in the morning. Just text me your sizes and I'll get them to a personal shopper. Okay, Landon. 10 tomorrow. Oh, and we need to use the flight to quiz one another. I was thinking, I don't know anything about you, and if we're going to pull this off, we need to know everything, even the things that aren't true. She's right, of course. We need to give the appearance of the perfect couple, better than Jeffrey and Fiona. We'll be fine, I reassure her, and we'll have plenty of time on the flight to do all sorts of things. Is your mind always in the gutter? Constantly. When I pick up Claire the next day, I'm horny as hell. I played cards last night, of course, but I didn't take anyone back to my room to bang. I can't think of the last time I didn't have sex after I won 100 grand. Usually I can't keep the women off me after I win big. But last night I kept getting cock-blocked by images of Claire. Her long legs, her soft skin, her tits so perfect, and her ass bare. Fucking bollocks, I need her again. Smiling, I wonder if maybe she'll let me take her into her apartment for a quickie before we head to the airport. My cock twitches at the idea of it. But as the limousine pulls up to a condo, I see she's already on the curb waiting for me. No quick fuck for me. That's fine. Maybe she'll be interested in joining the Mile High Club with me. The driver steps out and opens the door. She slides in, a canvas tote bag, her only luggage. "You packed light," I say, taking in her slim shape and the stretchy pants she has on. An oversized t-shirt and baggy cardigan sweater, along with a pair of worn Converse tennis shoes to complete the "I'm not trying to impress anyone" look. She may not be trying to impress me, but she sure as hell makes me want to strip her out of those clothes and enjoy her naked flesh. "You got me new clothes, right? Because I didn't pack anything. I don't have any pantsuits or pearl earrings." "You can't wear pearls to my father's house anyway. He sells diamonds. And yes, I got you 3 perfectly packed Louis Vuitton suitcases. A purse, too." I point to a bag on the seat across from us. "Right. Diamonds and Louis Vuitton. No big deal." Claire shrugs her shoulders aggressively and blinks rapidly as the limo pulls out of the parking lot. Her head turns out the window as we drive away, and a hand presses against the glass. It's all rather dramatic. "Everything okay?" I swear to God, she looks about ready to cry. "Yep." Her voice has turned bizarrely high-pitched, and her head falls in her hands. She gives me a muffled, "Totally fine. Just jazzy." "Jazzy?" "I'm nervous, Landon, okay?" She sits up and pulls a passport from her tote. "I've never left the country, but I've also never flown on a plane, and now I'm supposed to pretend I'm your fiancé and that this designer life is something I'm accustomed to. I know I can act the part once I get there. It's just getting to the destination I'm having a hard time with." Never flown? I know my eyes widen in surprise, and I don't want to offend her. Blimey, this woman is all spun up today. I need cool, calm, and collected Claire, not basket case over her head Claire. "Listen," I tell her, taking the purse out of the Louis Vuitton bag. "This is just a bag. I wouldn't have asked you to do this if I didn't think you were capable." I watch her breathe through her nose, see her shoulders visibly relax. "You're right. It's just a purse. I just had a panic attack about leaving home for the first time and failing you. But I want this to work. I can do this." She looks at me with those gorgeous green eyes, and I watch the wheels turning in her mind. She nods, steadier, and takes my hands in hers. "We can do this." "Of course we can." I kiss her knuckles, wanting to do all sorts of things to her. Is it twisted that watching her have a meltdown turns me on? It's like some part of me wants to protect her, make her happy. Which is odd and completely foreign. My one and only girlfriend in college, Winnie, was a total disaster. We smoked and drank our way into one another's arms, only to rip each other to shreds once we were there. I've never had a relationship that didn't end in rehab. That's not exactly a healthy track record. "Claire," I say as the limo pulls up to the airport. "I've always thought you were this completely in-control woman, but you're actually rather vulnerable. You know that? Like this tender little bird, ready to take flight, but scared of spreading her wings." "You are so cheesy, Landon." She takes her wallet and passport, lipstick, and a Kindle, and fills the brown leather Louis bag. "But I'm right, aren't I?" The driver opens the door and Claire steps out. I follow her, the blue skies above a good omen for our long day of travel. "No one has ever called me vulnerable, if that's what you're asking," she says, licking her lips. The driver sets our pile of luggage on the curb, and a bellhop lifts it on a cart. I pull a carry-on bag from the pile and sling it over my shoulder, clasping her hand in mine before walking through the sliding glass airport doors. "I'm not asking what you are, Claire. I'm telling you. It's time you learned to soar."
Chapter 11. The thing is, Landon completely unnerves me. The moment the limo pulled up to the curb, I was rattled. I kept thinking of earlier that morning, how I kissed Sophia goodbye and how she smiled, squeezing me tight, not in the least concerned about me leaving. I took it to mean that Sophia didn't really care about me and that I was probably gone way too often at work and that leaving now meant I was a crappy mother. My mom said it meant my daughter was happy and well-adjusted and that I should be grateful to have such a lovely child. The story I was making up was totally bogus. I know, but being a mom makes me literally crazy. Like, I just don't want to fuck it up for Sophia. She has one childhood, one chance. That's why I need this job to work out. If I get the money, Sophia can have everything. And when I had my I'm leaving my daughter for the first time panic attack in the limo, Landon could have decided then and there I belonged in a crazy bin. But he didn't. He basically handled it perfectly. Beyond perfectly. He didn't say I was a mess or a disaster of a girl, the way I actually felt about myself. Instead, he called me a bird. He said I was tender. The truth is, I'm a big fat liar. He only partially knows why I freaked. But maybe that's okay. Maybe that's enough. I just need to get to England, and everything will get easier. Check-in is over here. He directs me, and I'm happy to let him lead. I've never been up close and personal with an airport. We walk through a door, flash our passports, and are swept into the long line of gates. Don't we need to get molested by TSA or something? I ask. That's what the news always says. Oh, we're pre-screened. I'd never wait in line like that. Right, because you're upper crust, the elite, the 1%. It's not my fault I come from old money, he says, leading me to a bank of restrooms. Don't you have new money from the cards you play? I ask, standing outside the women's entrance. Some, but honestly, blackjack isn't a serious card game. Sometimes I win big, but mostly it's for pleasure. So you just moved to Vegas to mess around? Isn't that why everyone lives in Vegas? He scoffs. No. My voice is sharp. Not everyone is in Vegas to fuck around. Look, do you need to pee or something? Because I don't. Okay, he says, putting his hands on my shoulders, looking at me squarely. We're clearly stepping off on the wrong foot. Yes, there is a class divide here, but Claire, you've got to lose the chip on your shoulder if this is going to work. I know, I say, briskly. I don't know if I can do this. I shake my head, feeling totally overwhelmed again by the job I've agreed to. I want the money. So much. But Landon makes me feel too many things. Jealousy and resentment and desire. Shut up, Claire. You are completely capable. Let's just change you into some proper clothing, get you a martini, and everything will be fine. He flashes me that half-dimpled, chiseled chin, heart-stopping smile. The smile that makes me a little wet, and no longer filled with anything so mild as desire. The feeling that smile gives me is straight-up lust. I don't drink martinis, especially at 10 in the morning, I say, smirking. My fiancé does, though. And then he pushes me into the family restroom. In a hot minute, he's pulled up my t-shirt and my sweater, I've unclasped my bra, and he's dropping his pants. Did you lock the door? I ask, panting. I don't want some toddler walking in on this.
See, you may be this vulnerable little bird, but you're also responsible. That's what I love about you, Claire, he says, locking the door. You are marriage material, no question. Thinking about childhood innocence instead of my cock.
Oh, I'm thinking about your cock, don't worry. And I am. When we slept together in the hotel room, it was hot as hell, but it was also dark. Now, the fluorescent lights of the bathroom are glaring down on us, shining on his hard rod. And God, he is such a fine specimen of a man. His cock is 10 inches long, hard and thick, and I feel myself get wet as he pulls down my leggings, as his fingers plunge below the waistband of my panties.
Claire, you need to relax. You need to let me take charge.
I want you to take charge, to take care of me. The words slip out of my mouth before I realize the truth of them. Landon has a reputation for being this complete bad boy asshole, but he isn't like that with me. With me, he's a man.
I'll take care of you, all right.
And then he begins to graze my opening with his fingers, my panties sopping wet as he flicks my clit expertly. Each movement causes me to reach my arms around his neck and hold on a little tighter. His hard cock is between us, teasing me as he presses 2 fingers deep inside my pussy.
You're so wet.
For you. I kiss his neck as he dips in and out, kneading my sweet spot deliciously. Oh, baby, I moan as his strong hand pulls out of me and swells of desire ignite as he pushes down my panties. He smacks his slick hand on my ass, and it burns so good. My legs wrap around him and he presses me against the wall. Our mouths collide, and his tongue devours me greedily. In this frenzied moment of desire, I want him to take all of me. I want his cock on my tits, coming all over me. I want to get on all fours and have him pound me from behind, grabbing my ass as we come. I want him to lick every inch of me, and I want all of him, too. I want to get on my hands and knees and suck him off, his cum on my face, in my hair. Oh my God, his cock is so hard. The tip presses at my tight opening, and I just want him to drop me against himself so I can feel the immense pleasure deep and fast. And now, I never give in like this to my fantasies. But as Landon's massive rod slides into my wet opening, it seems like he could bring any fantasy to life. If there were ever a man who could fuck me like I've only read about, it would be him.
You feel so good, Claire,
he says in my ear, one hand holding me up and the other hand running over my breasts. My nipples are hard and tight, and I want him to fuck me harder. More. Give me more, Landon, I moan as he thrusts his cock deeper in me. My head rolls back as the sensation fills me to my core. Every inch of me is on fire, alive with him. He smells like cloves and money, and right now, sex. He smacks my ass again, and I feel my wetness pour over him. I'm completely undone. Clawing at his hair, I groan loudly. Oh, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. My pussy pulses as I come. He holds my ass steady, pounding into me as he comes too.
Oh, fuck, Claire.
What? I pant.
You are ruining me.
He kisses my nose, my cheek, my ear. I smile, nuzzling against his face, ticklish from the kisses. Good, I tell him. Then your family will buy this engagement. He nods slowly, setting me down, pulling up his pants.
Right. I think they will.
He smiles tightly,
then hands me the carry-on bag. There's a change of clothes in there. I hope they fit. I pull out a pair of slim-legged black pants, a cream cashmere sweater, a fitted pale pink knee-length wool coat, a chunky pale pink scarf, and 4-inch nude stilettos. They're all the right sizes. His personal shopper did well with the measurements I sent Landon. In the bag, there is also a La Perla bra and panty set. Pale pink as well. Chanel sunglasses and a makeup bag. I've been instructed as well, Landon says, to make sure you get a manicure before we board the plane. Right. I smile tightly, holding an outfit that probably cost $5,000. Great. This is totally normal. Breathe, Claire. You've got this. Now, he raises his eyebrows coyly. Let me see you in those panties. I told the personal shopper to only buy you thongs.
After the bathroom sex and the manicure, Claire and I are sitting in our first-class seats, ready for takeoff. We didn't have time for a dirty martini before we boarded the plane, but that's all right. I can get her properly tipsy before long, and then she'll sleep it off before we land in my home country. Would you like a cocktail? The flight attendant asks. Gin martini for me, and Claire will have a glass of champagne. Claire gives me a soft smile, and I'm glad I ordered her what she likes. Though I do think a woman who drinks gin is hot as hell. When Claire holds a flute of champagne, she becomes both demure and alluring. When we have our drinks in hand, I offer a toast. To a lifetime of happiness. For us both. That makes her laugh, almost enough to forget about takeoff. But as soon as the captain announces that we are off the ground, her hand finds mine and, without thinking, our fingers lace. Our eyes lock. It's okay, I tell her, my forehead resting on hers. I'm just really far from home. That's okay, Bird. You ever heard the saying, home is where the heart is? Of course I have, she whispers, smiling. Thank you. That makes me feel better. Then all is as it should be. I steal a kiss from her. Our lips lock, not like the passionate kisses we shared in the bathroom. This is a steady, reassuring kiss. A kiss that says more than, please fuck me now. It's a kiss that feels intimate in a way sex never does. And I know it's all a job to her, and to me. But sometimes, like right now, when our breath is so close, when my whole body is focused on helping her calm down, it doesn't feel like a job. It feels personal. Where is your heart, Landon? Everything tenses at that question. Because fuck, I've spent forever running. And now I'm going home, no less sure than when I left. Still have no house to call a home, no real job, no real woman. Everything is like blackjack. Just a house of fucking cards. I've never felt shame before at not having my shit together. But when Claire asks, for some reason I want to show her that I am not such a screw-up. If my father gives me the business, I'll pour my heart into the king's diamond. So you'd move to England? She asks, taking a sip of the champagne. The plane has stabilized in the air, and she and I both rest back in our own seats. I hadn't thought of that, I admit. I don't really want to leave Vegas. My life is there. I get it. I never thought I'd still be there. I mean, it's where I grew up, and I always wanted to leave. But now, I don't know, it feels like home. England is so different from Las Vegas. I know. A serene smile passes over Claire's face, and the flight attendant refills our drinks. What do you know of England? I ask, lagging. You've never even left Nevada. Don't laugh, but when I was a girl, I was obsessed. You know the A&E version of Pride and Prejudice? Well, I had the whole thing memorized. When my friends were in love with Justin Bieber, I was head over heels in love with Colin Firth. So I know that the estates and countryside are very different from the desert. The food is different too, and the people. My parents are an anomaly, not stuffy or uptight, but my brother Jeffrey and his girlfriend Fiona, they are ridiculous. Claire's eyes twinkle. How long have they been together? That's the sort of thing your fiancé would know. 10 years. Jeffrey is just 1 year my senior. They dated since high school. But never got married? If they had, would that make him the obvious choice for your father's successor? Fiona wants to get married, but Jeffrey is a pansy. He's worse than an arse. He's a twit, which is why I think I actually stand a chance. Jeffrey is so terrible that if I show that I'm capable of even a modicum of decent behavior, I think my father will legitimately consider me. Which is where I come in. Right. So just shower me with praise, mention my virility and skill, tell everyone I am investing in real estate, and never hint at the fact I spent 5 years mucking about. You call it mucking. I call it fucking. Ha! I snort. Claire, that wit is exactly the sort of humour Englishmen love. Keep it up. As our glasses are filled for the 3rd time, I toast Claire again. What is that one for? She asks. For doing this. For putting up with me. My lips curl into a smile as I realize I am actually genuinely happy to be bringing Claire home. She looks gorgeous in this posh outfit, holding her flute of champagne. Everything about her drips perfection, and I wouldn't believe she had a blemish if someone swore she did. I want the money, she says bluntly. I'll put up with anything. Right. I finish the martini in one fell swoop. Fuck me. My head needs to stay on bloody straight. This isn't personal for Claire. She's never once hinted that it is. It's all business for her, and I need to keep it that way for me too. But as we recline our seats, settling in for the long flight, I can't help but look at Claire and think that what I really want is her.
Chapter 12. I fall asleep for most of the flight, and wake only as Landon gently nudges my arm. "We're here, love," he says, tucking a piece of my hair off my face. That gets me sitting up straight. "Love?" He laughs. "I was trying it on for size. You know, to make this believable. We need pet names." "And mine is Love?" "Right. It rolls off the tongue. You can call me anything you like. However, we should think on it as we walk. The rest of the plane has already disembarked." I unbuckle and look around. "You let me sleep while everyone walked past me?" I swat his arm. "Was I drooling?" "You looked perfect." I eye Landon cautiously. He's being ridiculously nice, which, actually, he's been pretty generous with me the entire time we've been hanging out. And by hanging out, I mean planning on conning his loved ones and having sex. I stand and get my purse. "Okay, baby cakes." "So you're going with baby cakes, then?" he asks, deadpan. I walk off the plane with him trailing me. "It's better than Toots." "It's better than a lot of things. That doesn't mean you should consider calling me fuck machine." I laugh, swatting his arm as he reaches for my hand again. We walk into the crowded airport. The Las Vegas airport suddenly seems minuscule compared to this place. People from everywhere on the globe cross our path. Dialects and languages circle around us, and my face brightens as I realize that I really did it. I traveled to another country. Looking down, I see Landon's hand holding mine. "You know, you don't have to hold my hand until we get to your parents' house," I tell him, as our fingers lace together effortlessly. "Do you mind? I want to be in the habit of it, so it seems natural." "I don't mind. We're in England. This is your turf, your rules. Your wish is my command."
Okay then. He stops in the middle of the airport terminal. Hundreds of people swarm around us. Huge windows are on either side of us, and planes are landing and taking off. It's the place people go to leave. The airport is where stories end, the place where stories begin. The place where Landon is kneeling down on one knee. Oh my gosh. I silently will him to stand. He could just slip a ring on my finger without a show, yet here he is, pulling out a black box, holding my hand, looking into my eyes. Claire, the moment we waltzed arm in arm, I knew you and I were destined for greatness. You literally glided into my life, and you are the only person I want to have this crazy adventure with. You don't have to do this, I whisper out of the corner of my mouth. People have stopped walking. They're watching, cameras poised at their faces as literal strangers begin documenting this proposal. My face is hot. My chest pounds. This is so not happening. Claire, I have to do this, right now, before another moment passes us by. Will you make me the happiest bloke in the world and be my bride? My eyes are basically falling off my face, and not because that diamond ring is beyond enormous, but because Landon looks so ridiculously handsome. So absolutely out of my league. He's in a tie and collared shirt, a suit coat and nice slacks. He has on cufflinks, for God's sake. No one would believe we were together. But then I look down at myself, with my high heels and manicured hands, my gorgeous clothing, and my $3,000 purse. We fit. We match. Say yes, he says, holding the solitaire flanked with 2 emeralds. Yes, I say breathlessly. She said yes! Someone in the crowd calls, and everyone is clapping, calling out congratulations and hollering. I blink back tears. Tears that make 0 sense. This isn't a real proposal. Landon and I aren't actually in love. Still, Landon slides the ring on my finger and stands, pulling me into a hug and then a kiss as natural as our hands lacing together. He picks me up off the ground and twirls me in a circle, grinning like a lovesick fool. Then he sets me back down, and the crowd keeps moving, because everyone in this airport has a place to be. He cups my face in his hands and says, "For the record, you are a beautiful fake fiancé." You aren't so bad yourself. I kiss him again. Because I want to. Because this fake proposal took my breath away. I knew he'd give me a ring at some point, but I didn't expect it to make me weak in the knees. I can't let my guard down, though. Landon sees this as a job, and so do I. I'm not in the business of making myself look like a fool. Right now, I'm in the business of making $250,000 in 1 week's time. He wants this to look as real as possible? I can give him that. I can give him exactly what he wants. There are worse things than pretending to be in love.
I haven't been to the family estate in 9 months. I came last Christmas for 2 days, before flying to Bali for a week. Mum kept wiping her eyes the whole time, giving me a royal guilt trip for not being there longer, doing more. I shouldn't have come at all, because being there only proved to them what I'm not. No one wants to think about what I actually am. Least of all, me. So your mother is Helen and your father is Arthur. Tell me something else I should know? Claire says, tucking her hair behind her ear. She holds her phone in her lap and is texting as we travel the 1-hour drive to Hertfordshire. I have no bloody clue who she's speaking with, and I have this strange curiosity to know. She's quizzing me, but I want to know everything about her. Right. I say, stretching my legs in the back of the sleek town car. Fiona, of course, is a bitch, and her sister hates me, so avoid asking about the family. Why does she hate you? She asks. Because I slept with her. But it was a long time ago, and the thing is, Fiona doesn't even know the half of it. What's the other half? I snort, feeling my cheeks heat up. I slept with her mother, too. Landon? Claire punches me in the arm. That's terrible. Wincing playfully, I add, it was holiday. I'd gotten drunk on eggnog. I was barely legal. She pounced. She was the original cougar. Claire rolls her eyes. What else should I know? Because I know you're a player in Vegas. But, Landon, were you really that wild here, too? Honestly, I was probably worse. Did you intentionally omit these details when you offered me the job? What? You don't think you can do it? I can do it. She silences her phone and shoves it back in her bag. I can do anything for a week. I take her hand in mine, resting them on the leather seat of the town car. The diamond gleams between us like $1,000,000. Scratch that. Like $2,000,000. Because that was what it bloody cost. However, using a perk of being the owner's son, I borrowed it from the Vegas branch of the King's Diamond, since I don't actually have that sort of cash yet. Soon enough, I will. Soon it will be my store, my company. It's so beautiful, Claire says, sighing as she looks out the window. It's late, after dinner, and the sky is heavy with the colors of a setting sun. Did you go to school here? Primary school, yes. Then I went to boarding school in Edinburgh and uni at Cambridge. Where did you go to school? Claire licks her lips. We should probably make up my whole backstory, don't you think? Falling for a cocktail waitress is not going to win the family over. I suppose. It's kind of bollocks, though, isn't it? I run my hand over my jaw, confused as to why I feel protective of Claire and her feelings. I don't want to offend her with the truth of the people I come from. They would judge the hell out of her if they knew she serves rum and cokes for a living, while wearing a corset and fishnets. How the fuck do I know this? Because they have been judging me for the past decade for doing nothing with my life as well. Not that Claire isn't doing something with her life. She seems happy-ish, but she isn't exactly riddled with life passion or motivation, is she? Okay, I've got to stop this. I don't want to become an entirely different sort of arse the moment I land in the Heathrow airport. An arse like Jeffrey. I can live with being a womanizing prick, but a judgmental one? Not at all. I know that my job is usually a stepping stone for most people, but Landon, I'm not most people. I don't even know what sort of job I'd want if I weren't a waitress. The money is decent, and the hours are great. Are they really? I can't help but ask. Because it's actually something I've always wondered. Why do you work the crappiest shifts at the Spades? Surely Ace would give you a leg up. Let you work weekend nights and make more in tips? Claire shifts uncomfortably in her seat, her soft wool coat covering so many inches of her. The inches I want to run my hands over. I don't want to talk about it, Landon, she says briskly. I like my job, and the shifts I have are the ones I want. Duly noted. But honestly, we need a backstory. How we met, what I'm doing in Vegas. Hell, what you're doing in Vegas. We need to know why they should give the company to you. We really should have discussed this before we were 15 minutes from my parents' house. 15? Fuck, Landon! She covers her mouth. Shit, I can't say fuck around them. They're proper, right? Like rich and have tea and a maid? Tell me, is it going to be like an episode of Downton Abbey? First of all, Downton takes place like 100 years ago. You do realize that. But yes, they have a staff. And afternoon tea. I'm so over my head. She takes deep breaths in and out, closes her eyes, grips my hand tight in hers. Are you going to have another panic attack? I ask. Because really, this is not at all what I envisioned. I need put together Claire. Claire who's always, you know, responsible. But Landon, you're the one who needs to be cool, calm, put together. You're the one who needs to win them over, not me. I'm an accessory. Fuck. I match her breathing pattern, realizing she's absolutely right. I brought her along to prove how reliable I am, to show my parents that I'm able to commit. The truth is, their eyes will still be on me. I have Claire here, hoping she'll solve my problems. But she can't. She can only hold my hand and smile. I'm the one who needs the fake identity. It's okay, Landon. We can do this. Together. One thing at a time. Claire leans over and kisses my cheek. I know it's an effort to be as natural a couple as possible, but her kiss genuinely does cause my shoulders to drop, my eyes to open. I feel grounded with her next to me. What kind of woman would they like you to marry? She asks. A girl like Fiona? Absolutely. They love Fiona. She goes to bridge with my mum, and they play tennis at the country club together. Also, they like to shop. On vacations, they seem to talk about books. I don't know. It's all boring stuff. I got this. I can do boring. She smiles, nodding her head, assuring me. And you, Landon? What would your father want from you? To be like Jeffrey? They would want me to be like Jeffrey, only more friendly, outgoing, not so stick-up-my-arse. My father is always riding my brother about being rigid, no fun, a bore. My father likes to have a good time. Not too good, but he certainly doesn't want to sit stoically and discuss finance. So you're your father's son, only you have a tendency to be more wild than you should. Claire cocks her head, looking me up and down. Her eyes land on the bulge in my pants. I can't wait to get her in the house, in a bedroom, and tear off her clothes, which will be soon. We've just pulled up to the estate. Let's not talk about my father right now. Let's talk about all the things I plan on doing to you. I'd love to hear all about it. But Landon, this cannot be your house. This is a freaking castle. Claire's gorgeous eyes are wide in surprise. Technically, yes. The driveway leading to the estate is filled with autumn foliage, and the house itself looks as regal as ever. Towering spires and stone walls, barred windows and sweeping views of the property. Everything will be fine, I tell her. Remember, you told me we've got this. I kiss her again, because I can't fucking help myself. Everything about her makes me insane. Her vulnerability, her innocence, her absolute naivete of the world around us, the way she holds herself together, not thinking she's less than or inadequate. She is enough. I like it when you kiss me, she says, her lips lingering on mine, her words soft breaths that I want to inhale. When the driver stops the car at the front of the estate and opens her door, I squeeze her hand. They're going to be so shocked that I've actually come. She half laughs in disbelief. You didn't tell them you were coming? That I was coming? Everyone likes a surprise, don't they? As we exit the car, I hear Claire mutter under her breath, not thinking I can hear. Surprises aren't always a good thing. I watch as she straightens her coat, flicks back her platinum hair, reaches for my hand. She seems completely in control. The panic attacks are gone. She's the Claire I met at the Spades Royale, the Claire I needed to bring home to my family. I wonder if she's everything she's telling me. If she is, this engagement could become more real than I imagined it could be.
Chapter 13. So, the house is actually a castle, and the family has no clue I'm coming. And Landon is making my heart flutter in completely inappropriate ways. And all I can do is look down at his crotch when I really need to be keeping my eyes on the prize, winning over the family and getting my paycheck. But all I want right now is more of him pressed against me. A butler in a white starched blazer opens the door. Yes, that is correct, a butler. Because that joke about Downton Abbey is no joke. This is real. Really, Real. I am really in England at a Jane Austen-esque property, wearing gorgeous clothing and a gorgeous ring, holding the hand of a beyond gorgeous man. Landon is all sorts of things. He's insecure. He's hot as hell. He's gentle with me. And he is nervous. Like really, really nervous. As we enter the grand foyer, where a chandelier larger than a poker table hangs above us and a staircase sweeps across the room, I am struck by how tightly Landon is holding my hand. "It's okay, baby cakes," I whisper. "We got this." My words elicit a smile. Exactly what I hoped they would do. Landon needs to be relaxed and confident when his parents greet us. They need to believe he is undoubtedly grown up. "I will call your parents, Landon," the butler says, bowing at his waist. "They are having after-dinner drinks in the sitting room, and I don't think they were expecting you." A footman trails behind us, depositing our heap of luggage. "That is quite all right, Brandon. We can greet them ourselves," Landon says, shaking off the butler's words. "As you wish," Brandon says, shutting the door behind us. "Geoffrey and Fiona are here as well." "Of course they are," Landon says, smiling tightly. I watch the exchange, trying to be present and as observant as possible. I need to be 100% on my A game. Landon is counting on me. And so are my daughter and mother, even if they don't know it. Walking down the hall, Landon blows air out of his cheeks, seemingly upset. "Stop." I tug on his arm, spin him to look at me. "Before we go in there, you need to remember something. You are Landon, the hottest man I know. You are the king of Vegas, in ways a guy like Ace will never be. You aren't the mafia boss's son. You are heir to a freaking castle. You are a badass, and you need to remember that. Don't let your brother make you feel less than. We are in this together." In this moment, what I really want is for this to be real. As ridiculous as that is, for a split second, all I want is us to actually be engaged and meeting his family for the first time. I want the feeling of being in it with someone else. Forever. For 5 years, it's been Sophia and me against the world. Earlier, when I texted my mom in the car, letting her know I got here safely, I wondered what Landon would say if I told him the truth. The truth about having a daughter, and the truth about everything else. Would he still go through this arrangement with me? Still want me as his fake fiancé? I know one thing. If he knew the truth, I'd never be the real deal. The real fiancé. The real wife. I brush my foolishness away. At the same moment, Landon brushes a strand of hair from my face. His eyes search mine, and his lips press against my lips. In an instant, he has me against the wall, and my hands run through his hair. His kiss searches all of me, as if he's trying to find a way to believe in the words I spoke. My words, meant to encourage him, seem to have ignited a passion, a desire. My words seem to be working. Other parts of me are working too. My panties get wet as he presses himself against me. His cock is right against my belly, and all I can visualize is him and me together, sprawled out on some enormous bed in this castle, him fucking me all night. Which, I know, not a part of the job description. But, oh God, as Landon's tongue slides into my mouth, deepening our kiss, I want other parts to slide into me as well.
What the hell is going on here?
A nasal voice draws Landon and I apart. A woman about my age in a houndstooth skirt and jacket has her mouth dropped open in shock.
Geoffrey,
she hisses.
get over here, now!
A man holding a wine glass is a few steps behind her. He wears a frown, and a slight look of disgust is etched onto the squinty corners of his eyes.
Jeffrey, Fiona, hello,
Landon says, stepping away from me and reaching out his hand.
I cannot believe you, Landon. This is so typical.
Fiona's eyes take me in, head to toe, trying to judge me, but I know I look impeccable. There is no room for the snotty words she wants to dish.
You really came to muck everything up.
Just what we need. Jeffrey shakes his head in disapproval, and I watch Landon's eyes find their way to the floor. How is it that two people who are complete bores shake the confidence of a man with an ego as big as his cock? I reach for his hand and hold my head high. Fiona has nothing on me, and Jeffrey has nothing on Landon. I just need to convince his parents of that. And it seems I need to convince Landon of that, too.
Claire laces her fingers with mine, and it steadies me the same way her words did. Her speech filled me with so much unbridled passion, I wanted to fuck her right there in the open. I wanted all of her, and I still do. Of course Fiona and Jeffrey, of all people, had to interrupt us. That's just another log for the fire he is building against me. We follow Fiona and Jeffrey into the sitting room, and the moment we walk in, Dad and Mum are up, wrapping me in undignified hugs. "Landon, you came. You came home," Dad says, clapping my back. "I always ask, but it rarely works." Jeffrey and Fiona have found their way to a sofa, and sit with looks of disapproval on their faces. "A family summit seemed rather important," I say, smiling. "Wouldn't miss it for the world." Obviously, I'm trying hard to sound easygoing and relaxed, the sort of man Dad would want representing him. Mum clasps her hands to her heart. "We are so pleased. I just can't believe you didn't call first," she says, swatting my arm. "And who is this sweet thing?" she asks, looking between Claire and me. "I think she's another bird he found on the way from Heathrow. Guessing she flew right into his lap," Fiona says smugly, reaching for her cocktail glass and taking a drink. "Play nice, kids," Dad says, his brows furrowed. Obviously Fiona's referencing last Christmas when I brought home a woman I met in the airport bar. Fiona's being a snot, but I understand why. She usually has reason to be. I've ruined enough family events with my drugs, drinking, and women to make her pissy. I deserve it. But Claire does not. "That's funny, Fiona," Claire says. "Landon actually calls me his little bird." She embellishes the truth, but I don't mind. Not if she can iron things out with Fiona. Though I don't think I spend nearly enough time in his lap to elicit that sort of comment from you. "Oh, she's feisty," Dad says, laughing. I think he's relieved to hear that Claire isn't a girl I just met in passing. "Tell us, who are you then?" "Landon," she says demurely, her eyes lowered, a small smile on her face. "Tell them, love." "Love?" Mum's eyes widen, and she covers her mouth. "This is Claire," I explain, reaching for her hand. "She's my fiancée." Fiona literally spits out her drink. Choking back her shock, she reaches for a napkin, a poor attempt to wipe away her surprise. "You're engaged?" Mum wraps her arms around Claire and me, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. "Brandon," Dad calls. "Champagne! We need champagne!" "The prodigal son has returned," Jeffrey says, his face revealing everything. Resentment, jealousy, loathing. "It just happened," Claire says, beaming. We find seats in the richly upholstered chairs and sit facing one another. "We've been dating for months, and we decided this would be the perfect time for me to come out and meet you all, but then... You'll never believe it," she says, laughing. Her green eyes are wild with intensity and pure, absolute joy. She is a fucking amazing actress, because everyone is on the edge of their seats, eating this up. Then, after we landed here today, he got down on one knee at the airport and proposed. It was magic. People were cheering and wishing us good luck, and it was like a movie. I can't believe it's our life. She reaches over and kisses me softly on the cheek. Mum and Dad are crying literal tears. Fiona is speechless. She stares at us with a look of empty hatred. "Can we see the ring?" Dad asks. "Of course," Claire says, sticking out her hand. "Now this is a special ring," he says. "The 3 stones are for the past, present, and future, I presume." Of course he has an analogy for this. He has one for everything related to promises of forever and commitments, and why he went into this bloody business in the first place. "But Landon, tell us about the emeralds." He's commenting on the 2 emeralds flanking the solitaire. I breathe a sigh of relief. This is an easy answer. I'm sure there will be plenty more that I won't have any words for. But this I do. Just look at Claire's eyes and you'll understand. Claire smiles coyly, as all eyes fall on her green ones once again. "That is very romantic," Mum says. "But Landon, we have family jewels." "I know, but Mum, I couldn't wait another moment to propose." "I didn't even know you were dating anyone, dear. We have so much to catch up on." "Later, dear. Now we must share a toast," Dad says, smiling. Brandon carries in a silver tray with 6 champagne flutes and a chilled bottle of champagne. Once we all have a glass of bubbly in hand, Dad stands and offers a toast. "To Claire and Landon, and a lifetime of love." We clink glasses, and there's a moment of silence as everyone takes a sip. We spend the next hour catching up. Nothing new with Fiona and Geoffrey, besides bragging about how many promotions he's earned. All the while, Dad looks on as if this is the last thing he wishes to discuss. "Well, I must say everyone thought it was rather ingenious," Geoffrey drawls on. "The way I expanded distribution in Mexico City. No one has made any inroads there for years." "True, no one has," my father says. "But that deal required quite a bit of brand leniency, didn't it?" He shrugs. "If I wanted to sell diamonds in strip malls, I would have started my business in America. The King's Diamond is all about the luxury experience." "Oh, boys, let's not do this now," Mum says. "Claire, tell us about you. What do you do for fun? Where did you 2 meet? I need details, darling." "Oh, of course. Well..." Claire looks over at me and I nod encouragingly. "I love tennis, and reading, books, and, of course, dogs." Mum leans in, a bit perplexed. "Books and dogs, you say?" "Yes, well..." Claire waves her hands in the air, laughing nervously. Fuck me, she's losing it. "Sorry, jet lag is making me a bit wonky." "I don't want you wonky. Do you need some tea, perhaps?" Mum asks. "No, I'm fine. I'm sorry. Landon, will you tell them all the lovely details of our life together?" I cough, grin tightly, and take her hand. "Of course, love. The details." Dad smiles encouragingly, and I have no choice but to forge ahead. What with Geoffrey sitting smugly across from me, and Fiona practically begging for me to say Claire is a stripper. Claire is in hotel hospitality. Her office is at the Spades Royale where I live, and we met at a business function. You know, how I've mentioned the investment property I've purchased? When my dad nods, I keep going. Right, anyway, there we were, both talking of investments and hospitality, and it was pure... I pause, clapping my hand there, stalling because I know my explanation is complete rubbish. "Pure magic," Claire finishes, getting a second wind. "We were at a business gala, and the moment our eyes met, it was magic. The next thing you know, we were waltzing around the ballroom at the Spades, reminding each other of our childhoods and falling in love." Claire is able to spin a story of Ace and Emmy's wedding into something that has my parents on the literal edge of their seats. "Landon, dear, how could you hold this from me?" Mum asks. I can't believe you met, what, 3 months ago? And you've kept this gem a secret all this time? Well, Claire says, clasping her hands in apology. I know we just arrived, but I am absolutely spent. Is there any way I could be shown a bed to sleep in? Of course, dear, Mum says. Let me get Clarice. She'll take you to a room. I had one ready just in case Landon chose to grace us with his presence. We got doubly lucky, though, didn't we? As did I, Claire says, standing and reaching for my hand. Are you coming, love? I don't hesitate. In this moment, I'll go anywhere this girl wants to go.
Chapter 14. The room is beautiful. Thick drapes line the window. Tapestry curtains hang around the 4-poster bed. I wondered how old-fashioned his parents would be, and if we'd be able to sleep in the same room, but apparently this diamond ring works wonders. Fiona pitched a little fit when she realized Landon and I would be sharing quarters. Landon says she and Jeffrey were together 5 years before they were allowed to sleep in the same bedroom at the family estate. This was your childhood bedroom? Ridiculous, right? Fit for a king. I love it. I fall onto the bed, still dressed, unable to help myself. It has been a long day. Are you all right with me sleeping here? Landon asks. I know this is a job, and sleeping together was not in the contract. We didn't actually sign a contract, did we? I ask, sitting up. No, I just don't want you to feel forced. Oh, I say, pouting a little. I actually want to be forced into a few things tonight. Do you? Landon throws his suit coat and tie on a chair, slips off his shoes and shirt. His pants drop next. He's down to his boxer briefs in a matter of seconds. Eager much? I laugh, standing up and removing my heels. Truthfully, I want him as much as he wants me. When he pressed me against the wall in the hallway downstairs, I thought I might melt into a puddle on the hardwood floor. I love aggressive Landon, but gentle, insecure Landon makes me equally turned on. You were incredible tonight, he says, walking toward me. I take off my scarf, pull my sweater over my head, fold them carefully before setting them on top of a bureau. They ate it up, I tell him, unbuttoning my pants. I take them off and add them to the pile. I don't want to ruin these clothes. They're worth more than my car. You are a good liar. I prefer to call it embellishing the truth. All those things did happen, just, not the falling in love part. A flicker of understanding crosses Landon's face, and I turn from him, taking off the necklace I'm wearing and setting it on the dresser. I hate the emotions running through my heart. They make me feel weak. While I sat downstairs, for a moment, it didn't feel like I was playing a part. It felt real. Like this was actually my life. That Landon, the playboy gajillionaire, had actually chosen me. But he didn't. He only chose me to play a role. And thank my lucky stars that I've practiced deceiving my friends for the past few months. I've gotten really good at being a person I'm actually not. But what if I was? What if I was the girl who got swept away, swept off her feet? What if I was the girl who got a happily ever after just like Emmy did? What if I was a girl who fell in love with a man who didn't want to leave, who didn't go without ever coming back? Claire, he says, coming up behind me and wrapping his arms around my waist.
He kisses my neck tenderly, and a shiver crosses my spine as his skin presses tight against me. Can we pretend, for just one night, that this is real? That what is real? I whisper, wanting it to be real so badly my eyes prick with tears. Is it just that I'm so desperate for someone to choose me that I'll take it in any form I can get? In the form of a man who doesn't really love me or want me. In the form of the only man who is here. That today we really did get engaged, did come home and tell my parents, he says into the crook of my neck. Can we pretend that this is real? You and me, us. I'm grateful that our eyes don't meet, that we aren't face to face, because I'm scared my heart would betray me, that he would see everything I want to hide. I feel ashamed for the things I want from him, the things he has never offered to give, because our fake engagement suddenly feels real in ways I know it shouldn't. He thinks I'm someone I'm not, and I want him to be a man he isn't. Okay. The word is easy to say, because I want to pretend as much as he does. It's easier to act like this is real than to admit that neither of us have the things we need. His exhale is long against my skin, and he pushes away my hair, kissing the base of my neck. I give in to the sensation. I love you. I whisper words that aren't true. Words I want said back. I love you too, he says, unclasping my bra, pushing the straps off my arms and cupping my breasts from behind. He is so close against me, his hardness pressed against my ass. I sink into him, his hands warm and strong, holding me up. His cock massive and thick, the only thing able to let me completely release, utterly let go, and I want to touch it, taste it, suck it. My hands reach up, touching his face, and I turn, kissing him hard with passion, with desire. I give my mouth to him, hoping he takes more. I want all of you, he says, as if reading my mind. He picks me up, and my legs wrap around his waist as he carries me to the bed. Sliding off my thong, I lay naked on the pile of pillows under the beautiful canopy. Amber light glows from the sconces on the wall, and as he pulls the curtains around the bed shut, a heavy decadence covers us, like we are in a cavern, our own little cave. He takes off his boxers, and then we're both kneeling before one another, our eyes finally meeting. But this time, my heart isn't on the line. Right now, the only thing I'm offering him is my body. His giant rod is between us, so thick I can't help but bend over and lick the length of it. I moan in pleasure as my lips trail the skin of his shaft. He smacks my ass playfully as I lick him, and then, unable to help myself, I press the tip in my mouth and take as much of him as I can. My lips are stretched around his thickness, and I feel the tip of his cock in my throat, but I want to be filled with him until I gag. I want to taste his cum in my mouth and hold his balls in my hand. I suck him, my head bobbing up and down as my hands rest on his thighs. His fingers run through my hair as his thickness pulses in my mouth. I taste his saltiness begin to pour in my mouth, feel his thrusting slow and deepen at the same time. I want more of him, so I keep him in my mouth as ropes of cum fill me. I swallow, my pussy wrecked with heat, wanting so badly to be fucked. My thighs are slick with my wetness. I'm unable to stop myself from moaning in desire as I suck him off until he's emptied his seed in me. I clench myself together, wanting to save my ecstasy for when he fills me up, but it only heightens my desire. Landon is such a man that I can't help but want to please him, take care of him, be his plaything all night long. I'll play the part of his fiancé tonight, but I also want him to use me as his personal sex toy. I pull his throbbing cock from my mouth. Fuck me however you like, Landon. I want you to use me however you want. He greedily pulls me to him and kisses me hard. His hands cup my face as his hot kisses seal me to him. My head falls, my back arches, my core is on fire. His hand reaches down to my entrance, his fingers touching my wet pussy, and the softest touch from him elicits deep moans from me. I want so much, all at once. I want everything. He must sense this because his fingers rub against me with more intensity. Each circular motion they make causes me to shake with desire. I need you in me, I beg him. Not yet. I need it though, baby. I need you in me. Let me get you off. I want to see you squirm. He gently pushes me against the pile of pillows and he spreads my thighs on either side of him. Reaching for my opening again with his fingers, he begins to rub my clit until I have tears on my face. The mounting pleasure is uncontainable as his experienced fingers rub against me until there's nothing left but for me to scream out in relief. 3 of his fingers reach inside me, hitting my G-spot with such intuition that I know he must have finger-fucked 100 women this way. As my pussy clenches around his hand, my opening gushing with release, all I can think is, thank God I am woman 101 because I deserve someone experienced, someone who knows how to use his massive cock, his strong hands. Now you're ready, Landon says, his cock hard once again. My eyes flutter closed for a moment as I catch my breath, but he knows what he's doing. He knows that waiting for me to recover isn't what I need. I need to be fucked so hard, my eyes will close for the rest of the night. He knows I need to be fucked until all I see is black skies and bright stars. I need to be fucked until all I see is him. He presses his thickness into me, and I gasp as he does. He fills me up in ways I have only dreamed about, ways I need. I grab his shoulders and pull him down, wanting his body to cover me. Oh, baby, I moan. This is everything. This is magic. He kisses me again as he rhythmically ravishes me with his cock. This is us. When he comes, it's hard and fast. I do too. Unable to comprehend the ceaseless orgasm he causes to ripple through me, I laugh. He rolls off me and takes my hand. Our fingers lace again. It's natural, and it feels like love. And I don't want to think about the fact that it is all fake. Landon doesn't either. Because in the stillness of the dark, curtained bed, where our sweaty bodies and slick skin reveal the ways we gave ourselves to one another, he whispers, I love you, Claire. And I close my eyes again, wanting to remember the moment when I forgot what was real and what was not, wanting to remember when I chose to believe, for just one night, the things I wanted, not the things I had.
The next morning I wake in an empty bed. Pulling back the curtains on the bed, I find Claire texting on her phone, pacing the room in nothing but her panties and a tank top. Everything okay, love? She whips to face me the moment she hears my voice. Love? She asks. I thought the sentiment was just for last night. She drops the phone in her purse and crosses to the bed, Wrapping her arms around my neck, she tilts ahead and smiles. It's just so easy to pretend, I tell her, holding her at her waist so effortlessly. Last night felt like a dream, but waking up this morning and seeing her here, it feels so real. Maybe it can be. Maybe this is more than a job, more than a ruse. Maybe Claire is the perfect woman for me. I know, but we need to keep our heads in the game. She smirks, her lips twisting in perfection. Why are you looking at me like that? She asks me. Like what? Like you're up to no good? That's my motto, Sweet Cheeks. Sweet Cheeks, huh? What will you call me next? Schnookums? Claire laughs, her head falling back and her graceful neck tempting me to devour it. But she pulls away before I can plant kisses in the places I want to, which is everywhere. I'm starving, and it's already 9. I haven't slept in this late for 5 years. 5 years? I scratch my chin, watching as she opens a suitcase and begins rifling through the piles of clothing. Give or take. Her back is to me, but she keeps talking. What do the English wear to breakfast? Anything will do. I'm sure Dad will want everyone to walk the property, and Mum will insist everyone sees the greenhouse. Fiona will act like they're the most amazing plans of all time, and Geoffrey will grumble. It will be a pleasant day, I'm sure. I know I sound jaded, but I know exactly how days with my family go. Well, that makes it easy for us, Claire says, holding up 2 sweaters. We need to get downstairs and beat them to the punch. Ask them if we can walk the dogs and see the garden first. You should wear the green one, I say, pointing to the one with the lower neckline. And you're brilliant. We should play our cards just as you suggest. Aw, the blackjack player using card analogies. Very cute. Claire stands and swats my legs with her top. Now get dressed, and we need to be matchy-matchy. I want them to think we're the perfect couple. I nod, but inside I silently say words that shock me. We are the perfect couple. When we get downstairs for breakfast, everyone is sitting at the massive oak table. Fiona and Geoffrey have crossed arms and pursed lips. Mum and Dad look confused and upset. All I want is some tea and toast. What is it? I ask, pulling out a chair for Claire, remembering to be the perfect gentleman. I look at my mum for approval, but her head is now buried in her hands. So, Claire, tell us what kind of life do you live in Las Vegas? Fiona asks, picking up a teacup, emphasizing Las Vegas with disdain. We've just been seated and haven't even taken a bite of food. Well, what would you like to know? Claire maneuvers her answer expertly as she takes a seat. What do you do for a living? I told you last night. I work in the hospitality sector. Fiona snorts. See? She says flippantly to my mum. Told you? Told what? I ask. Hospitality sector is a quaint way of saying cocktail waitress. Geoffrey scoffs. Admit it, Landon. This girl is no different than the other birds you've brought here on holiday. The only difference is this girl has a rock on her finger. On loan, I might add. How do you know that? I ask, feeling heat rise to my cheeks. I don't know why him mentioning that I didn't buy the ring outright embarrasses me, but for some reason I don't want Claire to know that. I called around, Geoffrey says, picking up a piece of toast as if this conversation is, as if Claire and I are, beneath him. It's not that difficult to look up an address, search a few databases, ask a few tech friends to run a few things on your fiancé, a few things on you. Oh, don't ruin a perfectly nice family holiday, Mum says, setting down her napkin. All I want is my family all together, under one roof. Well, first of all, it's not a holiday, Mum. We've gathered for a family business meeting, one we must have sooner or later. Besides, our family is all together. Geoffrey digs. But not Claire's. Tell them, Claire. What family did you leave at home? Claire's face goes white, as if she's seen a ghost. Geoffrey and Fiona seem to have crossed a line. I just don't know what line that is. What? I ask her, confused. Claire's eyes are already brimming with tears. I can't. Then she's up, running from the room. And then she's gone.
Chapter 15. I don't want to be a drama queen. I swear to God, I don't. I came downstairs today wanting an English family breakfast where everyone eats clotted cream and scones and drinks Earl Grey tea. Running out makes me look like a basket case, but I can't help it. Fiona's look of hatred and Geoffrey's apparent disdain for me solidified everything I fear. Being judged for being the person I am. I love my daughter. I love the fact that I live with my mom and that the family I have is close to me. What I hate is holier-than-thou people, especially ones who are only that way because they happen to be living a life of estates and diamond tycoons and passports filled with stamps from the entire world. What I hate is that I feel less than because I live in the desert in my mother's house, because my baby daddy left before our daughter was born, because I don't have a college degree or a retirement plan, or anything, really, besides my girl. And shouldn't that be enough? Landon follows me from the house, calling my name, but I want to keep running. I've run down a stone pathway, and I don't know where it leads, but what's new? I don't know much of anything. Right now, all I know is that I hate Landon finding out about Sophia this way. I shouldn't have held my cards so close. And I know this is just a job, but when Landon looks at me, kisses me, says he loves me, I swear it is something more. Last night, we played pretend, and I know that it was just a game, a way to numb, and a way to hide, and a way to get lost. I know there is nothing more between us. But God, a not-so-small part of me wishes there were. But as Landon catches up to me, grabs my arm, forces me to stop and look in his eyes, I see that my wishes mean nothing. This is a job to him. And I think I may have royally fucked it up. "What in the bloody hell are you doing, woman?" he asks, panting for breath. "You never used the word bloody back in Vegas. One day in England and you've returned to the slang of your childhood? This isn't a joke, and we aren't making this about me right now. Can we please?" I ask him, turning from him, my chest pounding and my ears pounding as I look around the gorgeous garden we've run into. Oak trees and ivy and massive hedges in the shapes of diamonds surround us. "No, Claire." Landon places his hands on my arms, forcing me to stop and turn back to him. "We are talking about you. What was Geoffrey referring to? What made you run?" "You didn't stay and listen?" I ask. "Damn it, Claire, stop it. My parents think we're bloody engaged. You think I'd just let my fiancée run from the house without coming after her?" "So you came because I'm your employee?" "Stop being difficult." His eyes search mine, but I've already turned off the emotions, the feeling that could reveal how I really feel. Because what I really feel is something passing between Landon and I every time our hands touch, every time he whispers my name, every time we make love. "You said Fiona and Geoffrey were beasts, but you never mentioned the fact that they were completely determined to ruin your life." "I'm pretty sure I did, Claire. I said if you had any dirt at all that they might dig up, they would. I haven't even been in the country 24 hours. I thought I'd have time to win them over before they attacked. That isn't my fault. God, Claire,
What are you hiding? Who are you hiding? I can't do this. I pull away again and sit on the cold stone bench, resting my face in my hands, brushing away the tears. Suddenly, I miss Sophia madly, with all of my heart. This was so stupid. To travel here for a scam? There was no chance in hell we could pull it off. Fake fiancés are only a thing people write about in books or that you see in romantic comedies starring Reese Witherspoon. Not real life. Not my life. Don't do this. Don't be a brat about it. I've brought you all this way, Claire. The least you could do is be honest now. Don't be mean to me, I say, my voice cracking, hating him for looking at me like I'm a bitch. Just wait until he hears that I've been hiding a daughter from him. I swore I had no dusty cobwebs, no skeletons in my closet. And sure, Sophia is one of the things I've kept from him, but she isn't everything. How deep did Jeffrey get when he started digging? Just tell me what Jeffrey meant when he said you have a family back in Vegas. Landon sits next to me, and his softness with me, the tender way he's been taking my hand, threading our fingers together, isn't here. This is a hands in his lap, no room for emotion sort of conversation. You won't see me the same way once I tell you. And how do you think I see you now? He asks, plainly. Which I hate. I hate him putting it back on me right where it belongs. I don't want to own anything at the moment. I just want to curl up in a ball like a cat, find a sunny spot to sleep, and pretend this isn't happening. I'm so freaking tired of wishing for a life I don't have. It isn't fair to the life I do have. I let out a small humph, ashamed of myself for the millionth time today. Why the hell can't what I have be enough? Landon deserves more than I've given him. Sure, I've given him my body, but friendships can't be built on orgasms alone. I think you see me as a smart woman who's put together but prone to panic, I say quietly. I look away from him, focusing on the diamond-shaped greenery because that is emotionless. That is what I can handle in this confession. Landon's eyes are filled with an expanse of feelings that are too much for me to take. I keep talking. You think I'm pretty and fun to be around, and you like the way I make you feel, even if the feelings aren't forever feelings. In the moments that we're together, I think I make you feel better. And I think there are moments where this doesn't feel fake. Where you forget you're a bachelor in Vegas with famous friends and a different woman every night of the week. I think when you forget that, you like what you have. The garden is so quiet. The only noise is Landon clearing his throat, and I wonder why I said all those things. Because maybe he doesn't think that about me at all. Maybe I am presumptuous and a fool, and maybe I'm just putting on him the emotions that are my own. Maybe it's me who's falling for this boy and not the other way around. Either way, it doesn't matter. Either way, it ends in a goodbye. He thinks I am a single woman who likes sex and has no strings attached to anyone or anything. But the reality is so different. Right now, Landon doesn't even know surface level Claire. He doesn't really know me at all. Fuck, Claire. That was a speech. Too much? Never too much. That's not true, I tell him. I haven't told you the secret. Which is? That's not fair. I laid out for you what I think you see in me. Shouldn't you be required to say what I see in you? Is this game really about what's fair? Our eyes meet. The air is still. My heart catches. I think you're trying to hold out on the inevitable. He's right. I give in. Landon? I have a daughter.
I'd say I am a level-headed man. Sure, I like pussy, I'm not denying that. But it doesn't get me all whacked out, because it's just a fact of life. If I want to have sex, I take a woman to my room. And I also like to gamble. There's something about cards on the table, where you can't hide. You can only bluff for so long before you have to show your hand. Claire has the best poker face I've ever seen. A daughter? I literally would have never guessed that's her dirty little secret. A daughter? I ask, incredulous. No fucking way. This is so stupid, she says, tears streaking her gorgeous cheekbones. I should go. I have to go. I can call myself a cab. Shut up and sit down, I instruct, grabbing her hand before she can run off again. I told you I had no skeletons, but I lied about a lot of things. She's a daughter, not a fucking basement filled with rats. People don't put rats in the basement. Crazy people do, and that isn't you. You are a mother, not a psychopath. I said I'd go because I understand this compromises the entire deal. Maybe we can find another angle. You are obviously not leaving. They want Fiona, not me, Landon. A perfect English woman with nothing wrong with her besides a resting bitch face, not a single mom living with her mom. I ignore her assessments. Do Tess and Emmy know? I ask. No. She swallows and looks away. That's pretty fucked up. I know. God. She hits me then, against my arm, and I don't want any more answers or to ask any more questions. I just want to fuck her. Maybe my desire for pussy does get me all whacked out. All I want is her. Again. Claire, you are a really hot mum, I say, pushing her hair from her face and leaning closer. I know her having a daughter is a big thing, but it's not the only thing. I still want her in ways that overwhelm me. Don't brush this off like it's a joke, she says. I feel awful enough already. I've lied to basically everyone, and now you want to have sex with me because it's another thing to check off on your sex list. I don't have a sex list. Is that even a thing? I ask her, smiling. Do you have one? Do all the mums have them? This is serious, Landon. Like either I go back and tell your parents I'm an imposter or... I don't even know option 2. Option 2 is I spank you for being so naughty. Oh my God, me being a mom is, like, turning you on, isn't it? She shakes her head, giving a soft laugh, like she can't believe this is happening. I don't think it's the mum part. I think it's you, Claire. You get me so fucking hard. I kiss her then. My mouth can't help but taste her sweet lips, feel her warm skin. When she doesn't hesitate, when she leans deeper into the kiss, when her hands take hold of my face and she moans her perfect little moan into my mouth, I just want to pull down her jeans and fuck her then and there. I know we can't have sex on the pathway to the garden, but I do pull her into my lap so she straddles me, and my hands reach under her sweater, holding her narrow waist. Her soft skin is warm and willing, moulding under my hands as if made for me. Landon, you want me? Now? Her voice is low and broken. Unquestionably. I stand, holding her as she wraps her legs around me tighter, and carry her down the path, her mouth on my neck, licking the skin leading to my ear. She nibbles my earlobe, and my cock grows hard as her tongue slides across my skin. I take her to a small wooden shed near the pond, kicking open the door and setting her down on a potting bench. Her hands reach for my sweater, pulling it off, and I tug off hers too. We're panting for breath. All I want is her hands to touch my cock, to feel the stiffness that's grown for her. She sits before me, her legs spread apart, and I pull down the white lace of her bra, filling my mouth with her perfect tit, sucking at her hard nipple, wanting to devour her. "I want to touch you," she says. "Not yet," I tell her, shaking my head in mock seriousness. "I'm going to spank you first, for lying to me." "Are you going to spank me hard?" she pants, her hands reaching into the waistband of my trousers, reaching for the only thing that can get her off like a fountain. I know she wants to get soaked, but not yet. I pull her off the counter and spin her around so her ass is in my face, right where it belongs. I undo her pants buttons, her zipper, and in one fell swoop I pull them and her white thong to her ankles. Her forearms rest against the wooden bench, and I kneel down on the tile floor and press my face against her gorgeous ass cheeks. They are the roundest part of her body, and I want to slip my tongue into the space between her legs, where she is already dripping with desire. My hand spreads her legs slightly apart, and I press against her opening quickly, teasingly, knowing she likes my fingers deep inside her, knowing that is when she really lights up, but knowing first I need to spank her, play with her. I like sex that isn't wrapped up in a nice little bow, and so far I've given her pretty tidy packages. I want things to get dirtier now, want to take it to the next level. I know she wants it too, because she kicks off her shoes and her pants that are around her ankles. Now, fully naked, her hand reaches to her opening, her fingers rubbing against her throbbing clit. I kiss her neck, massaging her tits from behind as she touches herself. But then she pauses and turns ever so slightly to whisper in my ear. "I know we're playing, Landon, but you don't think I'm really bad, do you? For lying? You aren't actually punishing me?" "Oh, baby," I say, spinning her around to face me. "No. We can stop if that's what you think. I'd never do something that you didn't want. And I don't know what this is, you and me. But fuck, right now I just want to make you come, and I want to fill you up with my cock, and I want to taste you. It isn't about being bad or being good. It's about being us." "Then spank me, Landon," she says, her eyes gleaming with desire, with longing. "I want my ass to burn, and then I want you to come all over it." My eyes close because I'm speechless. Where the fuck did this woman come from? My hand smacks against her bare ass, and she moans under me, the tender skin where I spanked her bright red. I spank her again, and a third time, my cock hard, but the truth is, I was already hard. Hard from when I watched her touch herself, hard from when I took in the view of her nice round ass. And so I kneeled down and kissed the spot where the palm of my hand met her flesh, kiss away the redness. Because maybe I've liked to fuck this way before, but in an instant I know it isn't what I want with Claire. I want something tender. "What's wrong?" she whispers, her voice so soft that I have the insane desire to scoop her up and put her somewhere safe where she will be protected forever. "I just want to be in you," I admit, the words seeming weak, sounding small, but the words are true. I just want to be inside this woman who is better than me and stronger than me and has a life apart from me. A life I'm too much of an ass to have the privilege of understanding. She doesn't trust me with the details of her life as a mother. Of course she doesn't. I'm a player, a guy living out of a hotel room, conning my parents for a stake in a company. A real man, the kind she deserves, is better than me. She sits up on the potting bench, the cold October air drawing us together. I press myself into her ready opening, and she wraps her legs around my waist and draws her arms around my neck. Our foreheads touch. Our noses brush against one another. And as I come in her, all I can think is that I want to be a better man. I want to be good enough for a woman as complicated as Claire.
Chapter 16. As we walk toward the house, well, the freaking castle, something has changed. The shame I felt for not being honest, for hiding the thing I am most proud of, is still heavy on my heart, but Landon is looking at me differently. He didn't ask me to leave. And what started as reckless sex in a shed became a moment more intimate than I have ever experienced. We dressed quietly. He took my hand, and I swear to God, he took my heart. But I know this feeling of protectiveness over me is fleeting. Landon is such an alpha man that, of course, he's surging with emotion right now. He thinks it's his job to protect me, that I'm his responsibility. But I don't want to be anyone's obligation. Landon and I played make-believe last night, and I know it confused the lines of what was real and what was fake. Right now, he thinks this is real. And even if I want it to be real, too, I'm not a fool. In the moment, it might seem sexy to take claim over me, but the reality is a 5-year-old girl he has never met. The reality is bedtimes and sippy cups and no other woman. Ever. I'd be a fool to think he'd give up so much for me. Also, I don't know if the only dirt Jeffrey found was the truth of my daughter, or if he found more. If he found everything. So, this is how we're going to spin it, Landon says. We go back in there and we tell them that, of course, I knew about your daughter, that you were just upset to be blindsided that way. You think they will care? I thought your old-school parents want the company to go to someone really traditional. This might compromise them even considering you. Jeffrey is awful. Even with a kid, we're a better choice. Ouch. What did I say? Well, even with a kid is a pretty harsh way of putting it, I tell him. Like we're second-rate because of her. Landon's lips turn to a frown. Why did you hide her? Because it isn't anyone's business. I pull my hand from him and walk toward the house with crossed arms. Defensive, yes, but I am always defensive when it comes to Sophia. It isn't about enjoying the time you have each day that doesn't revolve around diapers. There are no diapers. I raise an eyebrow at him, interested to see where this leads. Wait, how old is your kid? Sophia is 5. No shit. Landon runs his hands through his hair. You had her when you were a teenager. Hate to break it to you, asshat, but I'm not the first woman to have a baby at 19. I know. Landon shrugs, uncomfortable. It's just hard to imagine. You're so beautiful and smart and... I think you should stop trying, Landon. You're in pretty deep. I shake my head, hating the fact that for a moment I actually thought that maybe, just maybe, Landon isn't the guy I assumed he is. That maybe he would be my knight in shining armor. I know that all sounds bad, but look, I'm trying to picture the Claire I know with the Claire who has a 5-year-old. I can't believe you've kept her a secret. It's for exactly this reason. You see me totally different now. Is that a bad thing? To be seen as you are? As I am or as you see me? I think they are two different things. I think this can become a game of semantics that I will indubitably lose. Why? Because I'm a mom? Exactly. Do you still want to do this? Really? I ask him, wondering if we should cut our losses, screw the cash prize, and just go home. Me to my daughter, him to his hotel room. Do you? Can you just man up and say what you want? I brace myself for his reply. I want you. Stop it, Landon. I can't play that game. Fine, he says, seeming to swallow the rest of his words. Let's do what we came here to do. Show them how in love we are, how responsible I am.
Fuck, they'll think I've changed completely now that a child is involved.
We can try, I tell him, wanting to try. Even if my heart is all wobbly, falling over in places it shouldn't, I do want the money. It's what I came here to do. Not fall for a guy I have no claim over. I came here for $250,000. I came here to change my life.
Holding her hand as we walk back in the house isn't difficult, mostly because watching Fiona and Jeffrey's ghastly reaction to the entire scene is priceless. Everyone has their breakfast dishes cleared, and they appear to have been waiting for us to make our return. I knew our detour in the shed caused them quite a wait, but they were clearly on pins and needles for the explanation and hadn't gone anywhere. "So, you knew about her daughter?" Fiona sputters to me after we explained. Claire lets out a long exhale and I look at her, realizing she was nervous to walk back in here and face my family. She smiles, her eyes brighter, like she is relieved. "Of course I knew," I tell them. "What do you think, that I wouldn't know about my fiancé's daughter?" "Last night I didn't say I was a waitress because I didn't know what you might think. And I so want your respect," Claire says. "Not that you would ever judge me, the woman marrying your son, but I get insecure about my line of work." "Which is bollocks," I say, leaning into my parents for this priceless line. "Because we all know a mother's job is the hardest occupation there is." Dad doesn't speak, and I watch him watch Mum, knowing her reaction is going to matter quite a bit. "Well," Mum says, sitting across from us, wiping a tear from her eye. "Now that it's all cleared up, can you tell us about your daughter, our future granddaughter?" Claire picks up a cup of now frigid coffee and takes a sip, swallowing with a grimace. The maid comes around with a new cup and swaps it out. "Thank you," Claire says, and she pauses again, as if not wanting to speak, which is quite unlike her. She never seems stuck on what to say. She's always appeared effortless. But then again, her appearance was deceiving. She's been living a life that wasn't wholly hers. "My daughter is Sophia, and I ran out because, no offense, of course, Fiona, Jeffrey, but I get very protective of her, and you seemed almost accusatory of the fact that I have a little girl." At this, Dad's eyes furrow, his gaze landing on my brother. "Why must you insist on stirring the pot until it overflows?" Dad asks him. "I'm just trying to look out for your best interests, Father." Jeffrey shakes his head slightly. "Landon shows up here unannounced, clearly wanting to prove something to you, prove his worthiness. It concerns me. His intentions have never been honorable before." "I'm not trying to prove anything," I start, but Claire tugs on my wrist and I clench my jaw, forcing myself to be quiet. "Meanwhile," Jeffrey says, "I've spent the last decade earning your respect only for you not to take my advice seriously." "Is that what it's called?" Dad asks. "Henry," Mum says, tugging on his wrist the same way Claire did with mine. Apparently the women in the house are more cool and collected than the men. Well, some of the women. Fiona seems to be spreading her claws, ready to pounce. "What, Helen?" Dad asks, looking at his wife. "We all know Jeffrey's ethics and the way he has compromised the company's integrity." "That's ridiculous," Fiona roars. "He is doing everything in his power to save—" "Enough," Mum declares, cutting Fiona off. "I don't want to discuss this anymore. We have a lovely day planned, and I don't want it ruined. Please, children, can we just talk about something sweet, something good? The last thing any of us need is a fight in the family." "Especially when it's already damn near falling apart," Jeffrey mutters under his breath, and I don't understand what he means. But I want to. "Please, children," Mum begs, "just be nice." The only one who seems to care what Mum wants is Claire. She smiles, completely ignoring the ruckus at the other end of the table, and says, "Sophia would love it here, on your property. She and I both love the garden displays at the Bellagio every season. We go every quarter to see the new design the gardeners have created. Even though I was crying when I left breakfast, I was able to see some of your gardens, Helen. Do you think you could show us more?" "I would love to. And yes, those displays at the Bellagio are just magnificent. Henry and I visited London for a few days last year, and we went. On display was a full garden, complete with scarecrows and mossy trees. It was just gorgeous." "I remember that one," Claire says. "In fact, Sophia decided to be a scarecrow for Halloween after seeing it." "And who is with Sophia now?" Mum asks. "She's with my mother. We live with her. We're practical people. And the truth is, my life wouldn't work without my mom. She's my saving grace for sure. I work day shifts now that Sophia is in kindergarten, so it isn't too much of a burden on her." I watch her speak, her slender neck graceful, her eyes light and alive as she mentions her daughter. I see the lines of worry across her arched brow, and I wonder how I had missed this before. The truth that Claire has a little girl. I'm sure that is who she's always texting, calling about, pacing the room in worry over. It suddenly clicks the reason she forgoes better shifts, and as I look at her all I see is sacrifice. All I see is beauty. "Shall we go on a walk then?" I ask. Everyone nods in agreement. I watch Fiona and Geoffrey scowl as we stand. They exchange whispers and shake their heads, but I just take Claire's hand in mine and follow.
Chapter 17. After a walk around the garden and a light lunch, everyone goes their separate ways to rest. As I climb the stairs to the bedroom Landon and I share, I smile, liking the luxury of a midday nap. That isn't something I'm accustomed to. Life in Vegas is go, go, go. Life in the English countryside is on pause. Landon is already in the room, sprawled out on the bed, a laptop open before him. "Are you working?" I ask. He laughs. "Right, because of my prestigious job I must focus on." "Stop putting yourself down." "Okay, Mum." "Not funny," I say, swatting him with a pillow. "Sort of funny? Maybe?" "No," I smirk. "Honestly, though, what are you up to?" "I'm trying to figure out what Geoffrey meant this morning about the family damn near falling apart. Do you think he meant the business?" "I'm sure he meant that, since the company isn't digging for blood diamonds. The whole thing is a complete waste. He seems like a greedy ass, turning a fancy boutique diamond store into something popping up at strip malls. Kinda tacky, isn't it?" "You're so cynical, Claire," Landon says, closing the computer. "But I'm sure you're right, that Geoffrey's just fighting with Dad about money. I can't find anything online about the company being in shambles. Not that I have access to anything confidential." "For now." I smile mischievously. "Soon enough, you'll have this whole thing. They love us, Landon. Your mom and dad think we're adorable. They absolutely buy our story, and they hate Geoffrey right now. Whatever he's been up to, it pisses your dad off, which is a win for us." "My God, woman, you are ruthless." "I know. It's just, now that you know about Sophia, you can see how this money would change my life. Now I feel like a jackass. I can just give you the money. You don't need to be here with me to get it." "You have $250,000? "Nearly. I won 100 grand last week. And I usually play what I have, but I haven't been back to the table since. I can give you that." "Is that literally everything you have?" I ask him. For some reason, I thought Landon was seriously loaded. He sits up, running his hands through his hair, clearly uncomfortable.
You want to talk money?
He asks, a slight frown on his face. I don't know. I guess. You just seem so freaking rich.
I get some money quarterly from my parents. I don't have a house or any debt. I make money at the tables and can buy whatever I need with that. I just don't need much.
Besides nice suits and a nice car and nice dinners out and nice women to take home.
I don't think most of the women I bring home are that nice. Sexy? Yes. Willing? Very. But nice? No. I take home women who want the same thing as me. One night to forget that our lives are quite shallow.
Why do you live like that, then, if you know it's shallow?
I've never had this overwhelming need to be something, and frankly, I've never had anyone require me to be more than I am.
I sigh, knowing he's being brutally honest about his life. I appreciate it, his transparency, especially when I've been so fake with him. But his honesty also reminds me why these feelings I have been waffling with, the lust turned passion turned, could he and I be something more? It's just a ridiculous fantasy that will end up with me crushed. Landon has no interest in the life I lead. He doesn't want to be the sort of man I need. A reliable job, a family insurance plan, a car with room for a booster seat, a willingness to take a family vacation to Disneyland. That's why I've always looked for relationships with guys on bowling leagues who have toolboxes in their garages. Those guys are the sort of men who want a family. Or at least could handle a family. Landon just explained his existence, and none of it involved PTA meetings.
You look so damn serious, Claire.
Just jet lag, I guess.
Would you like to take a nap? I'll let you be.
Thanks, Landon. I just need to call Sophia, and then rest. He flips off the overhead light as he leaves the bedroom, and I switch on the lamp. Then I pick up my phone from the bedside table. Me. Hey, Mom, Sophia there? Mom. She is. Want to FaceTime? I press the FaceTime button, and they pick up right away. Hey, sweet pea, I coo. You look like you're having fun with Graham. Sophia is holding a paintbrush and has construction paper all over the kitchen table. Mom flips the phone to her own face.
She insisted on painting you a picture.
What is it? I ask Sophia, whose smile fills my darkened room.
It's you at a garden. Graham showed me pictures of English gardens. Can you take me there someday?
I'd love to. There are pretty gardens here. I'll send Graham some pictures, okay?
You having fun with your friend?
She asks, dipping her brush in a pot of green paint. I am. We're getting along really well.
Good. You need friends, remember?
She looks up at the phone, her green eyes matching the scene she's painting. I remember. My mind instantly goes to Emmy and Tess, and the way I've kept so much from them. Can I really be called their friend when I am basically an imposter? I love you, I tell her.
I love you too, Mama.
We hang up, and I tuck the phone under my pillow, reaching to turn off the light. I suddenly feel very far from home.
When I go to check on Claire 5 hours later, her eyes are still closed, the lights still off. I immediately try to retreat, but my entrance stirs her awake. "Landon?" she asks, sitting up. "Is that you?" "I didn't mean to wake you. I just wanted to make sure you were still alive." "I'm alive," she says, reaching to turn on the lamp. "Everyone's dressing for dinner." "Dressing for dinner? That's an actual thing?" "I know. The British are bloody formal." You're so cute when you speak like that. Like what? Like you? You are just really cute in general? I sit next to her, wanting this moment to last. Her nap put her in a good mood. I think you're still sleepy. You sound delirious. I'm not. She props up in the bed. Her rumpled clothes and messy hair are endearing, as is everything about this woman. I want to tell her that I actually am falling for her, in a way that is much more real than it ever was with Winnie, than it has ever been before. But I have no reason to think she'll believe me. She doesn't see me as a real man, a real option, especially after I revealed the state of my fucking finances, which was a stupid idea. Being honest only made me look like a worthless shit. If I get the company, then I'll have something of worth, something to give her and Sophia. If I don't get the company, she would never want a man like me. I just wish there were a way to show her my intentions were true. Not that I know exactly what my intentions are, but they are more than her being my fake fiancé. I wanted to tell you, I'm sorry I got you a loaner engagement ring, I tell her. After Jeffrey declared it at the table, I kind of felt douchey for not mentioning it. Landon, if you'd actually spent $1 jillion on a ring for a fake engagement, I think I'd have to chop off your balls. You get so intense, Claire. I never want to cross you. She smiles, and I push her over so I can sit in bed next to her. What did you do all afternoon? She asks. Tried to talk with my dad about the King's Diamond, but he was being really squeamish about it all. Squeamish? What do you mean? Well, he kept asking more about you, about the property in Vegas, about a potential family trip to Greece. I don't know, it was all very strange. Claire snorts. You are so out of touch with reality, Landon. What do you mean? It sounds like your father wanted to talk to his son about his life. That shouldn't make you feel squeamish. That's called your dad being nice, thoughtful, considerate. He'd be a jerk if all he wanted to discuss was money and business. Fuck. You are perfectly right. Well, I'm a mom. I know things. Can I ask you something? Claire gives me a sidelong glance. Is it going to upset me? Why, you only like it when people ask you easy questions. She moans. Just ask me, Landon. We both know you're going to regardless. Okay. I smile, enjoying how close she and I have become, and feeling like asking this question isn't totally out of bounds. Who is Sophia's father? She sighs, closes her eyes. Sorry, I say immediately. That was inappropriate. No, it's not. You've put up with my secrets, my dishonesty, she says, picking at lint on her sweater that doesn't exist. I just really don't like talking about it. Is he in the picture anymore? I want to know. I need to know. Because I am falling for her, so hard, and at the moment, I don't really know her real story. No, she says adamantly. Not even a little. Her eyes fill with tears, and I know the subject is getting really personal, really quick. But isn't everything between us getting really personal, really quick? Okay, I say slowly, nodding. I don't need the torrid details. I just wanted to know if you were single. She laughs, wiping her tears. Landon, before you, I hadn't slept with anyone in 5 years. Since Sophia's dad and I... So, no. There is no other guy. That is a bloody long time not to shag. Don't, she says warily. Don't what? Use words like shag? What is this, Austin Powers, circa 1996? So I can't use the word shag, but can we do the actual shagging? I roll her on top of me, and I know by the dreamy look in her eyes that she's game. I thought we had to dress for dinner. Suits and heels, etc. I don't think those jeans and this sweater are going to cut it. They won't. We do have to dress for dinner, I tell her, stealing a kiss on her neck, her ear, her mouth. But we have to undress first. You're brilliant, you know that? But I need to shower first. Even better.
Chapter 18. It doesn't take long for us to move from the bed to the ensuite bathroom. He strips, and I rip off my top and bottoms, and we cross the carpeted floor. He turns on the water in the two-person shower, and we step inside. I've never had so much sex in my life, just so you know, I tell him, as water from the double shower head pours over me. I think we are all pretty clear on the how little Claire has had sex front. Landon wraps an arm around my waist. We have a lot of years to make up for. My hands press against his hard chest, and damn, it really is solid. His body is exquisite. His muscles are ripped, his shoulders straight and strong. Everything about him declares his power, his control, his absolute sex appeal. You're so hot, Landon. Like, I knew it the first time I saw you naked in the hotel, but I swear, every time I look at you, there's another muscle in your arms, another dimple in your cheek, another color in your irises. You just get sexier by the minute. It isn't fair. I kiss his mouth, hard. The warm water covers my back, drawing us closer together as our slick bodies melt into one another. Don't even with me, he says, smoothing back my wet hair. I called you a bird before, but the truth is, they don't have the right wings. You are an angel, something divine, something from heaven. You believe in God? I believe in love. Don't, I say, not wanting to get to the L-word territory. It will complicate things at a whole new level. Don't. Let's just be. And I kiss him again, not wanting anything more to be said, words that aren't true, because they can't be. We've known one another intimately for a few weeks, since the night of Emmy and Ace's wedding. It can't be love. I feel his hardness press against me, and it ignites my desire to be close to him, to be covered by him, to escape with him. And in that moment, as I drop to my knees in the shower, I understand why someone might lead a shallow life. I can see the appeal, because going to the deep end of the water, where things can sink to the bottom, is terrifying. The shallow end lets us breathe when we might otherwise drown. It's not somewhere you can stay forever, because eventually you have to learn to swim. But learning to swim without anyone helping is frightening. And maybe Landon is just scared. And so I let my hands run around his back, resting on his firm ass. Then I take his cock in my hand, pressing the tip of it in my mouth, tasting him. He moans as I take him deep, holding his balls in my hand, softly rubbing the base of his shaft. I press my lips tight around his hardness. His hands rest on my head, running through my wet hair as water pours over my back. Girl, you are everything. And I suck harder, wanting him to feel good, wanting him to feel enough, wanting him to feel the way he has allowed me to feel over and over again, wanted, desired, his. I stop sucking when I think of that word. His. It's dangerous to think like this. Does he even see me that way? Why do I fight the things I want? What if I was the woman for him? You okay, baby? He asks. I take his cock from my mouth, kissing away the milky, early release from his tip. I'm okay, I lie. Or is it the truth? I like being here on my knees before him, but I don't like not knowing what is real and what is fake. Are you okay? You know the fucking answer to that. He grins down at me. and I grin too. I make things so messy in my head, so difficult, and I think that's the mom in me. I need order, control. I want things to make sense because I can't just go with the flow when I have Sophia to think about. But being here with Landon, the poster child for living in the moment and not thinking anything through and growing up so privileged that $100,000 is just disposable cash, it's like the universe is giving me a gift. A gift of letting it all go for a bit, of just letting myself enjoy this time with Landon for what it is. A free vacation with a gorgeous man. I stand and reach for Landon's hand, pressing his fingers between my legs. His other hand massages my breasts, and he kisses me greedily. The pressure in my pussy feels so good, and my toes curl in excitement. "Fuck me, Landon," I whisper in his ear. I lift my leg onto a bench in the shower, giving him room to press another finger into my opening. His fingers run back and forth along my narrow slit, and then he begins to circle his thumb against me. "Baby, it feels so good," I moan, grabbing hold of his neck. "But I want your cock in me, now." He doesn't hesitate. He spins me around, and I lean against the shower wall as he expertly leads his cock into my pussy from behind. Once his thickness is inside me, my pussy begins pulsing against his cock in pleasure. He thrusts into me, gripping my waist as he goes in harder. I'm moaning loudly now, and I can't help it. His cock courses shock waves of pleasure through me. "Claire, oh yeah," he says as we both orgasm, my body dissolving into the wall as he thrusts one final time. He leans against me, the hot water still running over us, my legs jelly and his heart beating fast against my back. He kisses my neck and I close my eyes, my forehead against the shower wall. I don't want to move. I want to stay here, knowing I'm not in the shallow end with Landon anymore. We've passed that. Somewhere between Vegas and England and the truth of Sophia and the vulnerability he has shown me. But knowing what comes next is the murky middle, where the water gets deep and where he might not want to tread. Or worse, he may want to dive in head first. And the truth is, I'm scared to learn to swim. Because in all my life, I've never left the shore.
"The family meeting will be held tomorrow afternoon," Dad says over dinner. We've dressed for dinner, per their request, and are sitting around the table as a family. "We're all here, why don't we just have it now?" Jeffrey says sourly. "Because I want to enjoy this evening business-free," Mum says. "Let's talk about something else, something light." Fiona smiles, picking up her fork. "Well, Jeffrey has asked me to marry him." "Wow," Claire says, not hiding her shock. "Really? Is that so hard to believe?" Fiona asks. Mum and Dad exchange a look of confusion before Dad stands and claps. "Unexpected, Fiona, but not hard to believe," Dad says. "You and Jeffrey have been dating for a decade. It's about time you two tied the knot." "Congrats, bro," I say, raising my wineglass to him. "Brandon," I call to the butler standing by, "we need champagne." "When did this happen?" Mum asks. "We've been talking about it for a while," Jeffrey says, looking down at his plate. "Fiona tie your balls in a knot after she heard I beat you to the punch." I laugh, loving the fact that I've one-upped him in something, which would be the first something in our entire lives. "It's everything I've ever wanted," Mum says, misty-eyed once again. "Both my boys settled down and happy. The timing couldn't be better." "Why's that?" I ask. Jeffrey smirks and takes the champagne Brandon offers him. "There's a lot you don't know, brother." "Try me," I say, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks. There is little I hate more than being on the outside. Not now, boys, Dad says. Let's toast the happy couple. He raises his flute of champagne and we all follow suit. To love. To love, we all repeat, clinking glasses. Claire catches my eye, and she gives the slightest of nods, as if warning me to not press any further. She's right, of course. I need to keep my cool. The last thing I need to do is start ruffling feathers and pissing on everything and losing what I want, which is to take this company, have a legitimate job that will impress Claire, confess my love, actually marry her. I want all of that, and I won't get any of it if I start acting like a prick. So, when is the wedding? I ask, wanting to watch Geoffrey squirm about something not business-related. Claire rolls her eyes discreetly, and I know even that line of questioning is cutting it close. She looks so delicious in her cream dress, cut tight around her narrow body, her long legs in those high heels. I want to strip her out of all of it later. And I will. Soon, Fiona says. Very soon. That's lovely. A spring wedding, then? Mum asks. Sooner, even, Fiona says. I've waited long enough. I want to get married as soon as possible. Oh, how grand. A winter wedding would be lovely. Does your mother know, Fiona? Mum asks. And let's see the ring. We don't have the ring yet, and haven't said anything to a family, Geoffrey says. Because we weren't going to mention the engagement yet, considering everything else going on, but... He gives Fiona a smirk before adding dryly, apparently the excitement overwhelmed us. Oh, shush, Geoffrey, Fiona says, swatting him. It's only what I've wanted for 5 years. After dinner, Mum and Dad excuse themselves, stating that they are exhausted, leaving Fiona, Geoffrey, Claire and me to sit awkwardly around the table. Claire has been putting up with Fiona relatively well all evening, but her patience seems to be wearing thin. When Fiona tells Claire that her and Geoffrey's marriage will last forever, since they know one another so well, it is Claire's last straw. Claire smiles tightly and says, So, Fiona, if you've been dating so long and are so perfect for one another, what made you decide to go ahead and get engaged now, of all times? Claire seems to realize her words have caused the happy couple to pause in discomfort, but I smile, realizing it was intentional. Well, because we're in love and so happy. Fiona plasters on a smile that's a bit manic, looking at Geoffrey to help. When he doesn't, she adds, You know, we've been talking for so long, and then you both show up here all smug. It's quite obnoxious, actually. Don't think we all didn't hear you having sex last night. We heard. Claire looks down in her lap, and for a second I'm scared she's going to be upset and run off again. But then I see the slight upturn of her mouth and realize she's suppressing a smile. Don't laugh at me, Fiona says to Claire. You with your blonde hair and skinny legs and perfect eyebrows. You aren't a real English woman, and you never will be. I don't intend on being one. I intend on being myself, Claire says smoothly. Oh, no you don't. We know your game. You and Landon waltzed in here together for one reason, and one reason only. Claire's eyes meet mine. Fuck. They found us out. What did they do? Scroll through our text messages or listen at the door to learn of our plan? And what's that? I ask. To get your mum and dad to pay for your wedding and your life. Obviously you need your father to bail you out, now that you've committed yourself to a wife and child. Everyone knows you have no prospect of supporting anything, or anyone. Geoffrey raises his arms. Fiona, just calm down a moment. Our marriage has nothing to do with them, you know that. They have nothing to do with our engagement, so let it go. Don't get so defensive. And why do you care what sort of sex they have? We have plenty of it ourselves. I know we do, darling, it's not fair the way I cut her off. I'm here because it's a family summit. I tell her, seething, unable to restrain my feelings. Because I'm trying not to be such an arsehole like I've been my entire life. Because I wanted you to meet Claire, and because I want to make Mum and Dad happy. Okay? I shout. So enough with calling me out for being a money grabber, for being nitwit, for being a prick. We all know what I've been, but maybe for a moment we could think of what I might be. The room is quiet. I don't think I've ever given a speech quite like that in my life. And the only problem is, I now need to dissect it to see what parts were real and what parts were false, and what parts became true halfway through. So then, what might you be? Geoffrey asks. His question stumps me for a moment. I can't say I might be the owner of the King's Diamond, because that's what he just accused me of wanting, which it is. And because what I want more, much more, is for my parents to be proud of me, for my brother to think I'm more than my sum, and maybe, just maybe, I want Claire to think that of me too. The company just seems the only logical way for me to get everything I want. Maybe I could be a man everyone here is proud to know.
Chapter 19. His speech brings tears to my eyes. He wants us to see him as someone we are proud to know. I'm proud to know him, beyond proud. I'm not very proud of myself, for the way I've been to my friends, for the secrets and the lies. I can't tell them everything, just like I haven't told Landon everything. But they need to know about Sophia. After the fight, we go our separate ways, and I pull Landon aside to speak with him privately. We find an empty den at the end of the hall and close the door. Your speech was so amazing, Landon, and it made me realize that I need to tell Emmy and Tess the truth. I agree. You should do that. He pauses, his brows furrowed. And you liked my speech, even though it was full of lies. Was it? I ask, because I think that on the surface he's been saying he wants to trick the family into getting the company, but deep down I see the truth in his words. That this isn't about the money, because Landon isn't a money grabber at all. If he were, he wouldn't be playing blackjack, that's for sure. Blackjack players aren't in it for big wins. They're in it for fun. Poker and craps, now those players are looking for a jackpot, but not blackjack. Not Landon. He came to his family estate to prove something, and I think he brought me because he was scared to do that alone. At least, that's what I'm telling myself. Maybe foolishly. I think you're the only person who can see through me, he says, through my bullshit. I step toward him, letting my heart flutter in anticipation, wanting another kiss, wanting him to pull me close, knowing that kisses lead to sex, and sex with him makes me forget everything else, which is what I want. I'm not ready for reality, for real life. I want to stay in this make-believe place a little longer. Claire, I do want my father's company. I didn't say it in my speech because that's what Geoffrey was droning on and on about. But I want my dad to give it to me. I need him to. Really? I ask. I guess I thought this might be about more than beating your brother. Well, maybe in some ways it is about more than that, but you and I both know I need to fucking grow up. I can do that. I can be the guy who's responsible and has his shit together. Landon, I'm not asking you to be anything. Not for me. So you don't want me to be that guy. For you. I don't know what I want. I take a step back, suddenly feeling like this is all happening too fast. The idea of him and me is fun, in theory, but the reality... I just feel like if I gave in to that, gave in to him, it would end with me heartbroken. Are you trying to prove something to me? I ask him. That you can be man enough, because I'm not asking you to be my man, to be my anything. Shit, Claire. You are seriously fucking with my mind. I thought you and I were more than a job? You don't even know me, I tell him, my words blunt but true. You have no idea what a life with me would be like. You are in no place to commit. That's bullshit, Claire. You're just scared to let anyone in. You don't tell people who you really are, and then no one can hurt you, because no one can see you. I don't know who screwed you over so you became this way, but they must have seriously fucked with you. Don't talk to me like that, Landon. You don't mean it, so don't get all ugly with me now when I'm speaking the truth. When I say you can't handle me because we both know you couldn't handle life as a father, you don't even know how to be a man. Fuck that, Claire. I know how to be a man. No, I tell him. No, you don't. A real man would never come to his parents' house trying to trick them. Well, you know what, Claire? A real woman wouldn't have agreed to it. The words we exchange cut into my heart. I want to pretend they aren't true, but they are. All of them, his and mine. This isn't pretty, and this can't be love, because love doesn't hurt. Love heals. Love doesn't destroy, love protects. And right now, it feels like whatever we were, whatever we might have been, is gone.
One day, one single day can build you up and then tear you down. One day can make you feel like a fucking king and then make you feel so small. Make you feel like nothing at all. Claire's face is streaked with tears, and so is mine. Our fight is what has kept me from ever letting a woman into my heart. Winnie and I would fight. We'd throw ugly words at one another when we were drunk, or high, or both. But this is worse, because Claire and I are both sober. We know exactly what we just said. We will remember every word. Every line. Maybe it was better with Winnie, because at least the next morning would be a fuzzy haze of forgotten exchanges. We'd know we said things we shouldn't have, but nothing about the sentences would be clear enough to hinge another fight on. The words Claire and I spoke won't be forgotten. They ruined whatever we may have found. Possibility. One another. Love. I'm going to bed, she says, stepping further away from me. My head hurts and I don't want to fight anymore. I'll sleep in the guest room. No, you won't. She sighs, as if this exhale of breath takes all her energy, all her heart. It will raise too many questions. So you aren't leaving right now? I may be an awful woman, Landon, but I'm not giving Fiona and Jeffrey what they want. Really? Really what? She raises her hands in front of her, physically creating a barrier between us. Landon, my heart hurts so bad right now. I feel like a monster and a bitch and a cheat. I feel awful inside. But I'm also too tired to fight with you anymore. I don't want to fight with you at all. I hate this. I feel pretty shitty too, which is why I thought perhaps we should just confess to my mum and dad. Is that what you want? She asks. It sounds like what I really want isn't something you want. It isn't that simple. I'm not that simple. Fuck that, Claire. You're just scared. So what if I'm scared? She whispers, opening the door, walking away. We both know there are worse things to be. After she leaves the den, I make the executive decision that she may hate, but in my gut I know it's what she needs. A way to forgive herself for keeping Sophia a secret. I make a phone call and then go to our bedroom. She's curled in a ball on the bed, looking at her phone. I get in beside her, trying to give her as much space as possible, wondering if I should even be here at all. Do you want to see a picture of her? she asks, rolling over to face me, her phone in hand. I love that she doesn't play games where she refuses to speak because she's upset. She isn't running from me, from our fight. Yes. My voice is so quiet because I feel like I don't deserve her trust, her anything, but I want it so badly. Want her so badly. She passes me her phone. That's her at the first day of kindergarten? The photo is of a miniature Claire, blonde hair and tan skin and bright green eyes. Sophia wears a pleated skirt and knee socks and a button-down shirt. She goes to a private school. I assumed that I couldn't afford to send my daughter somewhere nice. No. Well, yes. You've been so adamant about needing the money, I figured... She's on scholarship, but I want the money so I can give Sophia more. I never feel like I can give her enough. What she really deserves. I tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, scared she'll swat my hand away any moment. But she doesn't flinch, doesn't pull away. And in that choice, I know she doesn't hate me. Our words may have been ugly, but neither of us is ready to give up without another fight. You don't think what you give her is enough? I ask. Not even a little? What if it is? If what is? What if you being her mother is enough? Claire sighs and takes back her phone, using her fingers to zoom in on her daughter's face. I think that Sophia deserves more than a room in her grandma's house, sharing a bed with her mother, Claire says, staring at her daughter. I think Sophia deserves a yard and a dog and a mom who isn't always running around from work to school to dishes to laundry. She deserves a mom who's better than me. What if you're missing the point, Claire? I ask, my voice tender, because it's so clear she's hurting. She's putting things on herself no one is asking her to. She drops the phone on the sheets. You're going to give me advice on how to be a parent? I'm not giving advice on bloody parenting, Claire. I'm giving advice on being a person. Right, because you have life so well figured out. I don't answer, because her words keep hitting me hard in the chest, knocking the wind from me. I wrap my arms around her anyway, and we fall asleep, neither of us wanting to let go, even though we have no bloody clue what it means to stay. The next morning we sleep late, the time zone differences hitting us hard, but also the night was so heavy. I don't think either of us wants to wake up and face one another, or remember the words we said. Is someone knocking on the door? Claire asks, her outstretched hand hitting my face. Fuck, yes. What the hell? I moan. Looking at the clock, I'm shocked at the time. It's 11 in the morning, Claire. No way. I'm always up before 6. Not today, you're not. I stand from the bed to answer the incessant rapping. Tell them to leave unless they have coffee. Tea isn't going to cut it today. I pull open the door and my eyes grow wide, remembering my phone call. Claire? I say. What? She peers through the heavy curtained bedposts. Holy shit. You didn't tell her we were coming? Emmy asks, smacking me in the chest before walking in the room. Tess and Ace in tow.
Chapter 20. I can't believe he called them without telling me. What the hell? Last night, Landon and I had a fight that could be more aptly described as a mindfuck. Am I ridiculously in love with him? Or just completely cracked out because I'm staying with him at a castle in my dream destination, a million miles from my responsibilities? Obviously, I think it's the latter, but what really scares me is the idea of it being the former. Of me actually being this spun out of my mind because I love this man. I don't want it to be true, because it's easier to pretend my feelings are all made up. It's easier to tell myself that the way he looks at me and holds me is part of the fake fiancé charade. The door to the bedroom swings open, and Emmy and Tess walk toward me, wide-eyed in disbelief, scanning back at Landon and then again at me. "Sorry, boys. You've got to go. We need girl time," Emmy says over her shoulder. I meet Landon's eyes, and he bites his lip, caught. I don't know how to feel. "I'll get you some coffee, Claire," he says, not giving me a chance to decide if I'm mad at him. He pulls on a t-shirt and then hastily exits to where Ace is waiting in the hallway. I take a deep breath, not even knowing where to start. However, I don't need to be the one to start the conversation. Tess has no problem jumping right in. What the heck is going on?" Tess asks, plopping on my bed once the door is closed. "We got here like 5 minutes ago and have zero clue what is going on." "Did he call you?" I ask. "Landon?" Emmy nods. Yeah. He said you were here. With him. Which, Claire, we knew nothing about that." She smacks me on the side of my head. "Ow!" I say, pushing her away. "He called to tell us you were having a meltdown and that he needed backup. I tried to ask what the meltdown was over, but he refused to give me details." "So you three just hopped on a plane and came? Across the world?" I sit up in the bed, trying to gather my bearings. Never in a million years did I expect to wake up to this. "Of course we did, weirdo," Tess says. "Well, I mean, Ace flew us here in a private jet, which honestly was a big help. My credit cards are completely maxed out, so having a free ticket helped with the speed of travel." She grins, but I just bite my lip, not knowing how I feel. "You haven't answered our calls for 4 days," Emmy says, sitting cross-legged on the bed. "And then we find out that you, our best friend, ran off with Landon to England." "Yeah, a heads up that you had fallen in love with him would have been freaking considerate," Tess barks at me. Do I tell them the reason I'm there? How it has nothing to do with love? How the potential paycheck has everything to do with my daughter? My daughter. I need to lead with that. I cover my face with my hands, totally ashamed and totally over my head. "What the fuck?" Tess grabs my hand, shrieking. "You got engaged? To Landon?" "Oh my God," Emmy says. "Why in the world did you hide this from us?" "It's complicated, and..." Before I can say anything else, Landon is back in the room with a tray of fruit, coffee, and mimosas. "For the ladies," he says, setting the tray on the bed. I smile. A really fake smile, because I actually want to scream. Instead, I stand and pull Landon into the bathroom. "Sorry, girls, just need to speak with Landon for a sec," I tell them. They're both too stunned to speak, so I shut the door behind me. "Hey, Claire, now don't be mad," he says as I back him into the corner. Literally. "Landon, what were you thinking?" I hiss. "This is going to end badly." "No, it doesn't have to be bad. You kept saying how terrible you feel about lying to them, and I hate that you are carrying that around. I thought... You thought they were just gonna think it's cute that we are engaged? Well, we can tell them it's a fake engagement." "No, we can't." "What do you mean? Of course we can. They won't care." "I care, Landon. Me. I don't want my friends to know I'm okay with deceiving your family for money," I say. "They will hate Jeffrey and Fiona, which means they'll be happy I'm taking the business." "No," I say. "They'll think I'm a shitty person, which just confirms how I already feel." "You're seriously making way too big a deal out of this." At that moment, I want to scream. I want to strangle Landon for being such a guy. "No, I'm not," I whisper. And it is so like you to minimize this, to not realize the implications. Even if I was okay with them knowing about our scheme, you think it's smart to let Ace and Emmy and Tess all in on our plan? While they're here at your parents' house. Someone will accidentally let the cat out of the bag. Landon fills his cheeks with air, realizing what I'm saying is true. He exhales. Fuck. Sorry, I shouldn't have called them without asking you. Now I have to lie. More. Not about everything, he says. And for a stupid second, I think maybe he means I don't have to pretend about the engagement. That he really wants to be with me. And for a stupider moment, I want him to say that. But then he opens his mouth again. If they're your real friends, they'll forgive you for lying about Sophia. I nod, hoping he's right. Claire, he says. About last night. Don't, I stop him. We both said a lot, and I can't deal with that while Emmy and Tess are right there in the bedroom. Later then, we'll talk. His eyes plead with me, and I know this knot in my stomach needs to unfurl. Okay, I tell him. After the family meeting, we can talk it out. I'm sure we'll know more by then anyway. Nothing my dad says is going to change how I feel about wanting to be your man. Landon, I close my eyes, pressing my hands to his chest. I can't right now. He doesn't argue. He just takes my hands and kisses my knuckles, smiling despite the fact that I'm walking away. That alone melts me in ways it shouldn't. With him, right now, I need to stay resolved. Once Landon leaves and it's just Tess, Emmy, and me, I hand them each a mimosa. I'm going to tell you something that might shock you, so drink that while I talk, okay? There is nothing you can say that is more shocking than the fact that you are here in England with Landon engaged, Tess says, coolly. No, I say, shaking my head and then clasping my hands together to stop them from shaking, too. There is. What? Emmy asks. I'm not who you think I am. Not entirely. I forge ahead, knowing I just have to get this over with. I have a 5-year-old daughter. For a second, the room is silent, and then they're asking questions all at once. Wait, what? Tess asks. Why didn't you tell us? You're a mom? Emmy sets down her drink. I'm so confused, Claire. What the actual fuck? So I explain. I tell them about why I kept my personal life under wraps at first, and how then too much time had passed to tell them without it being weird, and how I didn't want it to be about me when Emmy's sister was in the hospital, and how I'm self-sufficient and don't want them to judge me, and how, deep down, I know if they know what I really am, a mom, the friendship will change. It already has, because both their eyes are filled with tears. I've ruined this. I can't believe you'd hide your kid from us. Like, are we not good enough to know her or something? Emmy asks. I realize the story she is telling herself about my secret is that she isn't good enough, when the truth is I wanted to keep Sophia to myself because I am selfish. Because I'm scared. We've only been friends a few months. I feel like such a mess, still in my pajamas, not ready for the day at all, and especially not ready to be confronted by my friends. It isn't about either of you. You are more than I deserve. Then what is it really about? Tess asks. It's about me. About me not liking my place in life. I love Sophia so much, but sometimes I feel stuck, like the life I have isn't one I chose. I bury my hands in my face, ashamed at what I've admitted to them. But you chose Landon. He knows about Sophia, right? Tess asks. Yeah, and when did you fall in love? Claire, this is a crazy amount of information to try to absorb, Emmy says, and I agree with her. Mostly because half of it is still untrue. I'm still stuck in my lies. I try to move ahead, using half-truths instead. Landon proposed at the airport. It was sudden and unexpected, but his family thinks we've been together a few months, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell them that it hasn't been that long. How long has it been? Emmy asks. When did you start seeing one another? Telling her the truth is my only choice. We hooked up after your wedding. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to mess things up in the group if Landon and I were a one-time thing. Okay, I can forgive you, I guess, Emmy says. I mean, my feelings are really hurt and I don't get it. Get you. It's quiet for a moment. Then she asks, who is Sophia's father? I don't want to talk about it. There is no way I can get into that with them today, on top of everything else. I swallow, not able to meet Emmy's eyes. It's the past. 5 years in the past. Not now. Oh my gosh, Tess says, completely disregarding the serious tone the conversation took. That night of the poker game at Emmy's penthouse, Landon didn't just take you home, did he? You guys were having a secret sex date, weren't you? Tess smacks me, already moving on from Sophia. And I get it. She would think talking about Landon and me is a lot more fun than discussing my 5-year-old, because our lives are so completely different. Landon thinks the two parts of my life can be merged, and merged with his, but he is so over his head. He has no clue. And neither do I.
It's really fucking simple. Get my dad's company, therefore securing a legitimate job, and prove to Claire that I can be the sort of man she needs. Because right now the only thing standing in our way is her fear. Because shit, I'm all in with her. You proposed? Ace asks, stunned. The girls are in my bedroom, and I'm walking out of the house with Ace, needing to get fresh air like I never have before. Running my hands through my hair, I sit down on the back steps. Ace paces the yard. This is all kinds of insane, he says. When did you fall for her? At your bloody wedding. It's your fault. You're the one who told me to ask her to dance. I was done for. Shit. You know, Claire has a daughter. She kept it from everyone the last few months. What the fuck? Ace stops and looks at me hard. What do you know about this girl? I mean, really? I know enough. I'm not sure, bro. You already proposed. This is fast, like faster than Emmy and I. And Claire kept her kid a secret. Who does that? I don't tell him it's a fake engagement because Claire asked me not to. But the truth is, I don't want to tell him it's fake because I want it to be real. You're really going to get high and mighty about secrets? I flip him off. You hid the fact that your name is Adrian Geneva from us for 5 fucking years. I know, but I had good reason. It's pretty fucking relative, though. Isn't it? I ask. This is insane. Ace sits next to me. What is Claire's crisis? She knew she needed to come clean about her daughter. You really ready to be a father? Ace asks. I don't know, but shit, I'd be anything for Claire. Right now, though, I just need to get my father to give me his company. It's like something connects in Ace's mind, and I know he's putting pieces together. Fuck you, man, Ace says. Does Claire know this is just a way to prove to your dad you've grown up? Because you can't fucking hurt her just for some money. It's not just some money, Ace. It's the King's Diamond we're talking about. But don't worry, it's real. I'm gonna marry that girl. You better not mess with her, or I swear to God it's over, between all of us. You can't recover from this kind of mess. I need to trust you, Landon. You can trust me. Ace nods, and I do too. I mean everything I've said. I'm going to prove to Claire what kind of man I am. And then I'm going to marry her. The lunch buffet is awkward. Fiona tries to discuss her wedding plans with Claire and Emmy, but neither of those girls are as caught up in flowers and venues as she is. Mostly because Emmy is already married and Claire is only fake getting married. Tess is the only one who seems to want to engage, and she isn't engaged. Geoffrey looks agitated with everything my father says, and Mum gets pulled away with a call from the Garden Society. Ace looks at Geoffrey with appropriate disdain and picks at his fish until finally Mum returns and Father announces the family summit can begin. "Your friends need to leave," Geoffrey tells me. "It's sensitive family matters we are discussing." "Everyone is welcome. I don't want any secrets," Dad says. This piques my interest. Combined with Geoffrey's seemingly underhanded comments to Dad and their obvious disagreement about the family business, I'm starting to get a little anxious about this meeting. "This is such bullshit." Geoffrey clenches his jaw, and I watch as Fiona grips his hand. "Actually," Ace speaks up, "we've had a long night and we'll check into a hotel for a few hours. Maybe you can call us when everything is more settled?" "Don't be ridiculous. I'll get you set up in some guest rooms," Mum says. "Come with me." Tess, Emmy, and Ace follow my mum out without argument. "I'm going to get some papers in my study prepared," Dad says. "Will you four join me there in 10 minutes? With your mother?" We nod, the mood suddenly tense. Fiona and Claire exchange a look, and it's the first moment something other than hostility has seemed to move between them. Geoffrey walks to the bar and begins pouring scotch into a tumbler. "Want some?" he asks. My eyes narrow in on him. I can't think of the last time Geoffrey was anything but short and sharp. "Sure," I say, walking toward him tentatively. "So, do you know what this meeting is really about?" I take the glass from his hand. He snorts. "Yeah, I know what the meeting is bloody about. Don't know why he asked you to come here and discuss it, though." The last thing I need is for my brother to tell me I'm not good enough, that he already has the company in the bag. At least let me fight for it. "I'm so tired of this bullshit," I tell him. "When will you stop holding my past against me? I've grown up and have just as good a chance as you to be Dad's successor. I'm his son too, you know." "Successor?" Geoffrey looks perplexed. "Look, I don't know what you're smoking these days. Goodness knows I tried to find out when you arrived. But you are totally off your rocker with this one." "Was that the same time you looked for shit on Claire?" "Enough, Geoffrey. Just let us be. I don't know why you're so intrigued by my personal affairs, but it's pretty fucked up to pull Claire into this too." Mum walks back in, and Claire and Fiona shoot us furtive looks. "We're going to the den now," Fiona says. "Will you boys be joining us?" I add another inch of scotch to my glass and follow Geoffrey out of the dining room. We file into the den and find Dad sitting at his large oak desk, glasses on. To my surprise, papers are everywhere. Dad has always been fairly organized, and I suppose I thought things might be tidy and in order before he passed the business on. "So, everyone is here, and the dreaded conversation can be had at last," Dad says. "Sit, sit," he directs. We find seats in the leather chairs of his massive study, and I pull Claire's hand into mine. "Why did you tell Landon you were choosing a successor?" Geoffrey starts before Dad can say anything. "Why do you insist on creating more drama?" "Don't talk to Dad like that," I say, surprised by my brother's tone. "Oh, God, Landon, you have no bloody clue." Geoffrey leans back, eyes closed. "I wanted both my sons here. Is that so terrible? And that was the only way I could tempt Landon. It worked, didn't it?" Dad asks Geoffrey. I wanted him to be here, considering... Considering what? I ask. Claire's hand tightens around mine. She's begging me to keep my cool. You are being such a prick, Geoffrey. No, he isn't, Dad says. Not entirely. Claire's eyes meet mine, and we're both obviously confused. Fiona is looking at her hands, and Mum is too, not wanting to look anyone in the eyes. Shit. Everyone knows something Claire and I don't. What is it then? I ask, my voice rising. You two, I say, pointing to Dad and Geoffrey, are bickering incessantly about the business. Dad, you've brought me here under apparent false pretenses. Mum just wants everyone happy, and somehow Fiona finally got an engagement ring after asking for 5 bloody years. Just stop fighting, Mum cries. I shake my head, furious. It would be easy to stop if Geoffrey didn't do things like hire an investigator to look into my business the moment I arrived. Well, I wouldn't do it if I trusted you. God, Landon, for 10 years you've been a flake, and we can't have that sort of drama around when the shit hits the fan. I needed to be sure there wasn't something bigger brewing with you. The press is going to be all over us as soon as the truth of the situation is revealed. The last thing we need is some lewd story of you in the center of it. What shit? I ask, incredulous at the code he is speaking in. What fan? What bloody situation? The room goes quiet, and a silent conversation takes place between Mum and Dad and Geoffrey and Fiona. Finally, Dad speaks. I know Geoffrey and I fight, but the truth is, Geoffrey has been our saving grace the past 2 years, and things have been tricky. Tricky? Geoffrey guffaws. Is that what it's called? Dad, you live in a fantasy land. You and Mum are going to be sorely disappointed when you've traded everything we have right now for a flat in a dodgy part of town. You'll wish you'd gone with my plan, when everything else is gone. Gone? Claire asks. What will be gone? Fiona looks up at her face sour and clearly upset. Geoffrey is trying to keep the King's Diamond from going bankrupt. Bankrupt? My voice betrays my absolute shock. The company is going bankrupt? It already is, Dad says.
Chapter 21. I'm not money hungry. I mean, yes, I'm here at the castle because of the potential paycheck, but my entire life doesn't typically revolve around cash flow. But for this family, money defines them. I could earn a lot more money if I worked different hours of the day, but being home with Sophia has always meant more than a bigger paycheck. Except for when Landon offered me this proposition. Because getting paid $250,000 to be his fake fiancé was a chance at a jackpot. It would be like winning the lottery. It would change everything. So, yes, in this singular instance, money means more than being home. But the King's Diamond is bankrupt. No matter how convincing Landon and I are, there will be no chunk of change to take home. There is no money, period. So what the hell am I still doing here? Landon's dad, Arthur, seems to have admitted defeat. His head rests in his hands as if he can't bear to look at us. Landon doesn't hide his emotion. He's livid. He keeps making these incredulous sighs that aren't helping anything. His mother Helen sits wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. Geoffrey and Fiona have their faces pinched, tight and disapproving. I'm trying not to hyperventilate. I left my daughter, traveled across the world for a lie. I feel like a fool. But as my eyes meet Landon's, it's clear that besides being angry, he's also embarrassed. He looks away from me as fast as he can, which is something that has never happened before. Usually, it's impossible to break from his gaze.
Is everything really gone?
He asks his dad, disbelieving.
Because the house, the property, the staff, everything appears unchanged.
The business is a separate entity from the family estate, Geoffrey explains, not letting Arthur get in a word.
Mum and Dad are well secured. They've worked hard all their life, invested well. Even without the business, they can continue living here using their savings, or downsize and allow more money to be left in their will after they've passed away. They'll be fine.
Can't they leverage the castle? Landon asks.
They could, but Mum and Dad don't want to risk the house. It's the business that's dying, the business that's dead.
Not dead, Arthur interjects.
It's true, Landon. It is nearly dead. We can hang on for a few more months, but we've got to prepare for the worst, Geoffrey says. Look, I wish the news were better, and I've been working my ass off to keep things afloat. Ask Fiona. I work 14-hour days so that Mum and Dad can continue living a fantasy. But it's done. Dad doesn't want to take the business into a viable model.
Correct, Arthur says.
I don't want the King's Diamond to go down in history as being a strip mall discount jeweler with shady importers selling inferior diamonds. The King's Diamond represents history, heritage, something treasured. If it can't be what it has been, I don't want it at all. I don't understand, Landon says. I was just in the Vegas branch, and the shop looked as it always has. Decadent, luxurious. When Ace bought Emmy's ring there a month ago, it was as pristine as it's ever been. How could everything change in a few days?
No, that's not how it works, Geoffrey says, shaking his head.
We've known the company is spiraling into a deficit. We have just now reached the point of no return. We'll only now begin consolidating. I realize this is disappointing. We've lived our lives assuming one day we would inherit a fortune. But that fortune no longer exists.
Landon exhales slowly, and he won't look at me.
I just don't understand how it could all happen so quickly.
It hasn't been quick,
Fiona scoffs.
You've just been absent for so long from everything.
And apparently Dad brought you here under false pretenses,
Geoffrey says.
But the fact remains, the company is done. And Landon, you aren't really a vital member of the conversation as we liquidate. Dad should never have brought you here for this. The truth is, Dad should consider the other options, but he's stubborn in his refusal.
Enough! Arthur slams his fist on the table.
I'm not taking a company I hold dear and watching as it becomes a joke. I created this company with values I treasure, and I'd rather lose it than stand by as it becomes a mockery.
I watch the scene unfold, not knowing what I should do, where I fit into all of this. I shouldn't be here. I don't want to be here. This is private information for a family I don't belong in. Before I can retreat, however, Arthur looks over at me.
Claire, I'm sorry the first time you're here with the family it's under such a cloud of disappointment.
Arthur shakes his head.
I know we disagree, Geoffrey, but keeping the moral integrity of the company means more than money.
Geoffrey sighs loudly. Clearly, they've been discussing this for some time.
It's true, Geoffrey. We can't change what we stand for just for the sake of money,
Helen says. She sighs and takes my hand.
Never in a million years would I have thought the first time I met Landon's bride-to-be we would be admitting our family is in ruins. But it's the truth. The inheritance we wanted to give you kids will no longer be there. But hopefully our integrity will remain intact.
I feel my face redden.
This whole fake fiancé plan was such a bad idea. Landon's parents are kind, generous people. They truly believe in love and honor and family, yet I have allowed myself to deceive them. My stomach rolls, knowing I'm being a complete fake to people who have welcomed me into their inner circle, their judgment-free zone. I'm bursting with shame. I need to tell them the truth. Then I can pack my things and go. I don't care anymore about his parents seeing me as a fraud, how Emmy or Tess and Ace's perceptions of me will shift. I can be better than this. I want to be better than this. Helen and Arthur deserve that.
So, the money, my allowance, my dividends from the King's Diamond, it's all going to go?
Landon asks, arms crossed. I frown at Landon's words. Is he seriously asking about the money he isn't even working for? At a time like this? It's clear his parents are just in shambles over this announcement. They must be so sad to learn everything they wanted for their family is gone. Sure, they're still crazy wealthy, but everything they worked for is in the past. Landon, don't, I whisper, tugging on his arm. Not now.
Of course that's what you're concerned about, Jeffrey scoffs. Grow up, Landon. Fuck off, Jeffrey. Landon shakes his head. You don't know anything about me. You keep saying that, but the thing is, I think I do. Jeffrey raises his eyebrows at us. In fact, I think I know a hell of a lot about you both.
Stop, Jeffrey, please, I beg him, suddenly frightened. I want to tell everyone that we aren't really engaged, but I panic, realizing Jeffrey must know my ugliest secret of all. And if he exposes it, I won't have just let down Helen and Arthur. I'll have let down Landon. And why do I care about how Landon sees me? I don't know exactly, but maybe deep down I know I do love him. Love the man he could be if he wasn't so freaking stupid all the time. But if Jeffrey keeps talking, then the truth I've buried for so long is going to come to light. Don't, I say again, this time more quietly. Look, Jeffrey says, seeming to change his tone after hearing my hushed word.
I don't want any more trouble in this family. We all know there's plenty as it is, which is why I haven't said anything earlier. Not even to Fiona. But enough, Landon. I know this relationship is a joke to you anyways.
What joke? Fiona asks, on the outs and not seeming to like it. But the way he so pointedly speaks to Landon tells me he doesn't know about my secret. My stupid, never took care of it when I should have, I'm such a freaking idiot secret. The dirt Jeffrey must have is the truth about our engagement. Which is a relief, until I see the worn expression on Landon's face. I want to convey to Landon, somehow, that we need to tell his family the truth, but he jerks his head in a no. And I pause, the words I want to say so close to spilling from my mouth.
Jeffrey,
Fiona says, reaching for his arm.
I think right now we've had enough surprises today, don't you think?
Her words catch me off guard, but the moment she says them, I know she's right. Arthur and Helen are worn out and embarrassed. I don't need to break their hearts any more than they already are. At least not today.
Nothing about this family summit is going how I wanted it to. Everything I hoped it would be has been smashed to the ground. I can't look at Claire. She knows how worthless I am without the potential title of successor. She'll never want me now. And she shouldn't. I have nothing to fucking offer her. So how do we move forward? I ask, once Jeffrey has quieted down. Oh, I don't know, Mum says, her hand at her heart. You boys being here, announcing your engagements, is giving us something to be joyous over, At least we have that. And our wedding will be soon, Fiona says. Which makes us so happy, Fiona, Dad says. We are so happy for our boys, and for you and Claire. Fiona smiles at this praise, and I'm sure she relishes it because Geoffrey doesn't exactly ooze words of affirmation. You know, we could push the wedding up, sooner than this winter. This fall? This week? Fiona, Geoffrey scowls. This week? You're being absurd. And seriously, we have enough going on as it is.
You know what, Geoffrey? Fiona says. I've spent years doing everything the way you want. Coming here on weekends, going to the country club with your parents, taking holidays where you work the entire time, and do I complain? No, I don't. Never. Her eyes are shockingly filled with tears. And I know this moment is about the business, and the meeting is about what happens next with the King's Diamond. But you know what? She asks. What happens next for us? I've been waiting a decade to marry you. You finally agree, so let's just get on with it. On with our lives. Think about something beside the bankruptcy.
That sounds fantastic, I say, wanting to watch Geoffrey squirm. Is it? He turns, asking me. If it's so bloody fantastic, we should have a double wedding, next week, just like Fiona wants.
Oh, boys, stop this. It isn't good for anyone, Mum says. Especially not Fiona and Claire. You can't make jokes about weddings around brides-to-be.
Oh, I don't think anyone is joking, Geoffrey dryly tells Mum. I sure as hell am not, I laugh, improvising. Claire and I were going to elope. Now we won't have to. Dad claps his hands, completely oblivious to the sarcastic tone Geoffrey and I have adopted. This is just perfect, he exclaims. I thought the world was collapsing, but look, my family is being brought together. Better than I could have ever hoped for. The tough times won't define us. Mum and Dad leave to get celebratory drinks, and the four of us look at one another uncomfortably. The entire situation got a bit out of hand. Perfect, Geoffrey snorts, looking at me with a smug smile. Unless you had something you wanted to tell Mum and Dad that would disappoint them after they've just been completely wrecked. Oh, fuck off, I mutter under my breath, and I hear Claire give a sharp hiss. What? I whisper to her as Mum and Dad leave the room for a bottle of brandy and cookies. A double wedding next week? Landon, that's insane. We can't. I won't. Her eyes are blazing hot, as if she wants to scream or run. Or both. I need to go. Listen, can we just... I look over at Geoffrey and Fiona, who are arguing. I hear snippets of, you really want this? Is this a joke? This is so typical. But I can't tell who is seething at whom. A wedding in a week was Fiona's idea, but I have a feeling she tossed it out in response to being heard for once in her life. Claire, can we just try for a day or two to play along? My parents were so scared to tell us, and now we've made them happy. Right, Fiona and Geoffrey seem so happy, Landon, she says. We look over at the engaged couple, who've crossed arms and pointed fingers and sour faces. I don't want to keep lying. It will only hurt people more. Well, fuck, Claire. What do you want to do? Tell them everything? Look, I say, pointing to my parents who are walking back into the den holding brandy and a plate of ginger snaps. They're happy. You want to take that from them? Tonight of all nights. Treats, Mum says, handing out napkins. Now, kids, listen. No one is forcing this. It would be crazy and unexpected and completely amazing, Dad finishes. Look, this year has been hard. Imagining the transition away from the company breaks my heart. But you kids finding love at the same time, after I spent a lifetime selling diamonds that are a part of people's forever. Well, frankly, it feels like destiny. Destiny? Claire runs her hands over her face. I see her contemplating the lie, the extent of it, what it would mean. Basically nothing at this point, because there is no longer a paycheck at the end. It dawns on me that when she said she needed to go, she meant home, to Vegas, not to bed, not for a walk. She has no reason to stay. With me. Here. But God, I don't want her to go. I want her to play fake engaged a little longer. Because of my parents, sure, but mostly because I'm not ready to say goodbye to her. I need to figure out a way to get money to repay her for being with me. And I also need to figure out how to get a job and enough cash to prove I can be the man she needs. I thought the King's Diamond was going to solve all my problems. But now I see the only thing this trip has given me is Claire. And that's more than enough. She's all I fucking want. Claire watches me as I process this, and I'm glad she's letting me hold her hand again, because she steadies me in a way no one else ever has. "What do you say, Fiona?" she asks, as if realizing I need her to go along with this more than she needs to go home. "I say we're having a double wedding," Fiona says.
Chapter 22. There are a few things I know for sure. One, I can't get married in some ceremony where the goal isn't love, but instead a bizarre game where the winner gets parental approval. Two, Landon is desperate. I see it in his eyes, the way he clasps my hand so freaking tight, the way he held on to every word about the bankruptcy. This has wrecked him. Three, and that wrecks me, seeing him like this, so vulnerable. Four, I know I should leave. Right now, just pack my things and peace out. But I don't want to. I don't want to leave Landon right now. I want to take care of him. Is that because my motherly instincts are kicking in? Or is it because Landon means something to me? Means more than a title of fake fiancé. Means more than I know. Fiona wants to start planning the wedding as we sip our brandy, but I put her off. "Fiona, why don't you take the lead with everything?" I say. I don't really care, and not just in a passive way. I mean, I just don't have an eye for it, and I'm guessing you may. And I know decisions will need to be made fast.
"I can't believe this," Fiona says. "We have so much to plan in just a few days. And Jeffrey, you have to get me a ring now. A big one like Claire has."
Right. Jeffrey's jaw is tense, as if he truly thought Landon and I were going to back out of the double wedding, which would give him an out, too. But these brothers are so competitive, they've just buried themselves. But they've buried me, too. I can't get out of this today. And that's not the worst of it. I don't want out. Not right now. I want to take Landon back to our bedroom, and I want to make love to him and make his sexy smile return because, oh my God, the past hour has been intense. And then I want to pretend again that my life is this life, the one Landon and I are living, not the one where I'm a single mom living with my mother, making ends meet for Sophia and always feeling torn. This one, where I can play make-believe in a castle with a man so far out of my league it hurts. I don't want to tell the truth right now, because the truth means the arrangement between Landon and me would be over. I'm not ready yet to say goodbye to us. "Landon," I say declaratively, "I need to go upstairs and call my mother and Sophia. A lot is going on, and I need to explain." Jeffrey's eyebrows furrow at this, as if surprised that I'd be calling my mom now. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Obviously, I'm not telling my mother about any of this wedding stuff, but I need an excuse to get Landon up the stairs and in bed. With me. "Okay," he stands. "I'll come with you. We'll come back down in a few hours for dinner." I watch Landon walk over to his father and wrap him in a big hug. "Dad, I know things are hard for you right now, but we'll get through it." "Thank you, son," he says, clapping Landon's back. In that moment,
I miss my own father, a man who was always good to me, who died far too young, a man who taught me to drive and bought me my first cup of coffee, a man who might have had advice at a time like this. The other thing I miss, in the space of that hug, is the idea of Sophia having a father too. But God knows that ship sailed a long time ago. Landon and I walk out of the room, and I take his hand this time, wanting to lead the way back to bed, back to the place where he and I only see one another. Not the money, not the daughter, not the flipping double wedding. All I want right now is to make Landon happy, better. I want him to know he's going to be okay.
So, there's no paycheck, no successor,
Landon says slowly once he's shut the bedroom door and locked it. It's okay. That was so stupid anyways. I mean, it's not like I really thought it would work. I shrug, standing a few feet from him. This day has exhausted me. Emmy, Ace, and Tess arriving, the meeting gone totally sideways, a double effing wedding.
Didn't you, though? Weren't you willing to take risks you'd never dreamed of because of it? Leaving the country, leaving Sophia. Sleeping with me.
Sleeping with you had nothing to do with the money. We did that before.
Hell yeah, we did,
Landon says, walking toward me.
That first time I saw you naked, I thought I was going to get off before you ever laid a hand on me.
The waltz gets you pretty horny then, I tease, remembering the dance that led us back to his suite.
You dancing? Yes. You doing anything? Yes. God, Claire, I want you so bad.
What do you want from me? I ask, unbuckling his belt, undoing his pants, reaching my hand inside his briefs to feel his hardening cock. It grows with each stroke, with each touch, as if I have magical powers.
I want to make you happy. Forever,
he says. Not just fake engagement happy. Really, truly happy. I want to make you smile and make you blush and make you remember that life isn't so terrible, so chaotic as you seem so intent to believe. You don't have any idea about the real world, Landon. You grew up in a freaking castle. Your parents are bankrupt, but not from credit card debt. We're talking $1 billion company, the kind of bankrupt that lets you keep the house.
And the yacht.
Landon smirks at the absurdity of the situation. Of course you have a yacht.
It doesn't mean I don't have a pulse on the real world. I just mean you keep mentioning how hard life is, how torn you feel all the time, and I think a lot of people can relate to that. I know I can.
How do you feel torn? I ask him, as he lifts my blouse over my head.
I'm torn in a million fucking ways. Are you kidding me?
He wraps his arms around me, and I sink into him, exhaling as my cheek rests against his chest. But how? I ask. Like, how are you torn? And I'm not talking about deciding if your burger at In-N-Out should be animal style or not. I mean legit things. Grown-up things.
You're kinda killing the mood here, Claire,
he says, unhooking my bra from the back. We'll round back there, I'm sure, I say, looking up at him as my lacy bra falls to the ground. Being naked with Landon doesn't feel exposed. It feels like the most natural thing in the world. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out what has your balls in a wad. Landon laughs.
I don't think I've ever heard you so crass, Claire.
Shut up, I pout, smacking him on the chest lightly. Answer. For reals, Landon. What are you so torn up about? I mean, I know there are things you are upset over, like the King's Diamond going under and Jeffrey being such a prick, but neither of those things worried you before this afternoon.
Before this afternoon. He runs his hand over my shoulders, looking directly at me, seeing me. I worried about ever getting my act together, about waking up in 10 years and having nothing to show for my life. I worried that the sum of my existence would be my disposable income. So, yeah, I act tough with the guys, but deep down everyone worries about not being enough. I'm no different. The mood in the room has shifted, and now Landon is sad, maybe sadder, and I feel deflated. But also, I don't believe him. I don't think anyone could feel like I do inside. You may feel like your life has torn you up, Claire, he continues. But you're actually luckier than the rest of us. You have a daughter you love and who loves you. You have the sort of love everyone craves, and you don't even see what you have. Everything Landon says surprises me. I thought he was this typical alpha male, a bad boy with bravado. But he is so much more than that. He may like to sleep with women, but he also has a heart, and he's sharing that with me. I know that Sophia is a gift, I tell him. I know I'm lucky to be her mother. I want to be her mother. But Landon, it's different. My choices are already made for me. Now I feel like I don't have any say in my life. It's like my life is always going to be me needing my mom. Me piecing together things for Sophia. I just wanted more. For all of us. Fuck that, Claire. Landon's hands grip my shoulders, steadying me, but also not allowing me space to retreat. Which right now is exactly what I want to do. Don't talk like that to me, I tell him, tears pricking my eyes. Well, then don't say shit that isn't true, he says. I don't know what happened to make you a victim, but Claire, you have an entire life to live. You can make any choice you want to, any day. No, you can, Landon. You hold all the cards. I hold nothing. Then hold on to me. Let me carry you. Don't. You don't mean it. I pull in my lips, scared of his eyes, looking at me like he knows me, like he knows my deepest fears, my biggest dreams, feeling like he sees all of that, and then realizing he does. Landon does know me. I mean it, Claire. Try and trust me. I'm fighting something I want. And maybe Landon is giving me the greatest gift by telling me I can stop. Stop saying no. I don't know if I can let you carry me forever. But tonight? Yes. Tonight I'll go anywhere you take me. Well, fuck, woman. That's better than you gave me a few weeks ago, he says, a smile spreading across his lips. I shake my head, not understanding. The night of Ace and Emmy's wedding, I asked for a night, Landon explains. But you were only willing to offer me an hour. This is a step in the right direction. And then he lifts me into his arms, and I hold tight.
When Claire says that she will give me this night, I know what I must do beyond all else. Make her realize that she can't live without me. Because God knows I don't know how else I'm going to prove to her that I'm the sort of man she needs. I know I'm not good enough. No, I'm not much of anything. That meeting downstairs tore me up in ways I wasn't expecting. I never think of myself as a man caught up in image. But all that changed the moment I realized there is a woman who I want to see me as a strong, solid man. And right now, what do I have to offer her? I have some cash, but no house, no job, no plans. I'm a floater. But fuck, I'm ready to be grounded. I want to put down roots with her. And if I'm being completely honest, I also want to fuck her. Now. Setting her on the bed, I watch her eyes close. For a moment, I'm scared she wants to back out, wants to pack her bags and leave. But then her gorgeous green eyes open again, and she invites me into her heart by giving the slightest nod of her head, saying, yes, to me, to this night. You are divine. I kiss her neck as she falls back on the bed. My body covers her, and even though I know I'm nothing she needs, she's all I want. Her legs wrap around my waist effortlessly. As she draws me near, I smooth her hair away from her face, entranced by the way her stark platinum blonde contrasts her still bright red lips. Lips I have to kiss. I press my mouth to hers and she moans softly under me, as if she wants my kiss too. This empowers me, and I find myself relaxing against her body, letting my tongue slip into her warm mouth. As our bodies press against one another, my hard cock pushes between her legs. I sit up on my knees, pulling her up into my lap. You're so hard, she says, her hands on my shoulders, her panties still on. I want them off. I want to get her off. My cock throbs against her, and I know she loves it because she begins grinding against me. Her hips swivel against my groin, and she pulls closer to me as we rock together. My hands run over her tits, cupping their perfection, and then pulling a hard nipple into my mouth. Sucking her skin makes my erection swell, and I feel the smile cross her lips as our foreheads press against one another. I love it when you touch me, she whispers. I ease her up on her knees so I can tug down her panties. Once they're off, it's clear her perfect pussy is begging to be kissed. Her panties are sopping wet. I gently move Claire so she is laying on her back. The tip of my hard cock presses against her opening, but she isn't ready for my massive cock. I need to ease her into it, ease her onto me. I lower myself so I can work over her soft pussy lips. My mouth quickly kisses her entrance as I gently spread her knees further apart so I can slip my tongue between her thighs. Into her. She moans, squirming. Baby, I want to suck you off while you lick me, she begs. I'm not going to turn down her offer, so we switch positions, me on my back, her on top of me, and I hold her waist as she straddles me, facing my cock so she can blow me hard. And her gorgeous ass is right in my face, giving me access to everything I need. She leans over on cue, taking hold of my cock in her hands, and as she is bent over me, her tits graze against my chest, getting me even harder. As she moves, her perfect ass moves up and down, taunting me. I grab hold of her ass cheeks, pull her onto my face, wanting to suck her and eat her and lick her all night. She tastes like creamy honey, her skin so soft, and her juice so sweet. Everything about her demands to be spread and tasted. I use my mouth to open her pussy lips, my tongue going deeper into her entrance. Her mouth finds my cock, and she bobs above me as she begins sucking my hardness, her hands on my balls, on the base of my shaft. She's working me over so good and fast. My cock throbs as she sucks, and I hold her waist so her pussy stays right against my mouth. I blow soft air into her, and I love the immediate reaction her body offers. Soft juice pours from her all over my mouth, and I flick my tongue against her clit, hard and fast. As I do, I feel her sucking me deeper, taking more and more of me in her mouth. I don't want her to gag, but I do want my cum all over her. I want to build up to a massive release. She groans as I press a finger in her pussy. She drips as I bang her with one finger, then two. When I press in a third, she stops sucking and rests her forearms on either side of me, as if unable to do anything but enjoy what I'm giving. I pound into her until she gushes all over my chest. I keep moving in and out, the intensity deepening as her body stiffens, as her panting intensifies, as she comes again and again. Then she collapses in pleasure, her perfect arse the only thing I see. She isn't a greedy lover, though. Her hands still hold my hard cock, and she regains her breath as she turns around to face me. "You were hungry?" she says, a sexy smile on her face. God, I could look at this woman all day. "You were ready for a release?" "You are incredible. Like insane." She straddles me again, this time looking down at me as she sits on my thighs, my cock still in her hands. I want her to sit on me so bad. I know I'll only last a few minutes, but at this point I don't care. "You need to fuck me, Claire." I bite my lip. "Now." My cock is veiny and hard and just so ready to explode. She doesn't hesitate. She lowers herself onto my cock and raises her shoulders as she does, inhaling, her stomach flattening as she gently works herself down on top of me. "Your cock is so ready," she says, holding my base as she sinks onto me. "You like it?" I ask. "I love it." She begins grinding against me. This time, the moment she starts moving, her moans are more like cries. "You are so deep in me," she pants. "It feels so good." "I'm gonna come so fast." "Wait, I want your seed on me, all over me," she says, her eyes meeting mine in a moment of vulnerability. "You sure?" "I just want to be covered by you, Landon. Is that weird?" "No, it's fucking hot. It's fucking everything." Before I come, she lifts herself off me, her thighs slick and her eyes glistening with desire. She takes hold of my cock and begins running her hand up and down it as I start coming, ropes of my milky release hitting her face, her tits, her mouth. She lowers against my cock, as if not wanting to miss a single bead of cum as it shoots from me. She licks her lips, tastes me, and I watch, mesmerized, as she swallows me. She presses a finger to the cum on her rounded breasts, swipes across the cream, and then sucks it off her finger. The single motion gets me hard again. I feel her pussy growing wet, and she leans down, taking my cock in her mouth for a second time. It's as if she can't get enough. As if all she wants is more. More of me. And I may not have a house for her, and I may not have a job. I may not have anything she needs. But she still makes me feel like a fucking king.
Chapter 23. As we step out of the shower, after washing ourselves off one another, and another round, my phone starts buzzing. And though I'm not in any hurry to return to anything besides this sex cocoon Landon and I have created, I know I need to be a responsible adult. It could be an emergency. It could be Sophia. I grab a towel and wrap it around me as I walk into the bedroom. "Is everything okay?" Landon asks, coming up behind me, not wrapped in anything. I know this because I feel his perpetually hard cock pressed against my ass. This man has undone me, and I just want him in me, like 24/7. But being a grown-up means reading texts when I'm out of the country instead of giving in to his erection. Looking at the message, I groan, "Not important. But, apparently we're late for dinner?" I grimace. Emmy says everyone is waiting for us. They've already had pre-dinner drinks, because that's a thing here. Oh shit, I totally forgot. What time is it? 8:30? I wince, knowing these formal English dinners are later than I have back home. Mostly because back home, I eat at 5 o'clock. I have to eat that early in order to have time for Sophia to take a bath, work on her sight words, and practice reading B.O.B. books before her bedtime. But 8:30 is still half an hour past Arthur and Helen's designated dinner time. We're screwed, I say. My thumbs hover over my iPhone. What should I say?
That you're sorry, but you've been busy screwing your fiancé.
Ha! I smirk. Kinda true, though, isn't it?
Tell her that, Landon says. It will get us off the hook. Who can argue with two people in love?
And that's us? I ask, my smirk becoming more of a half-smile.
I don't think you're in love with me,
he says, his arms wrapping around me from behind.
But yeah, I'm completely in love with you, Claire.
That's the sex talking. I dismiss his words because it's safer, easier, less terrifying.
It's not.
He turns me to face him.
It isn't, Claire. I love you. I want to be the man you want, the man you need. But I know you aren't ready for that. For us.
My breathing is heavy. I feel out of sorts, and I hate that. I don't want to panic. I want to be the sure, confident Claire. But I don't know what to do with this confession. I'm unprepared for it. No one has ever offered their love to me. No one has asked me to be theirs. No one has pretended to be my fiancé and then fallen in love with me. And I'm scared this might just be the magic of the vacation, the drama of the bankruptcy, and the secret we've been keeping that makes him feel like he could change his entire life for me. I can't give my heart to a man who might have second thoughts the moment he meets my daughter, the moment he's back in Vegas with the single women and the sex and the casino. I can't compete with that. I don't want to compete for anything. I just want to be loved and let that be enough. I can't say those words back to you, Landon.
That's okay.
Is it?
Yes, Claire. Look, I know you deserve a better man than me. I'm not going to trick you into loving me. And I want you to want me. Does it fuck with my ego to know the woman I've fallen for has reservations? Of course. It seriously does. But that doesn't change anything. I still want you.
The phone is still in my hand. I don't know what to text Emmy. Do I want to be silly and stay in this make-believe relationship, knowing Landon's heart is all in? Knowing I don't know if I can get there. And even if I can, I know there are some major things I'm gonna need to deal with before I can fully give myself to anyone, ever. And I don't know if I'm ready to open that can of worms. I haven't been ready for 5 years. We should get dressed, I tell him, knowing it isn't what he wants, what he deserves.
Just like that?
He asks, his face solemn. I'm sorry, I tell him, knowing I'm hurting him by pulling away. But listen, I promised you the night and it isn't over. We just need to eat dinner and appease the people downstairs, then I'll come back up here with you.
We'll see,
he says, swallowing hard, then turning from me. We'll see? I know my voice is stretched thin, but seriously? I know I'm not everything Landon wants, but I don't want him to get cold with me just because I can't say those 3 all-important words back to him.
No, you're right. Let's just get dressed. I kinda feel worn out.
He turns to the closet and begins rooting for something to wear. Don't be mad, I tell him, watching him pull on pants and a button-down shirt. I'm still in the towel. He snorts. Don't, Landon. Don't be mad at me because I can't tell you I love you. That's not fair.
I'm not mad. I'm just scared. Scared of what? He turns to me, his face raw with the emotion of the day. Scared I'm going to lose something I never had. Scared it took too fucking long to figure out what that was. He walks to the bathroom and shuts the door on me. I type a quick message for Emmy. Sorry, we're just running late. Feeling a little overwhelmed with this whole thing. I think we're having our first fight. XO. It's the most honest I've maybe ever been with her. And the thing is, it isn't Emmy I want to tell my whole heart to. I want to tell Landon. I want Landon. But I'm scared, too. Scared in ways he isn't. I've been rejected before, been hurt, been ruined. And it's taken me 5 years to become normal again. I can't let that happen a second time.
Dinner is a long, drawn-out English affair. Ace, Emmy and Tess have joined us, and their presence helps lighten the mood considerably. Geoffrey has seemingly spent the afternoon coming around to his own double wedding in a week. He says, over the salad course, that one positive of a quick wedding is that it will happen before the company announces bankruptcy, so at least the event won't be marred with the impending disaster. "When do you plan on announcing it?" Ace asks. "We want to wait as long as possible," Dad says. "I want to give everyone the severance they deserve, or at least plenty of time to find other work before the stores close for good." Geoffrey huffs. "Dad, you can't give severance when there's a bankruptcy. I've explained this. Everyone just gets what we can salvage in a final paycheck, and we cut our losses." Mum and Dad look at one another across the table as the realization of what losing this company means seems to sweep over them. I'm starting to think Geoffrey might be right. Mum and Dad really have no idea what declaring bankruptcy means. "Well, that's a shame," Mum says. "There are some employees all over the world who have been with us for decades." "How many storefronts are there?" Emmy asks. "Sorry, I don't know much about business, but I'm curious." "There are 25 stores and around 2,000 employees." Geoffrey shrugs. "It's a massive company. Granted, Tiffany's has 3 times as many storefronts and employees, but they've cheapened their brand over the years. The King's Diamond has remained the highest class store in the world." Dad clasps his hands and exhales loudly. Clearly Geoffrey's words have struck a familiar chord. "The world told Tiffany's what they wanted. Cheaper and faster, less quality. They want to pick out an engagement ring on the internet and drop it into a virtual shopping cart. Geoffrey decided to follow suit." "We're not fighting again at this meal," Mum says, shaking her head. "Enough!" The table goes silent, everyone seeming to absorb Mum's words. Finally, Geoffrey speaks. "Sorry, Mum," he apologizes, dropping his head, as if the literal weight of this conversation is too much. "I'm sorry for mentioning it here. I know how hard this is." I have a sudden flash of memory of when I voluntarily left for rehab. Geoffrey was in the car with Dad and me, shaking his head as the car stopped. As I got out of the car in the lonely countryside where the clinic was situated, I felt like such a fucking asshole. And I remember the way Geoffrey shook his head that day, like I was such a fuck-up he couldn't even look at me. But now I wonder if I read that whole exchange wrong. What if he was saving me from more shame by dropping his eyes? The same way he's been trying to salvage Dad's company. The same way he called me in Vegas a week ago, demanding I let Mum know for certain if I wasn't coming. Maybe he didn't call to be an arse. Maybe he called to preserve something for Mum. Protect her, because he knew how much me not showing up would hurt her. I watch him now, head bowed, reaching for Fiona's hand across the table. I don't understand my family at all, probably because I haven't been around often enough to learn anything about them. But as Fiona smiles tightly, her hand in my brother's, it's as if I literally feel something pass between the two of them. Maybe there's a reason, other than being a complete prick, that Jeffrey hasn't proposed for a decade. Maybe there's a whole lot I have no fucking clue about. Everything okay? Claire asks. I just need some fresh air. I start, dropping my napkin, not having an appetite anyway. Just give me a minute. I leave the table and practically run outside. Memories stir inside me. My leaving home the first time, the second, the 10th, the 12th, the 20th. Always me leaving. Always Jeffrey staying. I feel like an arse. Worse than an arse, I feel like a fuck-up and a fool. I don't want to talk to Jeffrey, but I know I need to. I start down the driveway, not having a clue where I'm going, just knowing I need to get out of the house filled with people I've let down, that I'm not good enough for. Dad, Mum, Jeffrey, Claire. Claire. Fuck! I shout into the void of the dark sky. I've spent so long being this player in Vegas that I've forgotten who I am. You okay there? Jeffrey asks, running to catch up with me. Really? I ask. After all this time, now you come after me? Fuck you, Jeffrey says, shooting straight. You've never wanted me around. I can take a fucking hint. I stop at the end of the driveway. The road forks to the left or right, and I have no idea where to go. Turning to Jeffrey, I ask the first thing that pops into my mind. Why are you marrying Fiona? Because I love her. Is that a question for me? Of course not. Jeffrey scowls under the light of the street lamp at the end of the drive. I do love her. Why now, though, do you propose? After I show up engaged? I don't want to talk about this with you. Too bad, you followed me out here. Obviously you have something you want to discuss. Let's start with this. I haven't asked sooner because the truth is, I wanted to be more situated before I proposed. You? More situated? What the fuck does that mean? You've worked for Dad for years. Surely you have a house and a boatload of cash. He shrugs. It's stupid, but I always said I wanted to make $10 million on my own before I got married. I wanted to give Fiona the absolute best start to life she could imagine. So I've been taking my time. I'm not even 30. It's not like I've kept her waiting forever. I stare at him, incredulous. I always assumed he hadn't married her because he was an arsehole. So what made you change your mind? I ask. Why now, when things are financially more rocky and insecure than they've ever been? Because of something you said the first night you were here, when Mum asked why you proposed so soon. You said, I know it's fast, but I couldn't wait another moment. It made me realize I was being an arse. And also caused you to go look up dirt on Claire, I said dryly, which really was an arsehole move, Jeffrey. No, it wasn't. It was smart. I was looking out for Mum and Dad. All I ever do is look after Mum and Dad while you're off fucking waitresses. Don't talk about Claire like that, I tell him, up in his face in a second. I'm not talking about Claire. I'm talking about your last decade. But you know what? I'm glad you came this week, because it gave me the balls to propose to Fiona finally. Am I terrified? Hell yes. Is it how I imagined? No. I may never have $10 million in a bank account, but I do have Fiona. And I don't want to lose her because I'm obsessed with a plan. The space between us goes quiet. Sorry for not being around for so long. I managed to get out, feeling choked up, which I know is completely bollocks. Bad boys aren't supposed to fucking cry. But here I am on the brink of tears. I'm used to it. I do the heavy lifting, you show up and make Mum and Dad happy. We all have our roles. They can change, you know. Easy for you to say, he says. Is it? I shake my head. Because Jeffrey, fuck, all I'm trying to do is come up with an actual way to change, and it feels bloody impossible. I need to fucking grow up or I'll lose Claire. So you think you have her now? He asks. Because I know this is all some scheme you've hatched, that you aren't really engaged. I do love her. It started as a stupid plan to get the company. When Jeffrey starts to cut me off, I lift my hand to stop him. I know, okay, I can't run a fucking company, but it doesn't matter when this became real. Claire needs a man who can fucking provide for her. What can I do? I don't know what you can do. I'm trying to figure out my next move myself. And don't worry, I won't tell Mom and Dad. The last thing they need is their hearts broken over you too. I can't believe Dad's company is going under. I know, Jeffrey says. It kills me. I thought I was saving the company, but instead my plan killed it. I feel like a fucking idiot. Of course Dad is never going to come right out and say that to me. But shit, Landon. You say you feel like a fuck-up. Look at me. I'm the one who ran this business into the bloody ground. The luxury branches are doing the best, which has nothing to do with me, but it isn't enough. How long do you think you can keep the business afloat? 6 months, tops. Dad's just given up, which blows, because I really think he could salvage it. But he refuses to look in a new direction. I smirk. Yeah, well, have you told him how you feel? How you feel like you screwed up? Because right now all it sounds like is you two arguing, and it will cost you both the company. I know I need to talk with him, but he gets so insistent about integrity and morals, and it gets to be a bloody headache. I nod, knowing that Jeffrey has been dealing with Mom and Dad for years, and it isn't fair. That isn't how family works. I'm sorry for being an ass for so long, I tell him. I know you are, dipshit. We don't hug it out. Instead, we cough stoically and look back up the driveway. We should go back to the house, I say. Hey, speaking of houses, maybe you can have Mum and Dad's place above the King's Diamond. What do you mean? I frown, not understanding. Mum and Dad's place over their Vegas branch. You know about that, right? I have no fucking clue what you mean. They bought it for you, but you never wanted to work for Dad. Apparently that was part of the reason they built it, as a surprise in case you ever went to work for Dad. Well, that's a bloody waste. It's not going to do any good now. Not if the company is getting consolidated. Fuck, Jeffrey snorts. Shit, you're right. Sorry. I just wish there was a way to save it all, I say. Me too. Jeffrey kicks a pebble. When he looks up, he points behind me. Look, he says, your posse. All bundled up, Emmy and Ace, Fiona, Tess, and Claire walk toward us. Your parents kicked us out, Ace says, jumping on my back like a child. They said there was a pub a quarter of a mile away. Let's go get wasted. We've had enough bullshit for one day. I push him off my back, laughing. My eyes meet Jeffrey's, and he nods in agreement. We've called a truce, made silent amends, and now we can go get properly sloshed.
Chapter 24. The pub smells like grease and beer, and I smile, sliding onto a worn wooden bench in this 100-year-old bar. I've wanted to hang out in a place like this my whole life. I'm going to insist Landon take me to another iconic English locale tomorrow. I can't believe we're hanging out in a bar in England. This is so not real life, Tess says, pulling down her V-neck top. But there aren't any hotties besides the guys you brought. And they're all taken, Emmy says, sticking out her bottom lip before turning to me. So, why are you and Landon fighting?
The guys have gone to the bar to get us drinks, and it's just us ladies. But Fiona is here, and I don't know how much I want her to know. Not that she'll learn about the fake engagement, considering even my friends don't know about that. He and I just don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, and I wonder how that will play out in a marriage.
Like what?
Tess asks.
I mean, I figured it was all roses and sunsets, considering it all happened so fast.
Well, it is roses and sunsets, I say, defensive. It's just complicated. I don't even know how to explain it. I can't just say Landon loves me and I don't know if I love him back, because that would mean admitting this is a farce. And I can't explain why I am scared of going all in with someone and admit the other thing that is holding me back. The thing I haven't even mentioned to Landon. Holy crap, I need a drink. Relationships are crazy complicated, Emmy says, shaking her head just as the boys bring over pints of frothy beer.
Whose relationship is crazy complicated?
Ace asks, after stealing a kiss from his wife. All relationships, Emmy says.
I mean, gosh, it's hard to sacrifice and share and play nice. Life is hard, that's all. I would know, because I don't have a fiancé or a husband,
Tess pouts.
Aw, poor Tess,
Ace teases.
Seriously, though, your man will come. Be patient. I mean, did anyone think Landon would be getting hitched in a week?
A week?
Tess shrieks.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oops. Hadn't mentioned that to my friends. I haven't had a chance since before the family meeting. Landon shrugs as I meet his eyes.
I told Ace at the bar. Sorry.
It's not a secret. It's epic,
Fiona says as she takes her beer from Jeffrey.
It's going to be a double wedding, and you should have seen Helen and Arthur's faces when we decided earlier today. It was priceless.
Wow, Emmy says, nodding slowly. Looks like you have, a whole life we don't know about. A secret relationship, a secret child. When were you going to tell us about the secret wedding? After the secret honeymoon? Listen, it wasn't, a secret. It was just decided this afternoon, I explain, looking to Landon for help.
Yeah, I just don't get it,
Ace says, slowly.
It seems like a lot. Why the rush? You're asking us about rushing things, Landon asks. You only knew Emmy for weeks, and now you're trying to have a baby. I don't think we're the ones who need to slow down.
But it was different with us, Emmy says, being oversensitive. No, it wasn't, I say. You didn't even know he was your boss the first time you slept together.
Okay, I think we should stop this discussion,
Tess says, raising her pint.
Let's toast to double weddings.
She pulls on a tight, fake smile. This is stupid. I don't even know why we're here, Emmy says, setting down her beer without toasting. It's not stupid. You're here because our relationship matters. It's how relationships work, remember? They're complicated. You just said so yourself, I tell her. You could at least be happy for me. Don't you think I deserve to be happy? To be in love, to be with Landon? Don't you think I deserve to have someone who wants to be with me, even though I'm not perfect, not like you? The table goes silent, and I realize I just blurted out a lot of personal information. Information that makes me weak and exposed, and not the good, naked with Landon exposed. And I just admitted I'm a mess, sort of exposed. No one is perfect, Claire, and everyone deserves to be happy, to have love, Tess whispers. I lower my gaze, completely mortified. I'm sorry for saying I don't know why we're here, Emmy says quietly. I know why we're here. It's just really hard to be your friend when there's so much I don't know about you. Friends let one another in. Friends tell one another when they have kids and are getting married in a week. Tess speaks again. Claire, why don't you want us to be in this with you? I can't speak. I just shake my head, confused and sad and so completely seen. I don't like it. When you let people in, that's when you get hurt. That's why I've pushed Landon away. I can't handle it. It's too much, and now everyone is looking at me, asking for a pass to have access to my heart. My eyes fill with tears, and I brush them away as fast as I can. Shaking my head, I manage to say one single sentence. I don't know how. I push out of the booth and run to the bathroom, relieved to find it's a single stall with a lock. I shut the door and press my back against it, trying to catch my breath. There's a knock on the door, and I close my eyes. I can't handle more of Emmy and Tess and their requests for me to be more than I am. But it isn't Tess, and it isn't Emmy. It's Landon's voice, his perfect accent, his tender inflection. It's Landon who came. It's Landon who is here. Claire, he says through the wooden door. Let me in. I turn the lock, opening the door for him without hesitation, without any doubt. I open the door and let him in. And that choice alone tells me everything.
The moment she locks the door behind me, she collapses in my arms. I love you, Landon. I do. I love you so hard. But I'm scared, and there is still so much we need to talk. Shh. It's okay, baby. It's okay. There will be time to talk. Right now, let's finish the night the way we planned. Me, holding you, carrying you. Why are you always so perfect? Always saying the right thing to me? Because I'm your person. That's like a line from Grey's Anatomy or something. That isn't real life, she says, burrowing her face in my chest. This is real life though, Claire. Our life. And then she kisses me, hard. So hard my back is against the bathroom wall, her hands hold my face, and her lips press against mine, taking my breath away. Fuck, I love this woman. Pulling away, I ask her, You love me? I love you. In seconds, I've hitched her skirt to her waist, grabbed her ass, spun her so it's her back against the bathroom door. I hoist her to my waist. You're so strong, she says, her eyes no longer filled with tears. They're full of desire. And I want you in me. So bad. God, I love it when you talk dirty. Oh, this isn't dirty. You want filthy, Landon? I'll give it to you. Give it to me then, baby. I tease her as I drop my pants, letting my cock spring from my boxers. I want your cock in my pussy, and I want you to fuck me. How hard? I ask as she pulls her shirt over her head. Her gorgeous tits are in a red bra, plunging low. I pull down one of the cups and lick her hard nipple, kissing her perfect skin. So hard. I want you to pound me. I don't wait for her to ask me again. My cock is so fucking hard for her. I'm so turned on by her complete willingness to let loose. I need her on top of my cock. I want to consummate her I love you. Fuck. I love her so damn much it scares me. And when I set her on top of me, without teasing her tight little pussy open, she gasps, gripping my neck, moaning in delight. My cock loves her tight lips, the way she fills me up nice and good. Oh, I'll fucking fill her up forever. My cock only wants to come home to her. Only wants to come in her, too. I grip her little ass, squeezing her cheeks, pressing her back against the door, I thrust into her, hard. She swivels her hips slightly, panting as she does. Then my mouth is back on hers. I kiss her deeply, my tongue devouring her, the passion between us mounting as we taste one another. "Oh, baby," she moans, her tits bouncing as I pound her just like she asked. "I fucking love you, Claire," I tell her, my tongue grazing her ear as my words fill the small space between us. "I love you too, Landon." Her eyes close as she comes, her juice pouring out onto my skin. I squeeze her ass harder, my cock throbbing as I do. I'm so close to coming, but I want her to get off fully first. Her body rocks as I slam into her, thighs trembling as they stay wrapped around me, tighter as she climaxes. I love watching her get off, knowing I did that. I come too, my load pouring into her, and her tightening pussy pulses in its release. She holds my shoulders as her head falls back, her eyes meeting mine. "You are incredible," I tell her, planting another kiss on her swollen lips. She steals another kiss and then says, "As are you." As we walk back into the pub, properly fucked, but not at all screwed, our fingers are laced, and I know it's cheesy as hell, but our hearts are laced too. This woman is motherfucking mine. "Everything okay?" Emmy asks. Claire nods, the hint of a smile on her lips, and she sighs heavily, still catching her breath. I swear I get hard just looking at the rise and fall of her tits and that soft sweater she's wearing. I am such a lucky goddamned fool. "We're having a double wedding in a week," I tell the table, "and if you don't like that you can go, okay? We don't need people here who won't support us. We're fucking in love, and that should be enough for all of you." "Okay," Emmy says, shrugging. "I'm sorry. I'm just looking out for you both." "I know," Claire says, reaching for Emmy's hand. "And I appreciate that. But whatever happens next with Landon and me is our business. Okay?" Everyone tilts their head as if reading into Claire's word choice, but we've made it pretty clear that we aren't discussing our personal life. But the truth is, I tilt my head too. Does Claire want to get married in a week? Because I sure as hell do, though I guess we haven't made that explicitly clear. Yes, we've both said I love you, but that doesn't mean she's agreeing to really being my fiancé. But I hope like hell she wants to. Maybe I need to make it officially official. Maybe I need to propose again, properly, with her knowing my intentions. I pull her close to me as the waiter delivers another round of pints. We pick up our frosty glasses. "To our future," I tell her, clinking my glass against hers. She smiles, but it's clear there are unspoken fears hiding behind her gorgeous green eyes. I have a pretty good idea of what those fears might be, but she doesn't need to worry. I'll figure out a job, get us a house, and then ask her to marry me. All before our wedding next week.
Chapter 25. As we walk back to the house a few hours later, my head spins. But that's mostly because I had about 4 pints at the bar, which, for me, is a lot. Like, loads. Landon is grinning, laughing with Ace. Even Jeffrey is joining in, which is weird. Apparently those boys had a heart-to-heart. I'd ask about it, but right now, I don't want anything to sour my mood. My silly, drunk, everything feels possible mood. I know Landon is about 10 steps ahead of me in this relationship because I know he is all about that double wedding, which is 1,000 kinds of ridiculous. Never in hell going to happen. I have a mother and a daughter expecting me home in a few days. But I don't want to ruin what we have right now by telling him my secret. When I told him I loved him, I meant it.
I mean it. I do. I want to be all in with him. Tomorrow, when I'm recovered from this hangover and my vision is less blurry, I'll lay it all out for him. And then he can decide what he wants to do next. Maybe it's the highs and lows of this trip, but I think Landon is worth getting my heart broken over. The way he holds me, sees me, wants me. It's filling a hole that has been in my heart for so many years. I want that hole to be filled by him. Emmy, Tess, and I are trying to include Fiona in our jokes, mostly obnoxious ones, as we stumble along the road home. The guys are in step with us, listening, but mostly making dick jokes and trying to trip one another.
Oh my God, Tess moans. My feet are killing me. I need a man to carry me home. That would be best.
I know, right? Emmy laughs. I would love to have a red carpet under my feet right now and just have someone waiting to pamper me.
And by someone, you mean a man, right?
Tess asks. No way. I have my man, Emmy says, cracking up.
Damn straight you do,
Ace says, grabbing her ass, making her squeal.
True, we may have men,
I say, looking at Landon and smiling. But I hear you, Tess. Especially home in Vegas, it is all about catering to men. What about the women?
I know,
Tess moans. I'd love to just show up at a club and be, like, given the royal treatment.
Makes sense,
Fiona says.
Every club in London is set up to serve the men too. I want to go somewhere and feel like a queen. Feel completely gorgeous. Right?
Tess says.
Have it be about the ladies and what they want, instead of us and our fishnets and bustiers just being eye candy for the men. What about a club that was full of eye candy for the women, with cock waiters? Get it? Instead of cocktail waitresses?
Emmy laughs. Tess is officially drunk, folks. And then the joking passes, and it's as if we've all looked around at the same moment with our arms slung around one another's shoulders, smiles written across our faces and our hearts, the bright moon heavy in the dark sky, the grass and the trees and the air so fresh, so alive. It's like we all notice that and feel more alive for seeing it. More grateful, more aware of how freaking precious this is. To have found love, to have found one another. And I squeeze Emmy and Tess tighter, just full of freaking gratitude. And then I look over my shoulder and see Landon and Ace. Jeffrey's there too, laughing about something, and they're just beaming, so drunk and happy. And all at once, my feelings bubble to the surface. Not in an obnoxious way, in an I'm finally seeing my life for what it is way. I've been fighting against letting anyone in for years because I was scared of getting hurt. But the moment I said yes to Love and Landon and Emmy and Tess, the moment I let down my guard, I can finally see my life for what it is. Pretty freaking great. Thanks for coming, I tell Emmy and Tess.
Of course, Tess says. We should come back to England in the summer. I bet it's so pretty then. Oh, it is,
Fiona says. And for some bizarre reason, I don't even care that she's here, chiming in. In fact, nothing could sour my mood.
We usually go to the summer house in August. It's on the coast and just lovely.
I bet Sophia would like that, Emmy says. She would. She's never been to the beach.
I can't wait to meet her,
Tess says.
I'm gonna be the best auntie.
Well, you have some competition, Emmy says, laughing.
Yeah, she does,
Fiona adds. And then Fiona looks at me, and I feel something pass between us. Something like understanding.
Something that only passes between family, and that's when I lose it. Not in a dramatic way, in a silent tears down my face way. In a how did I get this lucky sort of way. In an I don't want to fuck this up with my past sort of way. Hey, love, Landon says, pulling me from the pack. I want to walk you back. I let him pull me into his arms, my arms wrapping around his back as we stop, letting the rest of the group walk ahead. I let myself be here, in this moment, and I know there's nowhere I'd rather be. He kisses me under the moon. He kisses me as I fall into him. He kisses me, and I'm a goner. He kisses me, and I'm his.
The next morning I get moving at the crack of dawn. Earlier, even. It's 4:30 in the morning, and I've been up all night planning my next move. On the walk home from the pub last night, the girls gave me the idea. Though they would never remember their words. They were all so drunk. But I remember, and I know how to capitalize on it. I need a job, and I already have the property. Now I just need to speak with my investors. Ace first, but then Jack and McQueen too. I pull back the drapes around the bed where Claire is sleeping, wanting to see her one last time before I go. She lays there undressed, sheets wrapped around her, smiling in her sleep from the drunk sex we had last night after we stumbled up the stairs to our room. How the fuck did I get so damn lucky? I dress quickly and then pack a small bag. On the desk in the room I pen her a short note. Dear Claire, I have some unexpected business to attend to. I will be back late tomorrow. Don't worry, nothing bad. Everything is going to be just fine. I love you, Landon. I set it on the bedside table next to her phone so she won't miss it, and then leave the room quietly. I told Ace last night to meet me in the kitchen at 5 this morning, that I needed to talk to him, and that it was important. He's there, drinking a cup of coffee when I walk in. I can't believe you remembered, I say, pouring a mug for myself. Hey, my friends matter to me, you know that, bro, Ace says. Besides, I needed some Advil. This headache is killer. I'm glad I didn't drink too much last night. Holding the mug in my hands, I take a deep breath. I need your help, Ace. Anything, man. That's why I'm fucking awake right now instead of sleeping next to my hot wife. I smile. The thing is, it's kind of awkward. Dude, I've been getting you lap dances at strip clubs, seeing you throw up after a hard night's drinking, in a limo, and I've unfortunately seen footage from your sex video with what's-her-name. Those are all things I can't unsee. I promise you can say anything to me. Her name was Winnie, and she was a series of unfortunate events, and I have no fucking clue why you watched that video. I didn't know it was you. I thought it was regular porn, not my friend. Believe me, I'm more traumatized than you are. I shake my head, knowing there are 1,000 terrible things from my past. Embarrassing things. Things that I want to stay covered forever, because, shit, I've been a fucking wanker. But I want to be better. Do better. For Claire. I need help getting a few things. Anything. I need a job, like today, and if I get the job, I can get the house. Shit, Ace says, laughing. You really did need to talk about something important. When I don't laugh, he adds, Okay, how can I help? I have a few ideas. I get out my laptop and pull up the document I was working on last night after Claire fell asleep. I spent the hours between midnight and now researching and planning, and I think I have an idea. Something that might work. For all of us. You know the property that everyone is putting money towards? I ask. Of course I do, asshole, Ace says, leaning against the countertops. What were you thinking of doing with it? I lay out my plan, and Ace nods encouragingly. He adds his thoughts, and I'm glad I asked for his input. He's a fucking brilliant businessman. You think this will work? I ask him. It's dope as hell. The girls are gonna love it. I nod, still nervous. I've got a huge day ahead of me. And you're okay with giving me the loan? Fuck, man, I don't have family besides Emmy. My father used his money to threaten and hurt people. He shakes his head. I know I sound like an ass for getting so sappy, but shit, I just feel lucky that I have friends who I can help. I feel like a pussy needing help. Fuck that, Ace says. A real man knows when to ask for help. I asked for everyone's support when I wanted the property in the first place. Now you can fucking learn how to be a man. By asking for help. Exactly. Now, you need to work this all out right now? Today? He asks. Some of it, yes. It can't wait. Claire deserves a man who has a fucking house and a fucking job. Ace doesn't disagree. Good luck, bro. And then I leave the estate and get in the car waiting for me, before anyone else wakes up and sees me go.
Chapter 26. When I wake up, my arms stretch out over my head and I yawn, reaching for Landon. But he isn't there. I'm in the bed alone. I frown, instantly wanting his warm body, his arms to wrap around me, his early morning stubble to scratch my face, to press against each other. More sensitive spots, too. It's insane how I went 5 years without sex and how now I'm horny as hell. Landon woke something up in me. Well, a lot of things. With him, I feel awake in ways I haven't been in forever. I need to tell him the truth. I need to tell him everything, and today, I will. I'm thinking maybe I'll ask him to go on a quiet drive in the country. Maybe even a picnic, because I am pretty sure that's what English people do. Then, when the moment is right, but not too right, because the truth is I just need to come clean, I will tell him everything. Landon? I call, pulling back the curtains around the bed. Are you coming back? I need you. I fall back on the pillows. So freaking horny. My fingers reach down under the sheet. I'm thinking that when Landon comes back to bed, he will love watching me touch myself. I press a finger against my opening, spreading my entrance with my other hand so I can reach deep. Then I begin rubbing at my opening with my thumb, slow circles, hitting my clit with a deepening pressure. I close my eyes, sighing as I allow myself to be in this moment, imagining Landon coming back to bed, his massive morning erection ready for me. When his cock is hard, it turns me on so fast. I loved it when he pressed me against the door last night at the bar, how he pulled up my skirt and fucked me so hard. Remembering his thickness inside my pussy, I begin to release. Visions of his sexy smile and his soft lips fill my mind. I work in steady circles, flicking at my clit as my pussy starts to get nice and wet. My toes curl as I move a second finger inside, and I move in and out, thinking of Landon inside me. My wetness soaks my hand. I'm coming all over myself. I roll over to my side, moaning into my pillows. I think of Landon's hands all over my breasts, licking my nipples, and then deepening his thrusts. Each memory with him floating over me as I move my hand faster and faster still. And I come, not able to wait for him to return to bed. The intensity within my pussy walls mounts quickly, practically begging to explode. I imagine his strong hands on my waist, his fingers in my pussy, and press a third finger inside myself, reaching against my G-spot, creating an electric buzz inside me as I pant, pushing against that sweet spot as my legs shake. My body reacts to the orgasms washing over me.
Again and again, and I continue to come, thinking of Landon the entire time, wanting Landon inside me this very second. When I'm done, I catch my breath, the longing for him intensifying. I need him inside me now. I pull back the bed curtains and call his name again. But he doesn't answer. That's weird. I reach for my phone to see the time, and as I do, a piece of paper falls to the floor. I reach for it, seeing my name. Reading it, my brows furrow. He left? I look at the phone, see that it's 9 a.m. I immediately text him. But he doesn't respond. Huh. He always answers. I call, and it goes straight to voicemail. Hey, babe. Saw your note, and just wondering where you went exactly. Anyways, I just woke up, and am thinking about you. I end the call and get up, realizing that there's no point in staying in bed alone. I only want to be waking up beside him. Once I'm showered and dressed, I call my mom and chat with her and Sophia. Everything okay there? I ask. Honey, we're great, my mom says. Sophia and I are fine. I just hope you're having fun too. Not working too hard. I wouldn't call what I'm doing work. I'm having an amazing time. I pause, wondering if I should tell her how I've fallen for Landon. But I'm not ready for her response. I have a pretty good idea of what that will be. She's the only one who knows the truth. We had enough disagreements about it right after Sophia was born, and I made her swear to never say another word about it. Ever. And she has listened to my request. But I've also never brought a man home, never fallen in love, never got fake engaged, never wanted to be real engaged. And now, I can't keep running. Now, I need to clean up the mess I made a long time ago. But I want to talk it through with Landon before I say anything to my mom. Because if Landon ends things with me once he learns that I'm a liar and a cheat, then I will have riled my mom up for nothing. Thank you for everything, Mom. When are you coming home again? She asks. Was it Sunday or Monday? I'm actually not sure. I'll ask Landon and get back to you. Did you need me back at a certain time? Honey, we both know I have nothing going on besides Bravo television. I think we'll be okay. I love you. Love you too. When I walk downstairs for breakfast, I'm slightly embarrassed by the time of day. It's already 10 in the morning. But when I enter the sitting room, I realize I have nothing to blush over. The place is empty except for Helen. She sits with a book in her lap and smiles warmly at me when I walk in. Am I interrupting? I ask. Oh, not at all, she says, closing her book. You kids must have had a fun night. This house is as quiet as a mouse. It was a good time, I say, sitting in the chair beside her. Though I was a bit surprised when I woke this morning. I had a note from Landon that he had to leave on business. He did? I don't know anything of it. Really? I pull back in surprise. Where did he go then? She shrugs delicately. I'm not sure, Claire, but he said he'll be back tomorrow, and I'm sure he will stay true to that. Right. I smile tightly. I so wanted to talk to him today, to get everything off my chest so that, however we move forward with our relationship, we can at least stop being dishonest with everyone. I hate sitting here with Helen now, knowing she thinks Landon and I are something we aren't. At least, not exactly. Because while we aren't really engaged, we are really in love. Which is why him leaving like this is so strange.
When Ace's private plane lands, I step into the desert air with a grin. McQueen and Jack are waiting for me. I'm fucking glad Ace called them, because we have a lot of shit to discuss. "What the hell, man?" Jack asks, the moment I take a seat in the limo. "Ace said you fucking proposed to Claire?" "Right, I did, but..." "But what?" "Okay, can I be straight with you guys? Like, you promise not to go apeshit on me?" I couldn't tell Ace because he's at my parents' place and Claire and I want to keep this on the down low. I mean, it won't matter in the long run, but now, dude, just fucking say it. The limo is turning onto the freeway, and I give the driver the address of where I need to go first. "Okay, so we aren't really engaged. She's my fake fiancée." I explain the deal to them, and they shake their heads the whole time. "Man," Jack says, "Claire seems so straight-laced, so put together. I can't believe she agreed to this." "Well, I told her I'd give her $250,000 if we pulled it off." "So what's the problem?" McQueen asks. "Two things. One, my dad's company is bankrupt, as I told Ace to explain." "He did," Jack says. "And two, Claire and I fell in love. For fucking real." "You're not messing with us?" Jack asks. "No, swear to God. But here's the kicker. Claire has a daughter." "What the fuck are you talking about?" McQueen asks, punching me in the arm. "Shit, you are so over your head, bro." I shrug. "I disagree. I love that woman, and her having a daughter doesn't change that." "Love conquers all, right?" Jack shakes his head. "Fuck, man, I don't know. I have a feeling nothing is as easy as that." "That's just because you're dating a fucking superstar," I tell him. "Your judgment on how real women act is skewed." As I tell them this, I realize maybe I should have consulted Ace before I left. But fuck it. I want Claire to know I'm all in. When I return to my family's estate with a job and house and a fucking plan for my dad's business, she'll know I'm the only man she needs. The limo stops in the parking lot, and I explain my plan to McQueen and Jack. "It's fucking go time, bro," McQueen says. I take a deep breath, nodding, and then I open the door. "Good luck," Jack says through the open window. I turn toward the building and knock on the door. I don't know what to expect. I just know I need to ask to speak to Claire's mom alone, and then lay it out there. I've never been so goddamned nervous in my life. I'm never nervous when I'm with Claire. With her, life makes sense. But right now, I don't have my woman by my side. I knock. The door opens after a moment, and a woman who looks a few decades older than Claire opens the door. "Hello?" she asks, eyebrows raised. "Eva?" I ask, remembering the name Claire told me was her mother's. I reach out my hand to her. "I'm Landon, a friend of your daughter?" She takes it, shaking it slowly. "Aren't you supposed to be with her in England for work?" She lets go of my hand and tilts her head to the side, trying to understand. She's a trim woman, with cropped blonde hair and those same green eyes Claire has. "I was." "Is she here?" Eva asks. "Because I just spoke with her earlier and she never mentioned—" "No," I say, needing to clarify. "She's still in England. I came over on my own because I wanted to speak with you." "Me?" she laughs. "What do I have to do with anything?" Behind her I see a flash of blonde hair and a small girl calling for her Gram. "Gram, come back! Come play!" The girl calls from down the hall. Sophia. I didn't see her face or meet her, but her voice proves she is in fact real. Really Claire's daughter. I swallow. If I'm going to do this, I need to do it now. No second guessing. No hesitation. "Could I speak with you a moment?" I ask Eva. "Privately?" "Give me a minute, okay? I'll get Sophia on a show." Eva turns back into the condo, and I hear her helping Sophia with the television. She returns after a moment. "Bubble guppies?" She shrugs as if I have any clue what those words mean. She's obsessed with the show. I nod, now understanding, knowing I have an awful lot to learn if Claire will have me. You have me worried, Eva says, keeping the door slightly ajar and stepping out of the house. Is everything okay? Truly? Everything is more than fine. The truth is, I've fallen in love with your daughter. Completely. And she's in love with me. Eva lets out a small as if completely taken aback, which I'm sure she is. Claire and you, in love? Is it so impossible to believe? Well, sort of. I mean, it's Claire. She doesn't do relationships. I want to marry her. At this, Eva shakes her head, arms crossed. Does Claire know you're here? When I shake my head, she adds, Has she spoken to you about getting married? Not wanting to tell her about the fake engagement, I shake my head again. We haven't spoken about getting married for real, only the fake double wedding. Listen, if you love Claire and Claire really loves you, I think you could talk to her about getting married yourself. Not me. I know. Of course I'll talk to Claire, ask her properly. But the thing is, I came back to Vegas to get some business in order, and I thought coming to you would be a thoughtful gesture. I know how much her family means to her. Right, Eva says uncomfortably, waving her hands in front of her. Well, the thing is, you can't marry Claire. Of course I can, I say defensively. Always so fucking defensive. I just want someone to say, yes, you can. You can do this. Instead, it's always that I'm not bloody enough. I'm tired of it. I'm capable of being her husband, if that's what you're worried about. I'm going to go get myself a bloody house right after this. I'm closing on an investment property for a proper business. I can take care of her and Sophia. I can do this. Eva's face softens, and she presses her hand to my arm. Oh, sweetie, I didn't say you weren't capable of being her partner. You seem nice, and you certainly seem to love my daughter, which is everything I want for her. Then why? Why can't I marry her? Because, Landon, Claire is already married. Chapter 27. Her words hit me in the chest. Hard. Claire is fucking married? What are you talking about? I ask Claire's mom, Eva. We're standing outside her condo, and she has a pained expression on her face, which is a hell of a lot better than the expression on my face. I want to hit something. Now. I'm sorry. I wish she would have told you, but she doesn't talk about it. Ever. With me, or with anyone. I don't understand. My patience is thin. Not with Eva, with the situation. I need more information, faster. You're screwing with me, right? This is some American joke? I wish it were, Landon. She sighs, arms crossed, and she shakes her head. Look, maybe you should come inside, so we can talk properly? I don't want to intrude. It's not intruding. Sophia is fine, she's watching her shows. Come in, have a cup of coffee, and we can talk. My friends are in the car, I tell her. Let me tell them I'll be a while. Oh, for heaven's sake, get them in the house, don't be rude. Eva scolds, just like my mother would. Yes, ma'am. And don't ma'am me either, I'm only 49. I run my hands through my hair, trying to breathe. I should call Claire. Eva shrugs. Maybe. Either way, you're welcome to come inside, or at least have your friends come inside while you call her. I nod and walk back to the limo. It's taking everything inside me not to scream. Jack unrolls the window. What's up, man? You look awful. Did she not give you the A-OK? I shake my head, unable to form the words. Dude, you're freaking me out, McQueen says. Get in the car and explain. No, I say, cracking my knuckles. You need to come in the apartment. I think I'll be a while. The guys get out of the car and Jack places his hands on my shoulders. Seriously, you look like shit. What did she say? Claire's married? What the fuck? McQueen shouts. Eva is going to explain. She said it might take a while. And you had no idea? Jack asks. None. I feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. I pull it out and see that it's Claire. She's called a few times and texted a bunch. It's Claire. You need some fucking answers. Jack looks unsure. I want to punch something. Claire should have told me, right? Fuck yeah, McQueen says. She's fucking playing you. I put my phone on silent, not knowing how I feel about any of this, especially Claire. The front door of the condo is slightly ajar and we step inside gingerly. Hello, I call out as we walk down the hallway. In here, Eva says. We walk in the living room and see Sophia sitting on a sofa with a tablet in her hands. She looks up. Who are you? She asks. Her lips are heart-shaped, just like her mother's, her green eyes wide and curious. We're friends of your mother's, I tell her. I'm Landon, and this is McQueen and Jack. She sets down the tablet and walks over to us. Offering a low curtsy, she says, Pleased to meet you. I'm Sophia. I smile despite the fact that I feel sucker-punched. How can Claire be married? Keeping her daughter a secret is one thing, but a husband? My heart pounds in my chest. I need to fight. Go to McQueen's gym and beat the shit out of something. Sophia's voice brings me back to reality. Are you okay, mister? Sophia asks. You look mad. I'm good. Thank you, though. I give her a crooked smile, the best I can manage. How do you know my mama? This riles me up even more. I know I must look like a deranged fool, nostrils flared, hands clenched. I need some information. Fast. I need to call Claire. This can't fucking wait. Give me a moment, I tell them, leaving through the front door. In the parking lot, I call Claire's number. I have to hear this story from her. Not from her mother, not from her daughter. From the woman I wanted to be my fucking forever. Landon, she asks, where are you? Is everything okay? Don't ask me those sorts of questions. I'm the one who's going to do the talking now. What's going on? She asks again, as if she has no clue what she's been keeping from me. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Actually, yeah, there is. That's why I've been calling and texting. I wanted to talk to you about something really important, but then you just skipped town, without a word. That's not how relationships work, Landon. How do they work then, Claire? Tell me exactly how relationships work. Actually, scratch that. Tell me how marriages work. Marriages? I don't know how marriage works, Landon. What is going on? I'm at your mother's house. The call goes quiet. Good. I want her to know this is not some fucking joke. This is my life, my heart. I want to give her all of it. Why are you there, Landon? Her voice is soft, scared. I'm pacing the concrete lot. My shoulders are tense, my mind racing. I'm here because I came to Vegas to get us a fucking house, to find a proper job, to ask your mother for your bloody hand in marriage. I hear her sharp intake of breath as if she's trying to control her tears, but I don't care about her tears right now. I just want to bloody understand. And do you know what your mother told me? I ask, when I asked to marry you, her only daughter. Oh, God. What the fuck, Claire? I love you. And you have a husband? I punch the brick wall in front of me, and my hand comes away bloodied. My heart bruised. But I don't fucking care. I just need to understand. I'm sorry, she says, but everything sounds like a sharp, metallic buzz. My hand is numb, my head on fire.
I wanted to tell you, but it isn't like it sounds. Then how is it? How is the woman I love married? I haven't seen him in 5 years. I never want to see him again. I should have told you, but I'm so ashamed. And I can't. I can't, Landon. I can't have you hate me for this. I never expected to fall in love. With you. I was going to tell you. You have to believe me. Believe you. Trust you. I'm not sure you know what that means, Claire. Listen, I should have dealt with this, but I don't even know where he is. That's a fucking excuse. No, it isn't. I tried to get a divorce. I got papers made up, signed, and everything. But then I just got so scared to face it all again. So I pretended it wasn't real. Pretended he and I never got married. Pretended he wasn't Sophia's father. I don't want to punch something. I want to punch someone. The person who did this to her. He hurt you? I'll fucking kill him. Landon, it's not that easy. I snort. Perfect. You don't want me to off him. Sounds like maybe you're secretly in love with him, and that's why you've never cut things off. I swear that it's not, she says, her words fierce. I want a life with you, Landon. You're all I want. I want to believe you, Claire, but right now I feel like I would be a fool to. Don't say that. I gotta go. Don't hang up like this, she begs. I don't think I have a choice. I hang up the phone, completely destroyed by this woman.
When he hangs up the phone, I start sobbing. Like heaving sobs. I can't believe Landon found out this way. That he found out my painful past over the phone. I can't believe that Landon doesn't believe me when I say my husband means nothing. When I say Landon means the world. Emmy and Tess must hear my crying from down the hall because they're in my bedroom in minutes. Sweetie, what the heck is happening? Tess asks, sitting next to me on the bed, rubbing my back as I cry into my hands. Emmy sits on the other side of me. Claire, what's going on? I just spoke with Landon, and he knows everything. I can't control my crying. I don't even try. Everything what? Emmy asks. I sit up, shaking my head, tears streaming down my cheeks. I'm married, and Landon just found out. I press my hand to my forehead, ashamed of my past, of my story, wanting it to disappear, not wanting it to be known. It's safer to hide, to keep secrets, because then there's no judgment, no definitions of who you are or what you're worth. What? Tess asks, gasping. Claire, you have a husband? Emmy looks at me in shock. I understand their surprise. I've never said those words aloud in my entire life. I could never even get myself to utter them to my own mother. I take a deep breath, knowing I need to tell them the entire story. When I was 18 and living with some friends, I met a man. He wasn't from Vegas, but was here for business. We went out a few times, and I don't know why I ever agreed. From the start, he was always rough with me, really demanding. I was too naive to realize it was abuse. I slept with him a lot over the course of a week, and one night we got really drunk and ended up in a wedding chapel. Oh, shit, Emmy says. Yeah, I know. It was stupid, but he promised to take care of me. He had money and seemed so confident and in charge. That was what drew me to him. He lived and worked in Utah, but after the wedding, he got me an apartment here in Vegas. He'd fly in on the weekend, and I thought that was enough, that he loved me. But he didn't. My mom was totally MIA back then, because she was basically a mess over my dad's death, so I became really isolated. I didn't even tell her I had gotten married. I wasn't working, obviously. I didn't even have a phone. I stopped everything, really, because he always wanted me to be in the apartment in case he decided on a whim to visit. Like, one time,
I was in the laundry room when he showed up at our place unexpectedly, and when I came back in carrying a basket of clothes, he beat me up so bad I couldn't stand for 3 days.
Claire, what are you talking about? Why are you still married to him? Tess asks.
It got worse. I was totally isolated. I wasn't a prisoner. I was just so freaking stupid. He was my husband, right? We'd made a vow, no matter how drunk or dumb it was. 6 months passed, and he kept coming every weekend, and I thought things would get better. That if I was better in bed, or cooked him better meals, or kept the apartment spotless, then he'd be nice to me. But it didn't work that way.
Then what happened? Emmy asks. Her face is full of empathy, and that gives me the courage to keep talking.
I got pregnant. For me, that was the turning point. The moment I took a pregnancy test, I knew I needed to leave. He was so brutal with me. I didn't want him to hurt the baby.
Oh, Claire, that was so brave, Tess says.
It wasn't. If I was brave, I'd have left a long time before that. If I was brave, when I finally crawled home to my mother's house, I would have let her call the police. I would have hired an attorney and gotten a divorce, but I didn't do any of that.
You were terrified, Emmy says, adamantly,
and you wanted to keep Sophia safe. Claire, you were being brave.
I start crying again.
No, I was being weak, and I've stayed weak for 5 years. It was only this year, with kindergarten starting, that I even let Sophia out of my sight. I've kept our profile so low because I was always scared he'd come looking for me.
Claire, you did nothing wrong, Emmy says, bringing me tissues. And Landon understands that. He loves you.
I know he loves me. I'm just so ashamed. I wish I were like you, Emmy, a girl who really was tough and strong. A girl who could take on a man like Grotto and not let it break her. But I let my husband hold me captive for 5 years. I've never been brave enough to even go to the court and file the stupid papers. I just pushed the whole thing out of my mind and pretended it wasn't real. A strong woman wouldn't have pretended.
Tess shakes her head.
Claire, maybe you just needed to meet Landon first. Maybe you needed to meet the man who could help you be the best possible version of yourself. And you have. You've met him now, and he's going to help set things straight.
She pulls me into a hug and lets me sob into her shoulder.
I don't know if I have, Landon.
I wipe my face with a tissue, my body shaking at the realization.
When I spoke with him, he was so pissed off. He doesn't trust me.
He'll come around, Tess says. I want to believe her, but she doesn't know about the lies Landon and I built our relationship on.
And besides Landon, maybe you needed to wait until you had us. Friends. Real friends you could confide in,
Emmy says, wrapping her arms around both of us into a 3-way hug.
I don't deserve you. Oh, sweetie, you deserve all this and more,
Emmy says as we all sit back up.
So, is next week's wedding canceled?
Tess asks, once my tears have stopped flowing so forcefully.
Besides the fact that I'm still married, I really don't know where things stand with Landon.
If that's really how you feel, maybe hold off talking to him on the phone, Emmy says. Sometimes phone calls make everything worse. And especially don't text him. That's like asking for crossed lines of communication.
I can't bear to talk to him anyway. What if he doesn't want me? I can't live without him.
Oh, sweetie, I'm sure he has a plan, Tess says. I bet he's already filing the divorce papers.
Emmy agrees.
Yeah, Jack and McQueen are with him, Claire. There's no way in hell that guy who hurt you is still going to be your husband after today.
Chapter 28. When Eva finishes telling McQueen, Jack and me the parts of Claire's story that she knows, we shake our heads, stunned. It doesn't take long for me to realize Claire told me the truth on the phone. I was an arsehole when we talked. Now that I've heard how badly she was hurt, I just want to scoop her up in my arms and keep her safe forever. I can't believe Claire has been hurt so badly, and been so brave in raising Sophia on her own. I hate that she carries her past around her neck in shame, when the truth is she is the bravest, most beautiful woman I've ever known.
"Who is this son of a bitch?" McQueen asks. "Because I'm gonna kill him."
"After I get done with him, he's all yours," Jack says. I'm speechless. I want to murder the man who laid his fingers on my fiancée. "The old divorce paperwork is in my room. Let me get it," Eva says. "She tried to throw it out, but I went through the trash and got it. She signed it and everything, but was so traumatized she couldn't take the next steps."
"No doubt. This man abused her and then made her feel like she had no voice. Men like him are weak and should be fucking punished. He's a fucking bastard,"
McQueen says. I look at him, wondering what story is in his past that makes him stand up for women who've been abused. It makes me proud to call him a fucking friend. Eva returns after a minute with a folder. "Here are the documents."
"His name is fucking Robert Mackle?" Jack asks. "Isn't he a football player? Robbie Mackle? Think he's the same guy?" "Holy shit, you're right,"
McQueen says, taking the marriage certificate from Jack's hand.
"He played for the Salt Lake Runners for 2 years, until he injured himself a year ago."
"Does Claire know that?" I ask Eva. "I don't think so. She said his name to me once, and she said it was Bobby Mack. I had no idea." "Jack, do you think the security guys at your club might have any contacts who do private investigations?" I ask.
"Of course. I can have guys on this in 10 minutes.
"And then we need to go speak with Ace's lawyer, Mark Denzel," I say. "He'll know the next steps. Claire will be a free woman soon." 5 hours later, I'm drinking another cup of coffee, fighting to keep my eyes open. The day has been so long. I just want to get back to Claire. I want her to know I don't hold her past against her, but I also need to tell her that if she thinks we're going to be something, then she needs to trust me. No more secrets. And once she agrees, I'll wrap my arms around her, hold her so close, and make love to her all night. I need her skin on mine, and need her to remember that I am her fucking man. She can trust me with anything. But we still have a fucking shit ton to deal with before I can get on a plane. McQueen and Jack are rock solid. They have been all day. Jack's investigator found out pretty quickly that Robert Mackle, injured NFL receiver, spent a year in Vegas 5 years ago, had an apartment in his name, along with the name of his wife, Claire Mackle. When I saw the file the PI accumulated in a few hours, I thought I was going to be sick. Claire and Sophia deserve better than that piece of shit. Denzel takes it in stride, having our back without question.
"It's going to be okay, Landon. Mackle's going to want to settle quietly, and I've spoken with Claire. She doesn't want money. She just wants to get the divorce."
I clench my jaw, pissed that Claire hasn't returned my calls all day. "You spoke with her?" I ask Denzel. He nods.
"Yes, and she was very clear and straightforward about the divorce."
"Good. It gives me a bit of breathing room to know she was being honest about wanting to end things with Mackle."
"She was. In fact, when I asked her about settling for money, she told me she didn't want to do anything for money ever again."
Denzel shrugs.
"Whatever that means."
"I know exactly what that means. The deal she and I struck was all about money, about a big payday. She doesn't want that. And now she won't answer my calls. Maybe she doesn't want me either."
"So then," Denzel says, "all we need to discuss is this property you've purchased. You want to draw up an LLC?"
"Yes, and we need to get accounts set up," Jack says. Ace and I are both putting in 50% of the capital, and we need our GM to begin receiving a paycheck stat. Now, this is separate from the property, right? Denzel asks. McQueen, you invested in that as well, correct? Right. Landon and I both did. But we're sad fuckers. We got no more dough. So, these guys are ponying up the money for the club. And the general manager is Landon. He needs a paycheck to show his woman he has a legit job, Jack says, smiling. Though when she hears you're part owner of a strip club, not sure she's going to be too pleased. Oh, she'll love this strip club, I say, laughing for the first time all day. Just gotta make sure McQueen here isn't headlining when she comes. Awkward much, right? McQueen says, smiling. The guys loved my idea for the business, and now we could get the hell out of Vegas and get home. I'll be in touch the moment I hear back from Mackle's lawyer, probably in the next day. And as far as the King's Diamond is concerned... Right, Jack says. Denzel, did you get the paperwork from Ace and Jeffrey? Sure did. Looks like you're both really expanding your portfolios, Denzel says. Now investors in the King's Diamond as well. I swallow my pride. I wish it was me with the money to invest, me with the money to save my dad's business. But I'm grateful that Jack and Ace are willing to help float them until they consolidate a dozen storefronts and go with my idea of less stores, more luxury, celebrity sponsors and exclusive branding at the new club. The company will be saved, just at a different scale than Jeffrey was trying to go. We'll become more niche, less mainstream, and we'll find the right customers when we switch gears. I'm sure of it. With our plan to salvage Dad's business, I can have the penthouse situated above the King's Diamond Vegas location. I have a home, a job, but I'm not sure if I have my woman. She deceived me, and now I'm getting the cold shoulder. Just when I thought I had it all, it started to fall apart. I can't fix everything, but I can move forward. I can show Claire how I'm nothing like the man from her past. I can show her I'm the fucking man of her dreams. I've never been on a plane, Sophia says loudly. I'm scared, Graham. So scared. She clutches Eva's arm. It's fine, sweetie, Eva says, reaching into a bag for Sophia's blanket. It might be a long flight, boys, she says to us, smiling. I still can't believe we are going to England. This is insane. I invited them along because Claire needs to know that being with me means being with family. I can't ask her to start a life with me and not have them there. Graham, read me a story, please. McQueen looks over at me, smiling. You gonna be able to handle that gig? He tilts his head at Sophia. I don't know what to say. I fucking hope so. He'll be fine. He's always had a way with women, Jack says, raising his beer, smirking. The plane takes off, and an hour passes while Landon and McQueen and I discuss the club. When a hand touches my arm, I turn and see Sophia standing a foot away. Landon, will you sit next to me? She asks. I'm scared, and Graham is sleeping. But Mama said you were her friend, so I feel safe with you. Of course, I say, trying to act as cool as possible, wanting to be the person she needs right now. Perhaps I could read you a story? I love stories. Stories about kings and queens who live in castles. Have you ever been to a castle, Landon? She asks, as I lay her soft pink blanket over her knees. As a matter of fact, I have been to a castle. My mum and dad live in one, and when the plane lands, we're going there. Her eyes are bright, alive, just like her mother's, as I tell her about the gardens and the rooms, the parlours and the butler. Then she asks the question that only a 5-year-old girl raised on Disney would ask. Does your castle have a princess? It does. Your mum is there right now. She's a princess. To me, at least. Sophia smiles, nodding in agreement. Then her brows furrow as a question crosses her mind. Will she get a happily ever after, my mamma? I think so, Sophia. I think so.
The next morning I wake, determined to end the day with as much dignity as possible. I ended last night in a puddle of tears, for the truth of my past I had kept buried for so long. Screw Emmy and Tess's advice. I needed to talk with Landon, to see if he and I were anything. But I haven't spoken to him. When I finally tried to call him, his phone went straight to voicemail. I couldn't even bear to leave a message. I just hope the fact that he didn't answer means he's on a plane coming back. He'd ended our phone call yesterday so angry. I don't know where we stand. But regardless of whether he and I are over, now I need to be brave. I need to set the story straight once and for all. I can't keep pretending. My friends told me I didn't owe anyone anything, but in my heart, I know I do. I want to move forward in my life with the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Living with shadows, secrets curling around my toes, keeping my feet tethered to the ground isn't going to get me anywhere. And I am ready to take a step forward. After breakfast, I sit down with Helen, Arthur, Jeffrey, and Fiona. Emmy, Tess, and Ace are there as well as my moral support, but they think my confession is centered on my marriage, when the real confession is about the fake engagement.
Is everything all right, Claire? I know yesterday was hard for you, with Landon gone. I hope you aren't unhappy with us,
Helen says, graciously. Oh, I couldn't be more pleased with you. All of you, really. I look down at my hands, not wanting to see the look of betrayal across my friends' faces when they hear how deceptive I've been. The truth is, I admit, I'm already married, and my engagement with Landon isn't real. He didn't really propose. He just wanted you to believe he had so that you'd think he'd grown up, so that he could have a chance at being your successor, Arthur. They all have questions, of course. Shame spreads across my face, floods my eyes. They ask why. They shake their heads. They don't understand. And I try to explain. Finally, once I've laid it all out there, the marriage, the motives, the apologies, I look up, hoping they will see me as something besides the way I see myself. A cheat, a liar, a disgrace.
I understand why Landon would put you up to this, why he'd think it would work, and I can let that go because, honestly, he seems happier right now than he's ever been. What I don't understand is why you didn't get a divorce a long time ago, Claire, Arthur asks. You seem like such a smart girl.
I suck in my breath, squeezing shut my eyes. When I open them, I make sure to meet everyone's gaze. Has anything ever happened to you that you were so ashamed of, so embarrassed by that you'd rather pretend to be something else entirely than deal with the facts? I don't expect anyone here to understand. Landon's family is this proper English clan, put together in ways I could never dream of being. I see Helen and Fiona struggle to make sense of my story, and I just want someone, anyone, to say something. Emmy and Tess can't even seem to look at me. But Ace catches me off guard when he's the one who speaks up.
Claire, I understand. Completely. I spent 5 years hiding, pretending to be someone I wasn't, and my friends forgave me. My wife forgave me. Hell, you forgave me. I wasn't honest because I was fucking pushing away the demons of my past. It's okay, Claire. That's why you have us. We forgive you, of course, but mostly we're just sorry you went through all that. Emmy laughs softly. He's right, of course. We're really sorry, Claire. Fiona tilts her head at me, her face lined with confusion. Geoffrey sits beside her, gripping her hand, though none of the story seems to surprise him.
Do you love him? Fiona asks. I know this whole thing was fake, but it seemed so real.
It really did, Tess agrees. Like, insanely real. I swallow, hard, blinking away tears, because so much of this trip has felt like the absolute truth. Landon's proposal in the airport, sliding a ring on my finger, the way he held me all night long, the way he touched my skin, my heart, my soul, the way he said, I love you, the way I said it back. I do love him. Helen pulls in a sharp breath.
Oh, love,
she says, waving a handkerchief.
Arthur, do you hear her? She really loves our boy.
Helen grips her husband's hand, and I feel so lucky to be in the presence of such generous people. Because I need this. After everything before, I need to see with my own eyes that love is real. Love exists. The way Arthur and Helen, Ace and Emmy, even Geoffrey and Fiona in their own weird way love one another. I'm reminded that my love with Landon, while new, is real. And I don't ever want to lose it. I want it forever, but I don't know if he feels the same way.
So, no double wedding? Fiona asks. Because I made an appointment at a bridal shop tomorrow for our gowns. The flowers are ordered. The guest list is completed. Right, Helen?
Helen nods.
And the date is set for next Saturday at 5 o'clock in the evening.
You have been busy, I say, unable to hide my shock. Well, Emmy says, last night you were a bit put out, and since I have some experience with putting together a wedding in short order, I helped. So did Tess and Helen. You said you didn't care about the details. Right, I cringe. I'm really sorry. I should have told everyone the whole truth yesterday. I was just so upset, and now you've done all this. So, you really aren't going to be marrying Landon? Tess asks. Well, we aren't really engaged. We clearly can't get married if he's never actually asked me, and right now, I'm not sure if he'll forgive me for my lies. I made a mess of everything. Right then, Brandon enters the sitting room with an announcement.
Excuse me, but I wanted to inform you that a party of 5 has just arrived.
Chapter 29. We slept the night away, and by the time we land in Heathrow, we get into a car and start back to my parents' home. We're all pretty hopped up with anticipation. Sophia bounces in a seat while Eva points out the window at the double buses, Big Ben and the London Eye. And then, as we leave the city, the countryside stretches out before us, and everyone seems to sink into their seats, instantly relaxed with the greenery. Something the Vegas natives in this car never see. "Where are you from, McQueen?" Eva asks as we drive along.
"Kansas City, ma'am," he says. "I'm a long way from home."
"That's where Dorothy is from, and Toto, too," Sophia says.
"Something like that," McQueen says, smiling. "Jack, though, is from New York. That's the big leagues."
"Oh, I want to go to New York one day,"
Sophia says, her eyes bright. "And why's that?" I ask her.
"Because that's where miracles happen, on 34th Street.
"She knows her movies," I say to Eva.
"Yes, just like her mama."
I smile,
ignoring the reality that I had no bloody clue Claire loves to watch films. There's so much I don't know about her. So much I need to learn. How many things are necessary to know about the person you commit to spending your life with? Do you need to know details about favorite colors, favorite shows, favorite books? Or is knowing a person's heart enough? I'm banking on the latter. That castle is so gorgeous, so unexpected, Eva says, looking out the window once more. That's my parents' home, actually, I tell her. Let's see if there are any princesses about, shall we? I ask Sophia. And Mama's here? She asks. She is. I'm so glad you're her friend, she tells me. Landon, you should be her BFF. Just because of my parents' place? I ask. I don't think we should pick friends based on their homes. No, silly. You should be your best friend forever because you're so wonderful. She smiles, dimples poking out of her ridiculously cute cheeks, her bright eyes beaming at me. I'm bloody over my head for this whole lot. I need to get a grip before I step foot inside the house. For some reason it feels like I'm starting the first day of the rest of my life. And I just hope that life involves Claire. When we enter the house, Brandon quickly announces our arrival, while Sophia and Eva head to the loo. McQueen and Jack whistle low as they enter the foyer. Holy shit, man, your parents are loaded, McQueen says. Were loaded. Remember, that's what started a lot of this mess, the impending bankruptcy. It's all covered though, bro, Jack says, fist-bumping me. We got your back. When Eva and Sophia return, the five of us head down the hall to the sitting room. Eva takes everything in, her face in awe the same way Claire's was. The guys don't seem as fazed. I'm guessing they're already having withdrawals from the fact that last night they went to sleep on a plane as opposed to going to bed with whatever hotties they're used to bringing home. When we make our way to the sitting room, Sophia can't help herself. Mama! She exclaims, running to Claire, who has shock written all over her face. Shock, but also complete joy. I think we're all a little choked up at the reunion. Seeing Claire with her daughter is something so foreign, something none of us have ever seen. It is beautiful. It is love. Oh, sweet pea, you're here, Claire says, kissing Sophia's cheeks over and over, pulling her into her lap. I had no idea you were coming. Mom, why didn't you tell me? I had no idea. Eva shrugs, then gives Claire a hug. It was unexpected, Claire, Eva says. Sorry, I didn't ask about Sophia riding in a plane, but we all thought you might be missing her quite a bit. Landon brought us here. He is the best friend ever, Mama. He read me stories after Graham fell asleep, and he promised me you were in this castle, his Mom and Dad's castle, and you are. He keeps his promises. He does, doesn't he? Claire says, looking up, meeting my eyes. I swear the entire world stops. It's just her and me. I want to weep, and I want to kiss her, and I want to scream to the world that she's mine. But first, Fiona speaks. Claire explained an awful lot this morning. A lot? Does that mean everything? I ask. Everything, Claire says, taking off her engagement ring and handing it to me, not meeting my gaze. I had no idea Claire planned on laying out my lies, but it's her story to tell. I can't be mad at her about it. Just fucking pissed. Still, I need to apologize to my parents before I can talk to her. Well then, I say, I'm sorry, Mum and Dad, for lying. It was a poor imitation at being an adult. I should have done better. Ah, but had you done differently, would you have found this? Mum asks, tilting her head toward Claire and Sophia, who are cheek to cheek, heart to heart, arm in arm. I suppose I wouldn't have. I look over at Claire, my jaw clenched. What the hell? We swore we wouldn't tell my parents. That would be a pity, wouldn't it, son? Dad asks. Now, I know your posse has just arrived, but your mum and I need to speak with you for a moment, all right? Right. Then I look over at Claire, who's biting her knuckles, clearly sensing my anger. But do you suppose I could speak with Claire first? If you need to, son, Dad says. I nod to my friends before grabbing Claire's hand and dragging her out of the sitting room. I lead her up the stairs, so confused, wanting to scream. Why did she never return my calls? Why did she tell my family the story that was mine to tell? What the hell, Claire? I ask, the moment I've shut our bedroom door behind us. What do you mean? She asks, running her hands through her hair. What do I mean? I mean, why did you tell my family it was a fake engagement? She scoffs, turning to face me. Are you serious right now? You're the one telling me all the time to be brave, to stick up for myself, to not be ashamed. So one time I grow a pair and set the story straight and you get mad. I can't win. It's not about winning or losing. It's about being in this together, I tell her, wanting to grab her and scream, but also wanting her to believe me. Trust me. See me for who I fucking am. Hers. Oh, together? Is that what we are? She asks, incredulous. Is that why you hung up angry, screaming on the phone? Because we're in this together? I want to be in this with you, Claire. But fuck, I'm not perfect. I was shocked when we talked on the phone. You kept things from me. You let me confess my love to you, totally playing me for a fool. I can't have my woman making me into a fucking pussy. Is that what I am? Your woman? I don't want to be your thing, Landon. That's what happened the first time. I was someone's thing. Now I want to be a partner, a wife, a mother, a daughter, a friend. But not your woman. Fuck that, I tell her. You can be all those things. You should be all these things. But you can also be mine. And when I say you're my woman, I mean I will fucking protect you, keep you safe, cherish you, fight for you. Her eyes fill with tears. She shakes her head and tries to move away, but I grab her wrists, pull her to me. You don't get to run from me because you're scared, I tell her. Let me in. Let me be there for the hard conversations. Let me be there for the parts that feel impossible. Let me take care of you. And then she kisses me, and her salty tears wash away her fears, wash away my questions. Her mouth melts against mine, and we become one. Anything I may have finished with Claire is interrupted when Brandon summons me to my parents' room. I knock on Mum and Dad's door. When they let me in, Dad asks, So, you and Claire have things sorted out? I nod, relieved that that's my answer, and also that this isn't going to be an inquisition. My parents are just checking in with me. I let out the breath I didn't know I was holding. Good, Mum says. I know that confession of hers was a lot to take in, but Landon, things tend to work out when everything is in the open. I hope so, Mum. Dad uses a key from his bureau to open a safe in the back of the closet. Are we on a treasure hunt? I ask, not knowing what they've called me here for. I suppose so, Mum says, smiling, slightly as if she has a secret. Dad opens the safe and begins pulling out trays of jewels. Holy shit, Dad, this trove alone could save the king's diamond. These must be worth hundreds of millions alone. Mum presses her palm to her chest. But these are family jewels, Landon. I laugh. You're both bloody insane. I just got my friends to invest in the company to save you from bankruptcy. Meanwhile, you have jewels that could be auctioned off for hundreds of millions of dollars. I pick up a ring with a diamond the size of a poker chip. Why is this not in a bank vault in London? I mean, seriously, who knows you have these? They are family heirlooms, Landon, Dad says. No one knows. Truth is, though, Arthur, Mom says, the only ones that really matter are the 2 diamond rings the boys need for their wives. The rest aren't necessary. Perhaps we've held too tight to the past. As long as we do, we won't be able to take the business into the future. I can't believe you've had these all this time, I say, dazed at the collection. Why do you think I was able to start the King's Diamond in the first place? I don't know. Because you went to Cambridge and learned business? Because you were an entrepreneur? Well, those things surely, but our family has been in the business of gems for hundreds of years. Does Geoffrey know about this vault? I asked, picking up a brooch with an emerald the size of my phone. He does now. I showed him yesterday, when we asked him to pick out a ring for Fiona. And what did he say? Dad laughed. He called me a bloody fool, and told me I was under no circumstances allowed to sign anything having to do with new investors, considering this safe contains hundreds of millions worth of jewels. And what was your response? I told him that if we could save the business with these jewels, then perhaps it was time for me to retire after all. That maybe the ruse to get you here was actually the best plan of all. Dad, I begin, not wanting him to change his plans for me, not after all the lying I did. No, Landon, listen for a moment. I'm tired. I've become a bumbling fool. I want to sit at home with my wife, drink tea, enjoy my grandchildren. I don't want to work. I've clearly lost the drive, considering the last few years have been a complete disaster for the King's Diamond. Well, I think Geoffrey had as much to do with that as anyone. Because I left him to flounder, Dad says. He needs a partner. He needs someone to do this with. And I think that person is you. I run my hand through my hair. Bloody hell. I just named myself the general manager of the new club, practically begged my friends to help, had Denzel set everything up so I could have a legitimate job. But working with my family seems like my destiny. What I was really made to do. What I want to do. I've just run from it for so long. You trust me to work with Geoffrey, sell these jewels, save the business, even though I lied to you for the past week about being engaged to Claire. Oh, darling, Mum says. It may have started as a ploy, but I think it was your smartest move yet. The next smartest move, of course, Dad says, will be you being the co-owner of the King's Diamond. I shake my head. I came here lying, looking for my parents' approval, and somehow, when I became most honest, most true, I found it. Now pick out a bloody ring and propose to Claire properly, Dad says. There's a double wedding to be had, after all, Mum says, smiling. I look down at the rows and rows of rings tucked in the velvet box. I know that, while I don't know Claire's favorite movie or favorite type of pie, I do know her, and I want a ring that represents that. A ring that represents my love for her. Just as Dad has told me for so long, an engagement ring should.
My friends and family being here feels like a gift I don't deserve. A life I don't deserve. But as I look around the room, see the smiling faces, listen to the jokes, the laughter, I can't help but feel this twinge of acceptance well up inside of me. Maybe I do deserve a life so full, so boundless. Do you like Landon? I ask Mom, while Jack spins Sophia around the room. Apparently, they've all gotten to know one another quite well over the past 24 hours. He loves you, and you love him. That's good enough for me. Mom looks down, collecting her thoughts, and when she looks back up, she's crying. But to think you found someone as wonderful as him, someone committed to helping you out of the past you were stuck in, someone so welcoming of Sophia and me. I couldn't be happier for you. Don't cry, Mom, I tell her, wrapping my arms around her. Oh, Claire, for so long you've been holed up in hiding. Maybe not literally, but emotionally. You've kept everyone at a distance, but Landon seems to have cracked your heart wide open. I squeeze her tight, so grateful to have her support. So, what happens next? Mom asks, sitting back into her seat on the sofa next to Tess. A double wedding, of course, Tess says, grinning. Don't, Tess. We aren't even engaged, and after all the drama with Robert Mackle, I bet Landon's going to need to really think through what a relationship with me looks like. You're so dense, Tess says. Did you see the way he looked at you when he walked in here? I did. His eyes met mine above Sophia's head, and I never wanted to look away. In my heart, I really don't think he wanted to either. A bit later, Landon returns to the room with his parents, and everyone seems to look around not knowing what to do. It's awkward, because what I really want is to pull Landon into my arms, kiss him, never let him go. But everyone is watching us.
Claire, would you help me with my bags?
He asks me from across the room. Brandon steps in and speaks before I can answer.
No need, miss. I already had them brought upstairs.
Right. Landon smiles tightly.
Well then, perhaps could we get some drinks for everyone in the kitchen?
The maid, Clarice, appears in the room holding 2 bottles of wine.
Pinot, anyone?
She asks, unaware.
Well,
Landon frowns.
Claire, would you come with me to see the, stables?
What is this? A story circa 1800?
Fiona asks, rolling her eyes.
Just take her. We all know what you're planning on doing, and be back in an hour for lunch. What are you doing, Landon?
Sophia asks. I see the heat rise to his cheeks. I need to save him from himself. Sweet Pea, stay here with Graham and your new friends, I tell her. I'm going to talk to my best friend, okay? Sophia gives me a kiss, and then I stand, smiling at the situation, and follow Landon out of the room. When he pulls me out of the house, I'm surprised. I honestly thought we were just headed upstairs so we could finish what we started there before he was summoned to his parents' room. What I really want to do is thank him for being my knight in shining armor this week, for saving me from that awful marriage, for relieving me of my worst fears, for never judging, always accepting, for staying when it would have been so easy to walk away. Where are you taking me? I ask, my hand in his, as he drags me down the front steps.
To the stables. That's what I said, right?
You were serious?
Completely.
He must see my flummoxed face, because he adds,
What? You don't like horses?
I don't have an opinion either way, actually.
Well, me neither. I just couldn't bear the thought of taking you upstairs and everyone listening as I fucked you silly.
Oh, it's so good to hear you say that. For a moment, I thought you were going to teach me how to ride one of these beasts, I say, as we enter the massive building, which holds 12 well-groomed horses in their stalls.
That would be a complete waste of an hour. Besides, why would I teach you to ride a horse when you can ride me perfectly well?
He asks, deadpan. But I see the twinkle in his eye. He pulls me to him, his hand on my face, another on my waist. And he kisses me. The kind of kiss girls dream about. The kind of kiss I've always wanted. The kind of kiss that says everything. That says you are mine. I missed you, I say, breathless once we pull apart.
Oh, love, you have no fucking clue.
Show me, I tell him. My whole body is alive with desire, with lust, with passion. My core is alive with his hands on my skin, my body wanting to sink against his flesh, run my hands across his back, take him inside of me. Landon picks me up, and I wrap my legs around his waist, my hands running through his hair. I kiss his ear, his neck, my breath pressed against his body, his hardness too far away for me to feel. I want to feel him, all of him. He leads me to a back room, a changing room, where tall leather boots make a tidy row, where stirrup pants hang on hooks beside heavy coats. He locks the door to the windowless room.
I can't be apart from you like that again, Claire.
I know. Not ever. My fingers undo the row of buttons on his tailored shirt. Once it's open, I splay my hands across his strong, firm chest. He is so solid. He makes me feel so safe. I run my fingers over his nipples until they're hard, and then I reach for his pants. Thank you for getting the divorce process started.
It just better be the last one you ever get.
It will be, I sigh, unzipping his pants, my thumbs hooking against the waistband of both his jeans and boxers. It won't be final for a few days, but Denzel is taking care of it from here on out. I nod, grateful that I didn't have to see that bastard whose name I took, whose life changed mine. Landon uses the tip of his finger to lift my chin so our eyes meet.
I'm sorry, Claire, that you went through all that.
It gave me Sophia, and she is my life. I catch my breath, unexpectedly needing to stifle a sob.
It's okay, baby. You can cry with me. You don't need to hide your tears.
I believe him, and when he turns me around, unzipping my dress, letting it slip to the floor, then kneels down to take off my heels, to help shimmy down my stockings, I stop trying to hold back. With Landon, I don't need to. I turn back around, facing him. He holds my cheeks in his hands, and his thumbs graze over my cheeks, wiping away my tears.
You remember how I said you were a bird back at the airport, he said. That you needed to learn to fly.
I nod, remembering.
I'm sorry. I should never have said that to you.
He licks his lips, blinks, and his long eyelashes brush his face.
You've known how to fly. You just had a broken wing.
I can't speak. Landon has just said all the words that evaporate the fears I've held on to so tightly. I thought before that he saw me. Now I have no doubt. Now I know. Make love to me, I whisper, and he silently nods. He steps out of his pants and boxers, his cock so hard I have to blink. But I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to miss a thing. His rod is massive and ready for me. I'm nearly salivating at the sight of it, remembering how I pleasured myself yesterday morning when I was in the bed alone, waiting for him, wanting him so badly. The memory makes my pussy throb, forces me to slip off my panties and unhook my bra. My breasts spill out, and his hands are on them in seconds, massaging them. He kisses my flesh, sucks at my nipples. His face is buried between them, and he squeezes them together as if they are the best things he has ever tasted. I hook a leg around him, and the moment my legs part, his hand reaches down to feel my opening. I know he likes the wetness because he moans, running his hand down my stretched legs. Then he looks around and grabs a pile of blankets from the corner. He quickly spreads a few on the ground and then returns to me.
Is it okay out here? Not too cold? He asks.
You'll keep me warm? We lower ourselves to the ground. Landon's above me, on his knees, slowly spreading my legs. He presses his face between them. I sink into the blankets as he brings his mouth to my entrance. Oh, God, I moan as his tongue runs along my slit, easing himself into my folds. I feel my pussy tighten in anticipation. His tongue darts across me, and my head falls back. My shoulders relax, my eyes close. My entire being just gives in to him. My bent knees drop, and he reaches a hand to my chest, rolling one of my tits in his hand, as his other hand reaches under my ass, pushing me closer to his face. "That feels so good, baby," I tell him, as his fingers slide into me. He sits up, his cock at attention between us, and I reach down to touch it, to hold him. But he is too far away. "I want to touch you," I purr, but he shakes his head, smirking. "You need to come nice and hard first, Claire. You know you like it when you do." "I'll make a mess." "Good. I want you to soak these blankets through with your juice. I want you to come all over me." My chest rises and falls as he pushes another finger into me, causing me to groan in pleasure. "I just want to touch you so bad," I tell him, as his thumb rolls against my clit, as his fingers rub my G-spot. The orgasm mounts, and I feel the walls of my pussy shudder as the release washes over me, sending a shockwave to my core, to his fingers as they keep working me, knowing I have more to release if he's patient. And he is. With his right hand pressed in me, he uses the tips of his other fingers to rub against my hood nice and fast. So fast I can feel myself getting closer to a screaming, "Oh my God, what have you done to me?" orgasm. An orgasm like I've never had. The orgasm vibrates through me as my release gushes him with my pleasure. That is what he gives me on the stable floor. His body, his heart, his everything.
Chapter 30. I've gotten Claire off plenty of times, but never like this. This release is the kind I've seen in porn. Good porn, mind you, but this is real life. My life. My hands slap her slick thighs. My cock is just throbbing with desire. I've just watched my woman come all over me, and now I want to come inside her, fill her up with my cock, and let her remember who has promised to take care of her forever. I press myself into her, and her pussy is so nice and warm, it seems to beg me to go in her deeper. Claire's body relaxes under me, as if instinctively making more space for my cock. My body hovers over hers. I run my hand through her soft hair, looking into her deep green eyes. Her eyelids flutter. A satisfied smile crosses her red lips. "You like that?" I ask, my cock moving in and out as I push her back to the edge. I know she likes it by the way she moans, the way she grabs my ass and holds tight. Her body responds to mine, and I sit up higher and take hold of both her ankles, swinging them over my shoulders. Her legs are raised in the air, her ass bouncing tight against my groin. It feels so good, I think I'm going to explode, but I want Claire's skin pressed against me when I do. So I lift her to me so she sits in my lap. Her legs wrap tight around me. Fuck the Kama Sutra. I have my own sex goddess right here. Her tits are pressed against my chest, and I pull her hair from her neck, kissing her bare shoulders, her ears. Her arms tighten around my neck as she breathes me in, swiveling her hips in pleasure. "Oh, yeah, baby," I tell her, unable to hold back any longer, not wanting to wait. I want my cock to fill her with my seed. We come together, my world rocked with her in it. But I've never felt so grounded in my fucking life. After, with Claire cradled in my arms, I kiss her forehead, wanting to savor this moment. I know once we go back to the house, people will be vying for our attention. And right now I just want her. Just want us. "Thank you again for filing the divorce papers," she whispers in my chest. "I don't think I could have faced Bobby after all these years." "Stop saying that," I tell her. "I don't want her thanks. I don't need it." "You know, Denzel says Bobby offered money. A settlement for Sophia." I don't want Sophia to ever feel tied to him. When she's older, if she wants to meet him, she can. But we aren't taking anything from him. He's already taken enough from me. I know, baby. I know. I kiss her again, pulling her closer to me. Sophia is just lovely, Claire. You've done such a good job with her. Thank you, she says. That is a compliment I never have to ask twice for. Yeah, she seems to like me too, I say, smiling. How could she not? Right? I use my finger and bring Claire's chin up so she's looking at me. But truly, we got along really well. Good. I want you two to get along. It's so important if this is going to work. Agreed. I want to reach over and pull the ring from the pocket of my pants, the ones strewn on the floor. I want to get down on one knee. But suddenly I'm nervous. Maybe Claire would rather I wait to propose until things are more established between us, until I've taken her on at least one proper date. I hope that isn't the case, because she needs to be mine. We should probably go back to the house, she says, breaking my line of thought. It's been an hour. Okay, I say, reluctantly moving to get up, knowing the moment has passed, wanting to catch her off guard, but also at peace. She doesn't need any more unhappy surprises in her life. In the house, everyone is gathered in the dining room for a meal. The moment we walk in, all eyes turn expectantly to Claire's ring finger, but it remains bare. Ace looks at me, shaking his head, mouthing the word pussy, and I know he's right. I should have had the balls to do it back in the stables. Trays of food are brought out, sandwiches and salads, and everyone begins to eat. I worked up a fucking appetite, and besides that, I'm grateful for a distraction. I want the proposal to be perfect, totally Claire. I'm just not sure how to top the engagement at the airport. It was pretty spectacular, even if it was completely fake. We've been discussing the plans for the new club, McQueen tells me. The ladies think it sounds pretty cool. I lower my gaze at him, and then cock my head toward Sophia. Sorry, man. What is the club? Asks Claire, the only one out of the loop. I finally figured out the perfect idea for the property we invested in. I thought we could use it to help the cash flow for the King's Diamond, but my parents have solved that problem all on their own. We just need a new general manager for the club. Now that Landon owns the King's Diamond, he can't do both, Jack says. Truly? Claire asks my parents, surprised, and rightly so. A few days ago we were faced with bankruptcy. Yes, we were just looking in the wrong place, Dad says. We had the money we needed all along, and Landon and Jeffrey are going to team up and run the business. Looks like I needed two successors after all. My boys are taking over the business. Wow, that's great news, Claire says, not at all convincing me with her words. She seems upset, in all actuality. Will you be moving here, Landon? Worry is written on her face. Honestly, we hadn't gotten that far. It's to be determined, I suppose, Jeffrey says to me. I see the fear bubbling up in Claire's chest, and she blinks rapidly. Oh, okay. Well, that's exciting. And then she's crying, full-on tears down her face. What's wrong, Mama? Sophia asks, jumping up from her chair in worry. It's okay, sweetie, Eva says, gently nudging Sophia back in her chair. Claire, I tell her, I'm not going to be working anywhere apart from you. I promise. Don't, she says, shaking her head, whispering. Don't make promises you can't keep. I'm not doing anything of the sort, I tell her emphatically, standing from the table and then pushing her chair out. Then what are you saying? Landon, I can't handle the disappointment. I love you, Claire. I love you too, Landon, but nothing. I love you, and I always will. She shakes her head, looks around the now silent room. Everyone is watching us. This isn't the airport at Heathrow, hundreds of people watching me drop to one knee. But I don't need hundreds. The people with us now are all the people we love in the world, our closest friends and family, the people who have been there for us through thick and thin. I kneel before her, pulling the ring from my pocket. Her chin quivers and my hand trembles as I stare into her perfect green eyes. I thought if I got a job and a house, then I might be good enough for you. The truth is, there's an empty penthouse above the Vegas branch of the King's Diamond, with my name on the title. I've got a job, and I can have my home base in Vegas. The thing is, even if I had none of those things, I'd be a fool not to try to convince you to marry me. Because the fact is, Claire, I will always be hoping I'm enough for you. Fighting, striving to be a better man for you and Sophia. I don't deserve you. I know that. But damn it, I love you, and I need you to be my wife. Marry me, and make me the happiest man in the world. I raise the diamond ring to her. 3 equal-sized stones, each 5 carats, glistening as I offer her my whole heart. She takes it. Yes, 1,000,000 times, yes. I don't hesitate. I slide the engagement ring on her finger. Then she flings her arms around me. I kiss her, and I could keep kissing her forever, but then Jack coughs and breaks us up, because there's an entire room watching us. I'll save the rest of the kiss until I can take her back to the stables, or the bedroom, or the potting shed, or the bathroom. Okay, clearly I can have sex with this woman anywhere, and now I'll have her for the rest of my life. I don't deserve her, but fuck, I will do everything I can to love her for the rest of our lives. Mama? Sophia asks, walking over to us. Mama, you're marrying your BFF? I am, sweet pea. Claire wipes tears from her face. I have something for you too, Sophia, I say, pulling out a small gold ring shaped like an infinity symbol. Tiny diamonds fleck the band. Mum said it was the perfect first diamond ring, and that her granddaughter deserved a promise from me too. It's too much, Claire says, shaking her head, looking over at my mum and Dad. No, Claire, it isn't, Dad says, adamant. This is for you, Princess, I tell Claire, slipping the ring on her right-hand ring finger. We can be a family now. Your mum says so. And you'll be my daddy? I've never had one of those before. She wraps her arms around me, and at that I start crying too. But I don't feel like a pussy. I feel like a goddamned man. And as I hold them close, tucked in my arms, I know one thing. When you live in the shallow water, you have to keep kicking to stay afloat. But the deep end is where you can dive. And who wants to simply float through life when you have the chance to swim, hand in hand, in uncharted waters, with the people you love?
This is insane. Like, literally insane. A week ago, the love of my life got down on one knee in the dining room of his family's freaking estate and gave me a 15-carat diamond ring. And I said yes. And now I am wearing a wedding gown, white organza, to the floor, a strapless sweetheart neckline, with a diamond-encrusted waistband and flowers in my hair. How is this my life? It's like the moment I said yes to the possibility of a happily ever after, I was given one. Mama? Sophia asks, tugging on my hand. When does the party start? Soon, Sophia. Can you wait a few more minutes? Then we get to walk down the aisle. I get to throw flowers down the aisle, right? Sure do, sweet pea. Emmy and Tess walk over to where I'm standing.
The hairstylist is fixing my hair under the diamond tiara Sophia and Helen picked out for me. Is it too much? Never too much, Tess says, laughing. Honestly, though, it looks perfect. You really are a beautiful bride, Claire, Emmy says. Fiona, you too. Emmy looks over at my future sister-in-law, who stands a few feet away. Fiona's gown is a mermaid style with long lace sleeves, and the cut hugs her curves. I never would have guessed Fiona had such a smoking body under her pantsuits.
This is really happening, isn't it?
Fiona asks, her face seemingly lined with worry. Looking at her more closely, I notice she's biting her nails. It sure is, I tell her, walking over and patting her arm. You doing okay?
Sure,
she says in a high-pitched voice, clearly trying to mask something.
I'm good. Just a little nervous all of a sudden.
Fiona's face seems to have drained of color. The stylist, smoothing Fiona's gown, looks up reassuringly.
It's just butterflies. Makes sense. All brides have a bit of the jitters.
I don't, though. I don't feel anything but blissed-out happiness. Still, I want to make sure Fiona is okay.
It's been a whirlwind of planning, Fiona says, and it feels like it's come together too easily, like something has to give.
Or maybe sometimes life really is just perfect, Emmy says, shrugging. That's how I felt with Ace, like it was all too good to be true. Tess sighs.
You guys, I need to find a man so badly. This is starting to bum me out.
McQueen is single, Emmy suggests.
Ha ha,
Tess says, dryly. I try and conceal a smile, thinking McQueen and Tess would be a disaster together. She wants to be a man's eye candy. McQueen is enough candy all on his own. He needs a really confident woman, not someone still learning to live in her skin.
I can't believe Ashley Fast is going to be at your wedding, Claire,
Tess says, dreamily.
At your wedding, Emmy, she wore this amazing Vera Wang. I wonder what she'll wear today.
Our wedding is more low-key than Emmy's wedding, I say. We're getting married in the left wing of this house. Emmy rolls her eyes.
Girl, you are delusional. The left wing happens to be a ballroom in a freaking castle.
True, I shrug, shaking my head once again at the absurdity of the situation.
You ready, ladies?
Helen says, walking into the room with my mom. They're both wearing classy dresses with modest jewelry. Diamonds, yes, but they were both careful not to show up Fiona or me. Fiona's mom, however, didn't get the memo. While she's a single lady like my own mother, she opted for a plunging neckline and an updo. I smile as she walks in the dressing room, remembering how Landon told me the two of them had a one-night stand. Before, that's something I would have been insecure about. But not now. Now, I know Landon only has eyes for me. And that doesn't mean I'm naive. I'm just sure. I have to be, considering we're having a double wedding a week after he proposed. And a few days after my own divorce was finalized. Divorce, wedding, vows, forever. My head swirls with emotions, all of them competing for space. But I can't dwell on that right now. Right now, I just need to walk down the aisle, one foot in front of the other. Except I can't. I look around, knowing something just isn't right. I shake my head at my friends and family who are walking out the door. Wait, I say. We can't go out there yet. Not unless we are all sure this is the right thing to do.
Chapter 31. In our tuxedos, at the front of the ballroom where all our friends and family have gathered for the double wedding, I look over at Jeffrey. He looks like shit. "You okay, man?" I ask. "I don't know," he says, rubbing his temples. "I feel like something is going to happen. Everything has been too perfect." My brows furrow as I try to understand what he means. "You think Claire is going to back out of this?" I ask, my throat growing dry. That's my worst-case everything. Jeffrey smirks. "Hardly. You guys are ridiculous. Everyone who takes one look at you knows it." "Then what?" I ask, not knowing what could possibly go awry at this point. The room is filled with Mum and Dad's friends. The officiant stands ready. The string quartet is cued to play the processional music as soon as we get word that the ladies are ready. Dad walks up to us, dapper in his suit, but not looking happy. "What?" I ask, the sinking feeling no longer in my throat. It's lodged in my stomach. I close my eyes. "It's the brides," he says. "Jeffrey, Landon, you need to come with me." I give him a brief nod and we follow him out. Fiona is waiting for Jeffrey at the bottom of the staircase. She looks beautiful, but my eyes scan the foyer for Claire. Where is she? Maybe it has been too fast, too much. Maybe she's backing out, fulfilling my worst fear. "Where's Claire?" I ask Fiona. It's only then that I realize Fiona's eyes are rimmed in red. Fuck. "She's in your bedroom upstairs. Sorry, Landon." My jaw clenches. My legs move before I think. I take the stairs 2 at a time. I need to see Claire. Now. I knock on the bedroom door, wondering how this could all fall apart so fast. Last night we had a big family dinner. Claire and I packed for our family vacation. She, Sophia, and I are going to Playa del Carmen for 10 days in the sun. I enter our bedroom, see our luggage stacked neatly. But I don't see Claire. The only place left is the bathroom. The handle doesn't move. She's locked herself in. "Open up, Claire," I say through the door. Now the vacation seems like a distant memory. Now Claire is locked in the bathroom the day of our wedding. "Baby, talk to me," I say. "I don't want you to see me, Landon," she says through the door. "What? Claire, are you okay? What's happening? Fiona is downstairs with Jeffrey. I need to see your face. Claire, you're scaring me." There's a pause. 1 second. 2 seconds. Too many fucking seconds. Then she speaks. "Oh, baby, you can't see me because it's bad luck. It's our wedding. You can't see the bride." My forehead falls against the door. Relief floods me. "You're not walking away? Calling this off?" I ask, my words betraying my fears. "Landon," she says briskly, "why would you think such a thing? God, baby, you're my everything." Then what is going on? I think of Fiona and Jeffrey downstairs. Fiona didn't seem like a happy bride to be. "You know, Jeffrey saw Fiona before the wedding. They're talking right now." "I know." She pauses again. "That's because they aren't getting married today." Shit. I know. I saw it in her eyes the last few days, but especially today. Right before we walked out of the dressing room, I stopped, needing to check in with her, and a million tears came to the surface. She can't go through with it. "Is it wrong that we are, then? Is the whole wedding off?" "No," she says, adamant. "Landon, I am walking down the aisle." "Okay. I hate talking through a door. But do you know why she called it off? They've been together forever." "I think Fiona and Jeffrey got caught up in the idea of a double wedding. But there's a reason they haven't gotten married for 10 years. And rushing it now isn't going to solve all their problems." My mind returns to the conversation with Jeffrey about a savings plan, and how he knew he needed to propose, how there was no reason to wait for what he could have now. "Are they breaking up?" "No," Claire assures me. They just aren't getting married right now. They need more time, need to do this on their own terms, without the pressure.
But they aren't us. These are our terms.
Exactly, Landon, she says. I want to marry you now. So scoot your ass downstairs and let me be the blushing bride I never got a chance to be.
I love you, I tell her. And then I take the steps one at a time. No need to rush. Everything is coming together in its own time. An hour later, Fiona is sitting in a chair next to Geoffrey, in the front row of the room. They've changed out of their wedding clothes and are holding hands. Everyone has their own love story to tell, in their own time. Right now, it's time to tell mine. The music starts. Ace and Emmy walk down the aisle, hand in hand. Ace takes his place beside me as my best man. Jack and Tess walk arm in arm. Then McQueen and Sophia enter, and smiles are written on everyone's face. Sophia lights up the room. She lights up my bad boy heart. Fuck that. I'm not a boy anymore. Sophia needs a man for a father. Claire needs a man for a husband. And I'm going to give them what they need. Then the room full of people stand as the music changes, and Claire walks in, my dad escorting her down the aisle. She walks toward me. I'd say something about how gorgeous she looks in her gown, in her diamonds, with her hair swept to the side. But that means nothing to me. Right now, our gazes meet, and my heart swells with pride. She only has eyes for me, and I feel like a goddamn king.
Landon and I hold one another as we spin around the dance floor. I throw back my head, dizzy with love. It's our first dance as husband and wife, and of course, we've chosen to waltz. He leads me around the ballroom and his parents' estate, and I can't contain my grin. I don't want to. You really are a spectacular dancer, wife, Landon says, his lips grazing my ear, causing everything within me to swell with desire. You're not so bad yourself, husband. The words sound foreign and luxurious, and they are mine. The music stops, and as we leave the dance floor, our small gathering claps for us indulgently. Sophia, Landon says, bending down to her where she has watched from the edge of the floor. May I have the next dance?
Always,
she answers, curtsying for him, melting my freaking heart. We're going to be okay. All of us. Well, maybe not Tess. She looks pretty miserable over at a table by herself. I sit down with her, and a waiter brings us flutes of champagne. You doing okay? I ask her.
I'm good, Claire. Stop worrying about everyone.
She smiles. Maybe you can't help it. It's just the mom in you. Maybe, I say. I just want everyone to be happy.
It's crazy. At Emmy's wedding, you were such a cynic, and look at you now.
Tess shakes her head.
Who do you think will be next? Jack and Ashley?
Tess tilts her head toward the power couple who are quietly arguing one table over. Yikes.
I know, right? They've been at it all night.
Relationships are complicated, I say, shrugging.
Enough with this. Shouldn't you and Landon be having wedding night sex or something?
I laugh. I think so. I look at the dance floor and see Landon spinning Sophia around the dance floor. Damn, he's sexy. I'm so happy for you, Claire, Tess says, kissing my cheek. You'll have your happily ever after soon enough, I tell her, believing it. She just needs to find the right man. Landon catches my eye, and we exchange a not-so-secret smile. We're ready to get this wedding night started. A few hours later, we've cut the cake, thrown the bouquet, and escaped the reception that's winding down. We're terrible hosts, I tell Landon as he grabs my hand. We're headed back to our room, and I can't wait to get there. We aren't the hosts. My parents are. They've got it covered. I pause at the door to our bedroom, but Landon doesn't hesitate. He picks me up, holding me in his arms, and kicks open the door. "Crossing the threshold," he says, smirking. He sets me down, harder than I think he planned, and closes the door. "Such a romantic," I say, laughing, getting my balance in the high heels and the enormous skirt of the gown. "Now, are you going to help me out of this dress or not?" I ask. "Depends." Landon walks in front of me, looking me up and down, crossing his arms. "On what?" My cheeks hurt from smiling so much today. My whole heart is fueled with the love he offers. I bite my lip, amazed that this is my life, that I am the princess in my own fairy tale. "Well, at the last wedding we attended, I asked for a night," he says. "You gave me an hour. What am I going to get now?" "Landon, now you get my forever."
This has been a presentation of Insatiable Press. King, Las Vegas Bad Boys Book 2 by Frankie Love. Narrated by Joe Arden and Maxine Mitchell. For more information on related titles from Insatiable Press, please visit us online at insatiablepress.com. King text copyright 2016 by Frankie Love, all rights reserved. Production copyright 2017 by Insatiable Press, all rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.